The United States in Another World. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 26 Part 1 Blitzkrieg 0834 January 31st, 2020 CE Washington, D.C. In the Oval Office, President Hayes is receiving his morning briefing. Overall, the negotiations have gone quite smoothly with the Machian military officials. They have agreed, although quite bitterly, to hand over the territory that the Magus lost 35 years ago. We also have found the illegitimate daughter of the Emperor. Although she is refusing, our diplomat is saying that it is likely she could be convinced. Now, the main issue is our further operations in the Bem Kingdom and Mark Imperium. We will have to garrison forces and construct bases in order to cement our control. We will also have to be wary of possible dissent and other factors. About 2 months later, 1020 March 21st, 2020 CE President Hayes is in a meeting with his senior staff when a knock disturbs it. Mr. President. Urgent. What? Our satellite found a continent surfacing to the south of the Magus Imperium. The president questions it as if he had lost his hearing. HM? Surfacing? It's coming out of the ocean. A confused face forms on the president. What? 0104 March 21st, 2020 CE 0332 Start 51st, 196 AE Aflin, Elven Nation, Elven Continent Terran Venharis views the scene in front of him. Hundreds of ships are preparing in the main port. Hundreds of magic panzers motor down the road beside him. As this is happening, the air bubble held up by the Great Magus for nearly 150 years slowly disappears from top to bottom. The water that was kept for the port in the air bubble meets the water of the oceans. The Great Magus has truly served his and his father's nation. Even now, the disappearing air bubble and the resurfacing of the continent is only possible because of the Great Magus. Terran reminisces of the time when his father was still alive and the Great Magus wasn't near death. One of his greatest memories was when he, his father, and the Great Magus entered the royal palace with their army and overthrew the weakling king who had submitted to the humans. If only the Great Magus's health wasn't bad, they could have immediately started an offensive against the humans. The power of the Great Magus was unmatched, but his health required him to need extreme care. Even with powers to raise and lower small continents, he would have died from his illness if he went into battle. Now it was up to him to accomplish his father's dream. Terran looks up towards the sky and mumbles. Dear father, once I'm finished, there will not be even one single human left on this planet. I shall cleanse it of all its filth and inferior species. 0414 March 21st, 2020 CE 0507 Start 51st, 196 AE Western beaches of the Magus Imperium. It is a bright and sunny day on the western coastal defense line, a line of naval fortifications and trenches stretching from one end of the western beaches of the Magus Imperium to the western end of the Magus Mach border. It has been about 2 months since the defeat of the Mach Imperium. Although still active, the number of soldiers on the western coastal defense line is slowly being reduced. With no foreseeable threat in the near future because of the Magus defeat and their non-aggression pact with the United States of America, the Magus Imperium has decided not to waste so many resources and manpower on the coastal defenses. In the highest and one of the few still manned naval fortifications, a soldier lazily scans the horizon looking for ships. He sweeps his binoculars from west to east before quickly moving back to a spot that he had just passed. Sir, a rather large ship has appeared over the horizon. Were the Navy conducting exercises, HM? I didn't get any reports of our Navy conducting any exercises here. Could it be a merchant ship? Can't be. It looks like a battleship. It's turning to its broadside. Give me the binoculars. The commander of the naval fortification grabs the binoculars out of the soldier's hands. After looking through the binoculars for a bit, the commander screams out in alarm. It's huge. It's turning its gun towards us. Enemy, man the gun. Man, it. Contact the other fortifications. A few minutes later, it is too late. While still loading the naval gun, a massive blast destroys the naval fortification. The surviving and still manned naval fortifications desperately try to elevate their gun to target the massive battleship. A few minutes earlier, the pride of the Elven Nation and a beast made of steel, the NN National Navy, Venharis aims at the coast with its 838 cm cannons. Created to lead the Elven war machine and to rule the waves, it is being used at the start to demonstrate the might of the Elven Nation. Show these humans true war. Fire, The 8 cannons blast an entire salvo towards the fortifications. Within minutes, 8 1,764-pound armor-piercing shells detonate across the targeted portion of the western coastal defense line. For the next 10 minutes, the guns on the NN Venharis continue firing salvos in intervals towards the naval fortifications. A few more minutes later, hundreds of landing craft and supporting warships appear from behind the battleships speeding towards the beaches. These landing crafts, designed by the top engineers of the Elven nation, are able to carry 4 heavy magicpanzer weighing 50 tons each hundreds of miles on the seas. Today they are carrying a mixture of infantry, magicpanzers, magitrucks, magi artillery, and other vehicles. On other sectors of the western beaches of the Magus Imperium, similar events play out. 0426 March 21, 2020 CE 0513 Start 51st, 196 AE Abelinim. People bustle around in the streets of one of the biggest cities in the northwestern region of the Magus Imperium. 2 months ago, the city had one of the biggest celebrations in its history. People celebrated fervently to the news of the Machian defeat. From the formation of the Magus Imperium, the Machian Imperium had always been a threat and an arch-nemesis. Magusian schools had always taught their students that the Machians were vicious demons aiming to destroy the Magus Imperium. For most of the lives of the common Magusian citizen, the threat of invasion from the Mach Imperium was always there. When the news had spread about the Machian defeat and occupation, everyone became hysterical. Of course, it was disappointing that it wasn't caused by their own hands, but it was still a victory nonetheless. Now, with everything back to normal and the mess from the celebration cleaned up, people had quickly returned to their daily lives. In one of the busy main streets of the city, people entered and exited stores and cars snagged their way through the congested road. All of a sudden, hundreds of terrifying screeching sounds proliferate through the air. People look up towards the sky to witness aircraft diving towards them. In an instant, the bustling city shatters. Numerous large explosions go off and screams of horror can be heard throughout the city as men, women, and children scramble for cover. Cars screech to stop in the middle of the streets as their occupants run away. The people who were once strolling calmly through the streets are either running into buildings or crouching down. In the air, hundreds of Magi dive bombers, Ra-189S designed by the Ralner Aircrafts and Motor Works in 189 AE, dive towards the city to unleash their payload. Thousands of 550-pound bombs and 50-pound bombs rain down onto the city, indiscriminately killing anyone in its blast radius. Many minutes pass before the explosions and screeching come to a stop. A devastated city is left behind. Fires rage and buildings crumble. Chapter 27 Part 2 Blitzkrieg 0510 March 21, 2020 CE 0535 Start 51st, 196 AE Bay Air Base funding for the Air Corps had gone down a bit because of the peace. Unlike the coastal defense lines, the Air Corps must always be ready and on alert. For the coastal defense lines, all you had to do was send a bunch of recruits to man it within a few days. The Air Corps was different. They needed to have experienced pilots who were able to control and tend the Wyverns and to continue to train new pilots and Wyverns. However, the air base's activity is at an all-time low. With their traditional arch-nemesis defeated, there isn't much to worry about anymore. So, it came as a surprise when reports of air attacks and orders commanding all units to take to the sky came flooding in. Although the pilots are confused about the reports and distress messages, Wyverns start running down the runway to take to the sky. Within a few minutes, hundreds are flying west. They have orders to intercept enemy aircraft flying over Magusian land. Less than 30 minutes later, airspace over the western region of the Mach Imperium, a large formation of aircraft is in their sights. It looks as if it is a swarm of bees. Although very similar to Machian planes with a propeller at its front, these only have one pair of wings and look much sleeker. While the Magusian Wyverns close in the distance, the enemy aircraft breaks formation. It is obvious that they had noticed the Wyverns coming. Some start climbs while others turn. Before long, the enemy aircraft start plunging towards the formation of Wyverns. An Elven Magifighter Squadron Commander, Major Erlen Orna, notices the large formation of Wyverns approaching them. Through his Magitransmitter, which uses mana, the magical particles in the air, to send voices to others, he calls out to his squadron. Wyverns manned by humans to our left. Prepare to engage. His Magifighter, the AR-192, a fighter designed by Elven Aaron 192 AE, has engines and machine guns powered by a Magi battery. As long as the Magi battery doesn't run out of mana, The bullets will not stop and the engine will continue running. Erlen pulls his plane up and turns left before beginning a dive. As he and his fighter wing get closer to the humans' wyverns, Erlen lines up a plane in his sights. He presses the button to fire. The elven aircraft have fired first. Tracer magic bullets whiz towards the wyverns, hitting and cutting down many. As the two sides fly even closer to each other, the wyverns start to throw fireballs towards the aircraft. Some are able to dodge them while others that are hit with fireballs burst into flames. Erlen jerks his plane hard to the right to avoid one aimed at him. He then quickly turns and gets onto the tail of an enemy. An intense air battle rages in the sky as wyverns and aircraft crisscross each other. The maneuverability and speed of the AI-192 greatly outmatch the wyverns. The wyverns take time to charge up their fireballs while the magifighters just gun them down with endless magi bullets. The magifighters easily get onto the tail of wyverns and dispatch them within a few shots. However, the wyverns do sometimes get some lucky hits with their fireballs in this chaos of battle. Although taking some casualties, the magifighters emerge victoriously. Erlen gets onto the radio. "Good work, fellows. Seems like these inferiors are using even more inferior creatures to fight their battles. My magi battery is running low. We are returning to base for now." 0538 March 21st, 2020 CE 0549 Start 51st, 196 AE Western Beaches of the Magus Imperium. The 11th Elven Blitzpanzer Division makes its way across the beach. A division made up mainly of light Magipanzers and Magitrucks carrying soldiers, they are one of the many Blitzpanzer Corps in charge of spearheading the attack. Although they are focused on speed, they also have medium Magipanzers as support against well-armored opponents. The Elven High Command has decided to unleash a new type of warfare upon the feeble humans. Blitzkrieg. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 28. The storm has arrived. It is another calm day for Lieutenant Colonel Leonid Primus. Even before the Machian surrender, the area that the 151st Infantry Regiment, the regiment that he is a part of, is quite peaceful. In his officer room, he has the company commanders of the 4 companies in his battalion, Captain Proclus Vocala, Captain Alice Sevso, Captain Lars Kirio, and Captain Agrippa Minervalis with him. They are drinking a little while playing cards. Alice and Proclus are conversing. Alice slaps down a card. "I wonder if we can go back home earlier." Proclus places down half of his cards. "Huh. As if. We have been stationed here for ages. It's not like just because the Mach is gone that we don't have to be here." Lars joins in on the conversation after seeing that none of his cards can be used. "Well, if we have to go home, that means we can't have times like these with each other anymore. It feels relaxing just to sit back and play some cards with you guys." Leonid counters both the conversation and the cards. "It does get boring around here though." All the captains throw their cards on the table. Kirio thinks a bit about what Leonid said. Then how about we go out to town for some fun during one of our free times? Let's go to that bar again." "My treat." Leonid nods. Sounds good." Another round. Although Leonid is 2 ranks higher, he and his company commanders have been great friends for a long time. Even now, with one of them having a higher rank, they converse like when they were all second lieutenants. 0624 March 21st, 2020 CE 0612 Start 51st, 196 AE Primopolis. Magus Imperium. Emperor Arstant has never felt more relaxed in his life. It is as if all the stress is gone. Constant worry about the Mach Imperium had aged him. Now, with 2 months of no enemies to worry about, he is starting to look more youthful. The even better news is the American activity in his country. American companies are interested in opening stores and factories inside the Magus Imperium, and trade deals are being formed. There is also the possibility of American help in improving infrastructure. Originally, American officials were also interested in magic, but for some reason lost interest after some observation. When they were asked why, they just said that the magic seemed interesting, but wasn't of much use to them. To the Emperor, it is a shame, because if the Americans had more interest, the Magus Imperium could have exchanged their magic information for American military technology. The Americans are keeping a tight lid on anything that could help them militarily. He is currently drinking some tea in his office while looking out the window. "Your Majesty. Your Majesty." Arstan grumbles at excessive knocking on his door before responding. HM? No need to shout. With a mock on, I have never felt better. Come in. What is it? One of his servants burst through the door. Invasion, Invis. HM? Invasion. Have the Americans broken their pact? No, we are being invaded by an unidentified enemy to the north. To the north? Where exactly? Reports are stating of air attacks on Abelinim. There's also spotty reports of possible enemy landings on the western beaches. What's the situation? Have our forces engaged? Is the western coastal defense line holding out? We have been trying to establish contact with the units at the western coastal defense line, but they haven't responded. Our Air Corps should currently be engaging the enemy aircraft. Results are as of yet unknown. Get Advisor KS. A few minutes later, Emperor Arstant is in a military office with Military Advisor KS and a few other generals. Military Advisor KS is explaining the current war plan to the Emperor. Your Majesty, we are sending the First Army towards the western coastal defense line. Besides, commands are being sent to any units on the other side of the Verona River to also go there. There they will prepare to push them back to the sea. Someone knocks on the door to the military office. Military Advisor KS looks up from the map and replies to the knock. Enter. A soldier enters and salutes. Report. The Wyvern squadrons that we have sent to engage the enemy air units are being considered as lost. Also, we have established contact with some units on the western coastal defense line. They have reported that other sectors of the defense line had come under heavy naval bombardment and that enemy troops have already landed and established a beachhead. We are also getting reports of possible enemy advance past the defense line. KS, this plan won't work. The defense line already fell. KS ponders a bit and starts moving pieces that represent positions of units on the map before responding. Then the First Army will be creating a position on the Verona River and are ordered to hold them off until we can fully mobilize and send more. Once the Fourth Army arrives on the river, we can then make plans for a counterattack. The Emperor looks onto the map that is placed on the large table in the middle of the military office. The map depicts the entirety of the Magus Imperium and the current positions of armies, divisions, and independent regiments. What about the units stationed and active on the other side of the Verona River, and are we just going to abandon Abelinim? The units will be given orders to retreat and set up various positions on the Verona. The surviving civilians of Abelinim will be evacuated. We probably can't hold the city, so we should just give way and let them through. 0228 March 22, 2020 CE 0414 Start 52nd, 196 AE Northern part of the Magus Imperium. From the U.S. view, it's the southern parts. Magianzers and the Magitrucks of the 11th Elven Blitzpanzer Division make headway towards their target city of Anbelinim. Resistance has been light because of their successful surprise attack. They blasted through any enemy units in their way and hastily crossed and ignored many towns in order to hold on to the advantage of the surprise attack. Those towns can be dealt with by the Elven Army Corps behind them. Less than a few miles in front, men of the 151st Infantry Regiment march down the road on their way to Anbelinim. For some reason, orders have been given for a hasty retreat behind the Verona and to evacuate any remaining civilians in the town they were in and in the towns they came across. Most civilians and military alike are confused. Who could be the enemy? Did some Machian units flee after their country's surrender and are coming to attack? A few minutes later, the 11th Elven Blitzpanzer Division crests a hill. The commander of the first tank that got on the hill gets on his Magi radio. Seems to be in the hundreds. The commander of the 11th Elven Blitzpanzer Division, Lieutenant General Arabalra, opens her commander hatch and views the humans with her binoculars after her tank also pulls up to the hill. She had been a major general in command of a Magipanzer division, but got promoted to lieutenant general. She is still in command of a division, but this division was special given that it had more independence. Although a lieutenant general, she had decided to be at the front of her division's assault. Despite the protests she got from her subordinates and staff, she got her way. She didn't even agree to their suggestion of switching to one of the medium tanks. She replies with her Magi radio. A Magi radio is specifically designed to use mana to send signals across the air to other Magi radius. There also seems to be civilians among them. All Magipanzers on the hill fire at will, her tank and the ones beside her on the hill, all Stallion Light Magipanzers, aka Blitzpanzers, open up with their 20mm main guns. The Magipanzers are powered by a Mage engine that only uses mana as fuel. Unlike the hybrid that the Magus uses, the Elven Magipanzers using only mana are more efficient. The main cannons on the magic panzer are magic cannons capable of using very dense mana as ammunition. This allows flexibility since mana can be formed into both high explosive and armor piercing. Some have thought of implementing a ground barrier around the magic panzers and other vehicles, but that was seen as impossible. It is only possible using the new Great Magus, who had 5 times the mana of a normal elven. The last Great Magus, the one who submerged and raised the continent, had 10 times the mana of a normal elven. Elves with a mana like the last Great Magus only come a couple thousand years. Elven scientists experimented with trying to make a large barrier by making many elves with average mana activate their barrier spell at the same time. This resulted in multiple small barriers forming around the elves themselves. Some even tried experimenting with the magic batteries, seeing that it's able to use mana given to it by multiple people. The magic batteries were only able to produce power and nothing too complicated. Combining complex magic seems to be a far-off prospect. Furthermore, with a ground barrier up, you can't see nor fire at the enemy. Explosions occur on the humans below the hill and the human formation descends into chaos. Major General Balra gets onto her radio again. Charge. Run them over. The smoke is clearing from the explosions that just occurred. Body parts are lying everywhere in the area of the explosion. Screams can be heard. Lieutenant Colonel Leonid was flung to the ground from the explosion. He raises his HUD from the ground and looks towards an area where a group of civilians, mostly families, were. He had just been talking to them and was waving goodbye to them as he walked away so he could go back to his unit. Some he had known personally because they lived near where his regiment was positioned. Looking there, he only finds charred and ripped apart bodies. Tanks. Enemy tanks. Hearing that, Leonid shakes his head and gets onto his feet. Spending a few seconds to reorient himself, he starts to shout out commands to the surviving men of his battalion. Although his ears are still ringing a bit and he is feeling a bit uneven, he still has a job to do. Get the civilians out. Quickly. Go. In the panic chaos, other officers are issuing orders at random with no coordination. The enemy tanks are charging. Stand your ground and return fire. Return fire. Return fire. Unlike Leonid's orders, most of the other orders are telling them to stand firm. It didn't seem like they understood that they were facing tanks. Sure, there are some in the infantry regiment who are Maguzas with probably enough power to destroy a tank, but there aren't enough of them. Civilians and some soldiers are running. The soldiers that are braver stand firm. Leonid gives a hand to a civilian who is flung onto the ground. Get out of here. Although disorganized, some of the 151st Infantry Regiment return fire with their rifles or magic. They hit but are unable to penetrate the armor of the enemy tanks. Keep firing, it's no use. Most of the others in the 151st Infantry Regiment are in chaos and are fleeing. Leonid desperately tries to keep his men together while also directing civilians. Quickly. 2nd Battalion. Get to the forests. Help any civilians. Leonid quickly tries to find his battalion sergeant major and the company commanders in order to quickly reorganize. Under constant explosions, Leonid navigates to where he had left his battalion. He sees a familiar face crouching and delivering orders to a soldier. Aulus. Thank angels I found you. Order your men to retreat and get to the forest. Help the civilians. They are being caught in the crossfire. Tell this order to the other company commanders. Ron the Black Cat Stallion Line Magipanzer picture from the Tank Museum website Chapter 29 War Crimes. Machine guns from the tanks can be heard as they start to get within range. The remaining formations of infantrymen of the 151st Infantry Regiment that had returned fire melted as they either got torn apart or started fleeing. The tanks mercilessly crash into a group of stragglers and crush them under their tracks. Aira looks out of the viewports of her commander's hatch. The enemy is in complete chaos while her tanks maintain formation charging. Her tank had just run over an inferior who was idiotic enough to try to destroy her tank with a mere bolt-action rifle. Blood now definitely covers the front tracks and hull of her tank. Driver, turn right. I see a group of humans. Run them over. At this point, Aira didn't even bother shooting at them, seeing that it is a waste of ammunition. Her tank speeds up to the right with the intent of crushing the fleeing and clearly unarmed civilians. Women and children among them. They crunch under the tracks of her tank. 0250 March 22, 2020 CE 0425 Start 52nd, 196 AE Town of Serpia Battalion from the 50th Elven Infantry Division of the 16th Elven Army Corps enters their first human town. Many things had been dropped on the ground as the humans fled to their homes when the Elvens entered. The battalion surveys the town and orders its subordinates to order their men to begin cleaning up. The platoon commanders order their men as the battalion spreads out throughout the town. Round up all the humans. The soldiers kick down or smash the doors to the houses and force the occupants out at either gunpoint or dragging them out. Quickly. Quickly. Round them up in that area. Don't let any escape. The battalion commander had designated an area where they will all be placed first. The humans complain as they are being pushed around by the soldiers. Some of the human children are crying. Hey! What are you doing? Watch it. One of the humans notices the ears of the soldiers. They're elvins. A few of the humans look up to see the pointy, long ears that symbolize an elf. Some humans try to resist using magic but are gunned down before they could do much. Some also try to form barriers to protect themselves but are blown up with grenades and shot to pieces. Less than 10 minutes later, after clearing all the houses and thoroughly combing the town for anyone who was hiding, the battalion commander issues new orders to his subordinates after taking an estimate of the number of humans. Put them all into those 4 houses over there. You know what we were ordered to do. He points to a group of houses next to each other in the outer parts of town. Regardless of age and gender, humans are all shoved into the houses. The doors are closed and secured. A couple of platoon commanders were in charge of the next stops. Get the flamethrower team and the machine gunners. Yes sir. Before long, the flamethrower teams are in front of the houses and the machine gunners have set up their machine guns behind them. The machine guns are loaded with magic bullets. Light the houses on fire. Machine guns, don't open fire until ordered so. The flamethrowers douse the house in fire by using their mana to conjure up flames and step back behind the machine gunners. Many screams can be heard from the houses as their occupants roast alive. There's a fire. Open the door. Let us out. Let us out. The humans in the house pound the door. Wait for it. Wait for it. A diaresis. Couple of seconds later, a few flaming and screaming figures burst out of the house. One seems to be as small as a child. Fire. The machine gunners opened up on the people outside before spreading out their machine gun fire on the house. Before long, the screaming dies down. Check around the houses. Make sure none of the filth survived. A few soldiers circle the house to see if any humans were able to get out. The fires of the houses still burn brightly as smoke rises into the air. An officer kicks one of the bodies of those who ran out. It is charred black and blood is running out of where the human was shot. Some humans are not charred like the others but had blood all over them. They were the few who had survived the fire by using water magic to protect themselves, only to get gunned down in the end. A few minutes later the car of the regimental commander comes into town. The battalion commander salutes as a person exits the car. At ease. I see you have finished here, Lieutenant Colonel. Major General, did we really have to kill them all? Weren't there orders to keep some of them as slaves? Lieutenant Colonel Vollmer, these are orders from the division commander. Leave none alive for now. We are still following the orders of the leader by taking slaves later. And besides, there are enough of these vermin running around to make slaves. We can kill as many as we like. Vollmer gets closer to the Major General and lowers his voice a bit. I know, but, you know, one of the women looked quite nice if you know what I mean. The Major General smirks. You can get a couple of slaves in the future, but there's another way for you to have fun. Pick one next town and have a go at it then. You can kill them after the fun. There weren't orders not to do this, so it's fine. Across the Western Mock Imperium, humans living in towns experience a similar fate. 0510 March 22nd, 2020 CE 0535 Start 52nd, 196 AE Elfarian, Elven Nation, Elven Continent. Terran walks into a room where all his senior military staff are. The staff all stand at attention and salute by slapping their fists to their hearts when they notice him. Hail Venhorus. Terran didn't really like the salute and greeting, but it was something that his late father liked, so he decided to keep it. How is the invasion going? His top army general, Canal Leona, responds exceedingly well, my leader. Although the Empire is a bit better armed and developed than expected, we have crushed their weak coastal defenses, we have air superiority, and the 1st Blitzpanzer Corps will be converging on the main human city of this area in about 3 or 4 days. Our main force will arrive in the city within a week. So far our units have only found and engaged with disorganized retreating human units. We are expecting the humans to retreat behind this river. The 1st Blitzpanzer Corps will take the city before quickly continuing on to secure the bridge. Won't the humans blow up the bridge? That's why the 1st Blitzpanzer Corps will take it before they can. What if they blow it up before we can? We have engineers that can quickly build a pontoon bridge if needed. Good. Our further plans haven't changed, correct? Yes, my leader. Our main forces, the Central Army made up of 2 infantry corps, 1 Majepanzer Corps, and 1 Blitzpanzer Corps will be centered at the city. Western Army and Eastern Army will each be made up of 2 infantry corps and 1 Majepanzer Division. The Central Army will be the main push. The Western and Eastern armies are to make the humans spread their forces thin. Good. How about the one against the kingdoms? The kingdoms are a joke. They have developed nothing and our forces are easily crushing any opposition. The Sibir Kingdom will be defeated in a couple of days. There wasn't even any need to deploy one of our aircraft carriers there. The kingdoms that the elves are referring to are the kingdoms on the Soan continent. The elves have placed top priority at defeating the Empire and sent most of their forces there because they suspected the Empire would be much more advanced than the kingdoms. They are right. Even with their measly force at the kingdoms, they are crushing them. 1023 March 22, 2020 CE Washington, D.C. President Haye is in the Oval Office discussing the recent continent rising out of the ocean. So they are Elvins? Well, if the legends are true, then they are. Well, they did just rise out of the ocean out of nowhere. We are also getting reports of a massive Elven invasion underway against the Magus Imperium. Did the Magus Imperium provoke them? Doesn't seem like it. The Elvins attacked less than 1 day after they rose out of the ocean. Might be past hate or something. How is their invasion going? From what we could get, the Elvins seem to be successful and are pushing back the Magus. Then we will have to evacuate any Americans currently in the Magus then. Better send that warning out soon, that's for certain. So what do we know about the Elvins anyway? Well, they disappeared around 50 AE, 150 years ago, and were a bit more advanced than humans of this world were at that time. Do we know their current technological capabilities? Our recon satellites have taken some images and we currently classify them as a World War II nation. Seeing that they seem to have World War II technological capabilities, we fear they might have already developed a nuclear bomb. However, we still need to study the images more in order for us to form a more solid conclusion on their actual level of technology. I think we should try to establish diplomatic contact and figure out why they are at war with the Magus. Wait, wouldn't this also implicate us if it was past hate? When did the original empire break apart into the Magus and Mach? Around 80 AE. Oh great, won't that mean the Elvins might attack the Mach? If they still think that the old empire is still an entity, then most likely yes. We must establish diplomatic contact as soon as possible. 1020 March 22, 2020 CE 0810 Start 52nd, 196 AE near the town of Emona. The sky behind them is black with smoke from the fire spreading across the town they had just exited. Elven soldiers of the 16th Infantry Division march down the road towards their next target. Looking down the road towards the elves and the burning town behind them makes the Elven Infantry Division seem like an army from hell. 1032 March 22, 2020 CE 0816 Start 52nd, 196 AE northern part of the Magus Imperium. Leonid guides his battalion through the forest. With the surviving members of his battalion are other survivors, both military and civilian, of the tank attack on the 151st Infantry Regiment. He has with him about 323 soldiers, which in a unit size perspective is around 2 companies of men. 300 soldiers were from the 4 companies in his battalion. Less than half of his original battalion's 800. Both Leonid's battalion sergeant major and executive officer, who is a major, did not survive. The other 23 were from either the 1st Battalion or the 3rd. The amount of survivors is a dismal number. The 151st Infantry Regiment had at least 3,000 men. Leonid's heart felt heavy because he had lost one of his company commanders, Captain Lars Curio. Lars was a very close friend to him and the other company commanders. Leonid's feelings are obvious and all sighs before looking at him. We will avenge him, Leonid. Don't you worry about that. Leonid looks down at the soil of the forest. That bastard, how could he just die on us? They are now making haste towards the city of Abelinim. With their shortcut through the forest, they should arrive within 2 days. Hopefully, the enemy tanks won't get there by then. March 26, 2020 CE Start 56th, 196 AE near Abelinim. Out of the 3 Elven Blitzpanzer divisions in the 1st Elven Blitzpanzer Corps, hers, the 11th Elven Blitzpanzer Division, is the closest to the human city. Ira is currently looking at the human city from miles away. Chapter 30 The 300. 0520 March 26, 2020 CE0540 Start 56th, 196 AE Abelinim. Evacuations of civilians are still underway in Abelinim when scouts came back with a report of enemy tanks approaching. It is estimated with their speeds that they will arrive in a few hours. The civilians who lived in the city had already been evacuated, but the ones from nearby towns and further away who came to Abelinim for protection have not yet been. Colonel Kizo Donatus looks at his map. We need to hold them back for a day. If we don't, we can't get all the civilians over the bridge before the enemy tanks get to the bridge. Regimental Sergeant Major Appius Volumnius, his assistant, comments on it. If we leave any military units behind to hold them back, they will not be able to return. We are planning to blow that bridge up. It's the only bridge that crosses the Verona River for miles around here. Because of how long the bridges have to be in order to cross this section of the Verona River, there are very few bridges in this area. They were extremely lucky that the enemies hadn't sent any bombers to destroy the bridge. It might be because the enemy either wanted to use it or that their bombers didn't have the range. The bridge across the Verona was about 20 miles behind them. That's even more reason to leave a military unit behind. If we don't, they will take the bridge before we are even able to blow it up. Can't they just circumnavigate the city to take the bridge? The mountainous terrain around the city is not suitable for tanks. They will have to go through this valley to get to the bridge. 0823 March 26, 2020 CE0711 Start 56th, 196 AE Leonid approached Abelinim with his men and the civilian survivors. There are quickly erected barbed wire and sandbags surrounding the road entrances to the city. The city seems to be full of civilians streaming in. A soldier stops them at the entrance. I need to see the commanding officer. Parts of the city had been completely destroyed. Damage can be seen everywhere. Leonid enters an undamaged tavern where the commanding officer had made it into his temporary command center and salutes. Lieutenant Colonel Leonid Primus reporting. I'm the commander of the 2nd Battalion of the 151st Infantry Regiment. Welcome Lieutenant Colonel Primus. I'm Colonel Kizo Donatus, commander of the 52nd Infantry Regiment, the garrison unit of Abelinim. What happened to the commander of the 151st Infantry Regiment, sir? Most of the 151st Infantry Regiment was wiped out when enemy tanks attacked us during our retreat. I have with me a total of 323 men and a couple of hundred civilians. That's all the survivors, most likely, sir. What's the current situation, sir? Bad. The enemy had moved much faster than we predicted. We had planned to blow up the bridge that crosses the Verona River once my unit passes, but now I'm not sure if my unit can leave. If my unit leaves now, the enemy will catch up to us within a few hours. It's even possible for them to secure the bridge before it gets blown up. I had decided to leave behind a force to cover the retreat, but my staff and the commanders of my battalions are adamantly against the idea of leaving anyone behind. None of them were willing to stay. Kizo sighs before continuing. You should prepare to leave too. The earlier we leave the better. My unit will leave with the last of the civilians. We will be doing a fighting retreat. A few minutes later Captain Proclus Vocula had waited for his lieutenant colonel to return. Leonid. What's the situation? Where's Aulus and Agrippa? We need to talk. They are over there sitting on the chairs that they dragged out of the bombed houses. Leonid walks to them with Proclus following. Leonid gets their attention. We need to talk. What is it, Leonid? The civilians we guided here are being evacuated, correct? Yep, and our men are resting in this area. Good to hear. Here's the situation. According to the commanding officer of the Abelium garrison, the enemy tanks are extremely close. His subordinates are unwilling to leave anyone behind to cover the retreat. The most likely scenario would be that the Abelium garrison will have to defend the civilians against enemy tanks while on the retreat. Here's the thing. I want us to stay behind, to cover the retreat. You don't have to listen to me, it's up to you guys. We probably won't survive. The three captains of Leonid's battalion looked at each other. We are with you, Lieutenant Colonel. It's time to show these bastards what happens when they attack us. For Captain Kirio, Leonid smiles and shakes his head. The captains gather all 323 men in order for them to learn of their plans. Leonid stands in front of his men and his eyes sweep from left to right. Leonid starts solemnly. Men of the 151st Infantry Regiment. I know that we are all tired. But we still have a duty to do. There are still innocent civilians who are under threat. You saw what happened to them during our retreat. Do you want it to happen again? Do you want innocent women and children to be cut down just because we were too scared to do something about it? Stay with me, with us. Your captains and I have agreed to stay behind and cover the civilians. We will show these invaders what it means to fight the Imperium. What it means to fight the 151st. We are no cowards. We will avenge our fallen brothers of the 151st. Are you with us? Silence falls over the air and Leonid despairs at the fact that maybe no one among his men is brave enough to do this. Then cheers rise. Let's show them. Glory to our Imperium, Lieutenant Colonel, we are with you. Of course, not all the soldiers are with him. The 23 soldiers of the other battalions, who didn't really know the Lieutenant Colonel, didn't want to stay. Leonid let them go. This left him with only 300 men to stop a tank onslaught. I know that we have all agreed to this, but is this even possible? I mean, there's only 300 of us infantrymen against possible hundreds of enemy tanks. We will just be a road bump. I do have an idea, though I will have to ask the colonel if he has any. The captains look at each other, not knowing what Leonid meant. Leonid enters the tavern once more. Didn't I tell you to evacuate? Why are you still here, sir? My men and I have decided to stay behind to cover your retreat. Kizo narrows his eyes. Lieutenant Colonel Primus, you know that you won't be able to retreat. We are blowing up the only bridge across for miles around here. My men and I know that. We will fight to the end. I have lost a dear friend to those bastards, and I won't forgive myself if I just run at this point. Kizo sighs. A lot of artillery pieces of various caliber are being left behind. We were planning to destroy them once my unit starts to leave, but your battalion can use them. However, make sure that they are destroyed in the end. Try to retreat after holding out for at least 2 days. You probably won't be able to reach the bridge in time to find other ways of escaping. Despite what the colonel just said, Leonid understood that retreat is most likely not an option. Especially if the bridges are all destroyed. They would be stuck on the side of the river, which will be swarming with enemies within a few days from now. They will hold out in the city for as long as possible. Leonid brightens up. Understood, sir. Thank you, sir. I do have one request though. What is it? Do you have any sticks of magic dynamite that I can use? 1016 March 26th, 2020 CE 0808 Start 56th, 196 AE. The 11th Elven Blitzpanzer Division comes to a stop about half a mile out of the city. There are a couple of houses to their left, which indicates that they are on the outskirts of the city. Ara observes the city. She can see sandbags and barbed wire piled on the road where the houses become much more grouped together, but not a single human soldier. She also sees that part of the city was destroyed from the Air Force's bombings. To her, it seems quiet. Too quiet. Something felt wrong. It didn't make sense. This is supposed to be the humans' biggest city in this area, if the information from 150 years ago held true. Well, it does look to be true, seeing that it definitely is a big city. What didn't make sense was the lack of defenders. It might seem that the inferior humans are cowardly and ran away, but something didn't feel right. One of her regiment commanders walks up to her whilst she is staring at the human city. Lieutenant General, what are we stopping for? Send a company of tanks forward first. A few minutes later, a tank company consisting of 15 Stallion light tanks on the road approach where the outskirts of the city ends and the actual city begins. Their mission is to drive down the road, whilst the rest of the division follows them a couple hundred yards behind. The commanding officer of the company radios the platoon commanders of the platoons inside his company. They had been warned by the lieutenant general herself to approach cautiously and keep an eye out for anything suspicious. The front tanks press forward, and soon there are tightly grouped houses on both sides of the road. They are no longer on the outskirts. Nothing can be heard other than the engines of their tanks. The city is completely deserted. After a few minutes of continuing, they come up to a point where there are two rather tall buildings on both sides. We should pick. Massive explosions occur on the buildings on both sides. The ground shakes as the buildings crumble and come down onto the road. Back up. Two tanks of the company are buried under the rubble. The commanding officer of the company gets on his Major radio. First Lieutenant. Damn it. Then he switches his radio to contact his Lieutenant Colonel. I'm trying to contact the second platoon leader, who is in one of the two tanks, but he isn't responding. A shot rang out. The commander of the tank next to Captain Hergos had opened up his hatch to get a view of what happened. Said commander was now slumping to the side of the hatch. Stay in your tanks. Lieutenant Colonel, we are pulling back. Captain Hergos' company backs up as fast as possible. A commander of another tank in the company comes up on the Major radio. Explosions occur around them as grenades are thrown at them from an unknown source. The good thing is that the grenades did not have enough explosive power to damage the tanks. We got them. Leonid and 300 of his men are defending the city and covering the retreat of the 52nd Infantry Regiment and the civilians. They are in a happy mood after destroying and blocking off the enemy tanks. By planting the dynamite they got from the 52nd Infantry Regiment on the houses on the entrance roads, they plan to destroy and block off any tanks that try to make their way into the city. He had also posted snipers in various locations around the city in order to inflict more casualties. Okay men, we will be facing many more attacks. Don't falter. Also, bring up the field guns to the road where we destroyed the tanks. Although their artillery is seemingly useless in this circumstance because of no forward observers, no recon planes, and the houses blocking the view, Leonid has a different use for them. Lieutenant General Arabella has pulled all her tanks out of the city in case there were any more snipers. She pulls out her binoculars and once again studies the city. Let's send a platoon to that entrance. Instruct them to not get out of their tanks. There doesn't seem to be large buildings over there, but have them go in single file and far apart just in case. She points towards a different entrance while giving out orders. They had lost another tank. This time the humans planted explosives directly on the road. Chapter 31 Lions led by donkeys. 1044 March 26, 2020 CE 0822 Start 56th, 196 AE Belen and back outside the city, her staff was bickering. Won't the humans do the same thing again? Can't we just shoot at all the buildings to prevent it? That's a waste of ammunition. Can't we just go around to take the bridge? The terrain is too rough. Ira sighed and looked around at her staff. Her division has been stalled and she has lost 3 tanks. When are the rest of the Central Army going to get here? We will have to contact them to be sure, but it's most likely in a couple of days. Madam, then we will have to wait a couple of days. Lieutenant General, why do we have to wait a couple of days? Our panzers are not going to work out. We need infantry to clear the city. Usually, a Panzer division would come with infantry, artillery, and various other types of units in it, but these specially created divisions, the Blitzpanzer divisions, did not. This was because the field marshals wanted to focus on speed for their new tactic called Blitzkrieg. They removed everything that could possibly slow down the panzers. The field marshals had sorely underestimated the humans, who they thought would just flee in terror once they saw the tanks. Infantry, PFFT. Lieutenant General, is something wrong? You have always felt confident in our panzers. The panzers are excellent but not in cities. The roads constrict their movement and we can have at most only 2 panzers side by side. As it seems, ambushes can be anywhere. Continuously charging in and losing tanks is not going to work. We can try to commit our entire force to overrun them, but the casualties will be significant. Then why not go through the original entrance again? Blow away the rubble and charge in. They will never expect this. We'll even use our medium tanks. We can try that tomorrow. It's getting late today. Set up camp. Throughout the night, Leonid and his men stayed vigilant. They had their weapons ready and they had posted rotating guards in case of any enemy attacks. Outside of the city, Aero and her staff were finalizing plans for tomorrow. 0042 March 27, 2020 CE 0321 Start 57th, 196 AE5 medium tanks, also called the night tank, in a straight line approached the rubble that had been blown onto the streets and the stallion tanks yesterday. Fire, adjusting to high explosives, the 75mm cannon on the night at the front of the line opens up. The rubble is blown away and there is smoke covering the front. Forward, suddenly an explosion occurs on the tank and on the ground around it. Commander, we've been hit. The night stops. No damage. Reload and wait for the smoke to clear. The smoke cleared before another shot hits them. Anti-tank guns in front. Open fire. In front of them are what seems to be 3 anti-tank guns. The knight's first shot destroys the one in the middle. Leonid viewed the battle with his binoculars. The 75mm artillery is not doing anything to the enemy tank. Get the 155mm in position. The Magusian infantry crewing the 75 MMS bravely continued to pummel the night tank with all they had, even resorting to using their guns and magic once their artillery was blown up. Among the men were some capable of destroying a Machian Industrials. To no avail, they were cut down by the knight's machine gun and main cannon. The upper front glassy plate armor of the night tank is 80mm thick with an angle of 55 degrees. This means that anything trying to penetrate the front armor will have to go through at least 139mm of armor. The 75mm artillery with high explosive magshots used by the Magusians will not do much to the night tank. Magician cannons are very different from elven magic cannons. Magician cannons use normal shells that are packed inside with mana as explosives. Elven magic cannons use extremely dense mana as the shells. The elven magic shells can be molded into either armor-piercing or high explosive. The night tanks continued rumbling forward with the rest of the division behind it. As the first night tank crossed a four-way intersection, a massive explosion occurred on the left side of it. The four night tanks behind it came to a stop. The commander of the night behind the night that was fired up and tried to radio it. No response came back. The night in front of our formation is destroyed. A 155mm artillery had been in a lucky position. The lower side armor of the night is only at most 50mm thick with no angle. The 155mm was positioned at the road that was cutting through the main entrance road in order to surprise anything that came down the main entrance road. Although being artillery, it easily went through the side armor of the knight and exploded in it, which killed the crew. A few minutes later, Ara sighed. Another tank lost. We are staying outside the city for now. Contact the infantry corps and ask them when they will arrive. 0524 March 27th. 2020 CE 0542 Start 57th, 196 AE. The rest of the Elven Blitzpanzer divisions had arrived outside the city of Anbelium. They formed together as the 1st Elven Blitzpanzer Corps. Their commander, General of the Panzerstanel Sarksena, would arrive with his central army. Lieutenant General Belra, nice to see you again. I'm surprised you are not inside yet. Ara narrowed her eyes as she looked at her greeter. Lieutenant General Biffine. How nice to see you again. Lieutenant General Faller Biffine of the 6th Elven Blitzpanzer Division smiled. Never expected you to be so scared of going into a city. The humans have it well defended. Faller laughed. Humans defending? Let me show you how it's done, dear Ara. You women have no courage, Ara grumbled. As if you will fare any better, the commander of the 9th Elven Blitzpanzer Division, Lieutenant General Filson Wiesnen, looked at them and shook his head. Ever since the three of them had met after being tasked with this mission, Faller and Ara have been on very bad terms. Many days before the start of the invasion of Afvalin, Elven Nation, Ara entered the room and saluted. Nice to meet you, sir. I'm Lieutenant General Ara Belra. I will be in charge of the 11th Elven Blitzpanzer Division. Lieutenant General Biffine's smile that he had when meeting Lieutenant General Wiesnen and General of the Panzers Sarksena dropped at this moment. A woman. Ara looked questionably at Faller. What? Faller turned toward Tanel, General of the Panzers. This is utter ridiculousness. A woman in charge of this important mission? How did she even get this high of a rank, sucking up to some superior? Now Lieutenant General Biffine, Lieutenant General Belra is quite a distinguished panzer strategist. She has even written some books about it herself. In the Elven military, women were accepted. However, this didn't mean that they were approved by everyone. Of course, not many women had joined. This meant that higher-ranking female military officials were rare. Most women were low-ranking soldiers and only served for a short time as an adventure. 0530 March 27th, 2020 CE 0545 Start 57th, 196 AE. Bellenim. Lieutenant General Biffine had discussed his plans with his staff and has now set off with his division towards the city. Stupid. Filson, you going to try anything? Filson didn't really care much about their rivalry. He is focused on accomplishing the mission with as little casualties as possible. I will see what happens. A few minutes later, explosions occurred in the city as the 6th Elven Blitzpanzer Division dueled with what remained of Leonid's 2nd Battalion of the 151st Infantry Regiment. In what used to be Colonel Donatus's headquarters in the tavern, Leonid pointed at a crudely drawn map of the city. Bring up more of the 155mm. Position them right there. Go. Time is of the essence. Leonid had split the city up into 3 sectors. The western part of the city was under Captain Minervalis, the center was under Captain Sevso, and the east was under Captain Vokala. Each sector had at most 18 75mm artilleries and 6 155mm artilleries. Other than the Magidynamite, the artillery was the only other proven weapon that could take out the enemy tanks. Now, all 3 sectors were reporting attacks. This was a clear indication of an all-out enemy attack. Their remaining planted dynamite took out some tanks at first. After that, their 75mm artillery had easily taken out a few more of the enemy tanks, but then bigger tanks like the one they had faced a few hours earlier for the first time had shown up. Having planned an all-out attack to overwhelm and overrun the humans, Faller sent companies of stallions through all entrances that were facing towards them. The thin front armor of the stallions, at only 30 millimeters, made it easier for them to be taken out by the 75 MMS guarding the roads. However, with multiple companies rushing in, the stallions were able to take out some of the enemy 75 MMS. An intense battle on the roads occurred as shells flew. Disabled 75 MMS were abandoned as stallion tanks exploded left to right from hits. In the end, the stallions had to pull back because of the mounting losses. The report got to Fowler. Inferiors with their dirty tricks. Send in the Knights, 0553 March 27, 2020 CE 0556 Start 57th, 196 AE. The Knights moved forward, and this time the remaining 75 MMS were completely ineffective and were pushed aside. Seeing that the 155 MMS were their most precious weapons, since they had been able to take out the bigger enemy tanks, they were placed on roads that intersected the entrance roads. This allowed the buildings to hide the 155 MMS and allowed the 155 MMS to surprise the enemy tanks. On one of the entrance roads, a platoon of Knights started to pass a four-way intersection. An explosion to the right side of the first Knight disabled it. Another Knight tried to go left of the disabled Knight to use it as cover whilst slowly traversing its turret to the right towards where the shot came from. An explosion to their left causes some damage. However, the Knight was able to fire off its gun towards the artillery on the right. A second shot from the left disabled the Knight. 155 MMS had been placed on both sides of the road that intersected the entrance road. This was to ensure that no enemy was able to cross. The commander of the Knight that was trying to destroy the 155 millimeters to the right made a fatal mistake, thinking there was nothing to their left. The remaining Knights could have pushed through, but at the expense of more mounting losses. They turned back. 0612 March 27, 2020 CE 0606 Start 57th, 196 AE. Arrow was leaning against her stallion outside the camp as Fowler's Knight rolled up. Fowler exited his tank and walked past Ara. So how did that go for you, Lieutenant Colonel Biffing? Shut up. In the end, Fowler lost 16 stallions and 7 Knights. The higher-ups would probably be extremely unhappy. The tanks that the Blitzpanzer divisions were equipped with were the Elvin's best in-service tanks. 0938 March 27, 2020 CE 0749 Start 57th, 196 AE. Near the Verona River, Colonel Donatus got out of his command car. After riding for more than a day, his regiment had finally crossed the Verona. There he found soldiers and tanks posted. He walked up to a soldier who saluted him. "Who is the highest commanding officer here?" "Captain Farinas, sir." "Take me to him." Kizo entered the tent where Captain Farinas was supposed to be. There he saw a man looking at a piece of paper. "Captain Farinas." The man didn't look up. "Whom am I speaking with?" "I'm Colonel Kizo Donatus of the 52nd Infantry Regiment." With that, Captain Farinas jolted up and saluted. "Sorry, sir." "Captain Spurious Farinas, what is your unit doing here?" "We are supposed to guard the bridge." "Wasn't there orders to blow it up after my unit came through?" "Oh yes, there were, but they were scrapped." "We got orders not to blow it up." "Why?" "The First Army is mobilizing much faster than expected." "With this, we don't need to blow up the bridge. Get me in contact with your superior immediately." 1248 March 27, 2020 CE 0924 Start 57th, 196 AE. Abel and Leonid looked at his beleaguered men. They have been reduced from the beginning of 300 to round only 240 left. They have lost 15 75mm and 4 155mm. If another all-out attack came, they should still be able to hold. However, if a third one occurred, the probability of repelling it was questionable. "Men, do you know what is behind us?" "The Verona is. Our brothers in arms are preparing for a counterattack there. If we fail, our country falls. Remember that. The captains and I have agreed to stay here to the end. Are you willing to stay with us?" Cheers rose out. I, Ron the Black Cat Knight Medium Magipanzer from Wikipedia Chapter 32 Last Stand. 2308 March 27, 2020 CE 0234 Start 58th, 196 AE. Western region of the Verona River. A detachment from the First Army guarded one of the many major bridges on the western side of the Verona River. Sandbag positions, trenches, and tanks were all placed to cover anything that would come across the bridge. A soldier looking at the other side of the bridge noticed something through the morning mist. Enemy tanks on the other side of the river. A large enemy tank got onto the bridge. Their tank, An A1 tank, situated right on the exit of the bridge, aimed towards the enemy tank on the other side. Before it could open fire with its 75mm gun, the enemy tank took it out in one hit to the front. The 3rd Blitzpanzer Division's night tank continued down the bridge after destroying the humans' puny metal box that could barely be called a tank. Machine gun fire from the human positions was completely futile as the night pushed aside the destroyed human tank, blocking the way. It was met with many humans' puny metal boxes that tried to destroy it with their puny little guns. The entire detachment was wiped out as tanks from the 3rd Blitzpanzer Division poured in. The Knights greatly outclassed the A1S. The shells fired by the A1S exploded on the Knights' armor and did nothing. The Knights could destroy the A1S in a single shot to the front of it. The Stallions, with their fast-firing 20mm guns, quickly overran any human infantry position. 0246 March 28, 2020 CE 0423 Start 58, 196 AE 1st Army Headquarters. Colonel Donatus despaired at the news. Almost all the bridges on the east and west of the Verona River have been taken. The only reason the central bridges were holding was that the enemy had been held back by Lieutenant Colonel Primus. Military advisor Caius had finally agreed to blow up the central bridges. We should have blown up all of them. What was the military advisor thinking? 1040 March 29, 2020 CE 0820 Start 29th, 196 AE Abelin, and there were no further attacks for 2 days. However, this didn't mean that they could just pull out. With a bridge blown up behind them, they had nowhere to retreat to. Leonid hoped that the 52nd Infantry Regiment was able to get across and blow the bridge up. There were no magrams in the city, so he couldn't contact them to make sure. Right now, the enemy was right outside the city, ready to run them over the moment they saw the chance to. For Leonid, these 2 days were good rest for his men. This changed on the 3rd day. 0550 March 30th, 2020 CE 0555 Start 30th, 196 AE. In addition to the 1st Blitzpanzer Corps, the 3rd Majepanzer Corps, 9th Infantry Corps, and 15th Infantry Corps were situated right out of Anbelium. Lieutenant Colonel Balra, Biffin, and Wiesnin, I demand an explanation of why you are all still outside of the city. Ara speaks up. General Sarksina, human resistance is too stiff, too stiff. Multiple tanks were lost in trying to breach the defenses of the city. I'm requesting an artillery bombardment of the city and then tanks supported by infantry to go in. General of the Panzers Sarksina sighed as he looked at the other 2 lieutenant colonels. A few minutes later, after talking with the general of the Central Army, General of the Panzers Sarksina returned to them. Bombardment will begin within 30 minutes. Then fortress and night tanks will be sent in along with infantry. Once we secure the city, we will reorganize and begin for a push past the river. Yes, sir. 0650 March 30th, 2020 CE 0625 Start 30th, 196 AE 105mm light howitzers and 150mm heavy howitzers lined the grassy plains outside of Anbelium. They were all from the artillery regiments in the infantry and Majepanzer Corps. An officer beside one of the artillery flipped open his pocket watch. Fire. Leonid was playing cards inside the tavern with his 3 captains when he heard a whistling noise. Artillery, get down. The men in the tavern all hit the ground. The ground shook as multiple explosions occurred outside. A soldier came rushing in. Lieutenant Colonel, we are being bombarded by artillery. It's quite obvious. I'm asking what we should do. Get in cover. What else? A shell landed nearby, collapsing a part of the tavern. 15 minutes later, silence filled the air as the explosion stopped. A couple of people were coughing from the dust gathered up by the collapse. Leonid got up and dusted himself. Is everyone fine? Yes, minor scratches. I think I broke my leg. Medic. Leonid looked left to right at all of his men in the tavern. They looked back at him. This is it, men. It's possible to expect an all-out assault. The main enemy army is probably here. This is where we make our last stand. For the Imperium, for the Imperium. Leonid grabbed his officer pistol. He looked at his captains. Let's go. I hope Lars is watching us. He is. Let's show these invaders what it means to mess with us. 0720 March 30th, 2020 CE 0640 Start 30th, 196 AE fortress tanks with platoons of infantry crowded behind them entered through many of the entrances to the city. The already bombed city was further reduced to rubble by the artillery bombardments. They cleared any building that hadn't been reduced to rubble. The buildings on the outer part of the city were completely vacant. On one of the roads, the fortress tank was coming up to its first intersection. It stopped and the infantry behind it advanced forward. They had learned from the earlier attempts made by the Blitzpanzer Corps that the humans liked to hide their anti-tank guns where intersections were in order to surprise any tanks that tried to go past. An infantryman looks over the corner to see the massive 155mm artillery cannon being operated by multiple humans. It seemed to have survived the earlier bombardment unscratched. The elven infantryman rushed up and fired upon the artillery crew that was expecting another tank to come through. A firefight ensued as the panicked artillery crew fired back at the elven infantrymen. Elven submachine guns greatly outclassed the rifles that the humans had. Suffering only some casualties, the artillery was neutralized. Behind them, their tank proceeded forward. The fortress rumbled forward as elves behind it followed. All of a sudden, rapid firing could be heard and the elves behind the tank were struck and killed. It came from one of the closest intact buildings. Machine gun in that building. The elves peppered the building where the firing came from with their rifles and submachine guns. The fortress slowly traversed its turret and raised its gun towards the building and destroyed the front portion of it with a high explosive shell. Clear those buildings. A platoon commander motioned for his soldiers to spread out and look through the buildings for any possible humans. An elf kicked open a door to one of the buildings and was met with a hailstorm of bullets before dying. The other elves around him stuck to the side of the building to avoid the bullets. The elf closest to the door threw a grenade into the building. Seconds later, an explosion occurred. They rushed into the building to find the blown bits of some humans. Clear. In another building, an elf looked through the second floor. He opened a door and is met with a knife aimed straight at his throat. Hand-to-hand combat and gunfights ensued throughout the city in many of the buildings. Clearing the city took nearly an entire day. 0844 March 30th. 2020 CE 0722 star 30th, 196 AE Leonid held tied on his pistol as he crouched behind a flipped-over table in the room. A couple of other men were with him. Proclus, Aulus, and Agrippa were probably already dead, but he would be joining them soon. He heard the door to the building being opened. He looked over the table. Ready men. The soldiers around him nodded. Time seemingly slowed down as footsteps drew near to the door to the room he was in. He saw the doorknob slowly turn. Fire. Leonid and the soldiers around him shot multiple times at the door before stopping. Leonid saw something being thrown in. The object clinked on the ground. Grenade. Get down. Leonid ducked behind the table as the grenade exploded. Leonid's vision shook and his ears rang. Firing broke out as his surviving men tried to kill those that were entering. Leonid once again looked up from his table and started shooting. He felt intense pain on his right arm and fell over. Another grenade went off in the room. 0900 March 30th, 2020 CE 0730 star 30th, 196 AE Elven infantry completely occupied the city. All the human defenders had fought to the last man. The general of the Central Army was sitting in his chair, resting, when a soldier came with a major radio report. General. The battle is finished. We have cleared the entire city. Good. How did it go? As of right now, we are estimated to have around a couple of hundred casualties. A couple hundred, sir. The humans fought to the end. There must have been a regiment-sized force defending the city. Some humans might have escaped into the mountains, but there shouldn't be much, no matter. Did we receive the reports on how the Western and Eastern armies are? Yes, sir. We did. They took their side of the bridges less than 2 days ago. They captured many human soldiers and have disposed of them. The advanced landing grounds have also been set up behind us and are ready. Well, it seems like we are behind. We should arrive at a bridge within 2 days if things go smoothly. Major radio them that we are not ready yet. Yes, sir. 6 days ago, 1346 March 24th, 2020 CE Washington, D.C. In the White House, the Elven invasion of the Magus had become a rather major problem. President Haye was discussing the current situation with his staff. More information about the elves had come in. He questioned Secretary of State Clifford about her meeting with the Magusian diplomats. What does the diplomat from the Magus have to say? When we questioned them, they said that they didn't know why the elves are invading them. Have they requested our help? None at all. They even said that they were doing fine when I asked if they needed assistance. President Haye looked over to Secretary of Defense Roberts. Carlson, what information do we have on these elves? The images we have taken of the elven continents have confirmed that they are a World War II level nation. Their tanks and planes are eerily similar to the ones used by Nazi Germany. From the images, we have seen what seems to be tigers and Stukas. Any explanation for that similarity? The only sensible thing that we could come up with is that the technological development of the elves coincidentally went on a similar path as Germany. All other ideas sound straight out of science fiction. We got transported to another world. The science fiction ideas might be plausible at this point. Hell, fantasy is even plausible. These are elves we are talking about. In addition, Mr. President, we did notice a difference between Nazi Germany and the elves. The navy of the elves is much more numerous than that of Nazi Germany. The elves seem to have a lot of World War II-era aircraft carriers. Makes sense seeing that they are an island nation like Japan. The most concerning part comes from the drones that we sent to observe the battles. What information did we get? The elves are burning entire towns to the ground. They might be massacring humans. Here are some of the photos that were taken from the RQ-170. The RQ-170 was a stealth recon drone used by the United States. In order to avoid detection by possible elven radar, stealth was needed for observing the elves. Closing his eyes, the president sighed. We are definitely going to need more units in the mock. Diplomacy with the elves will be very dangerous. Our best option is to make contact with the elves on the sea and hope they won't shoot at our ships. Should we even try to make diplomatic contact? They will most likely open fire the moment we get close. They also seem just like the Nazis from our world. These actions are basically crimes against humanity. We need to demand that they stop their actions right now. How about this? We send a carrier strike group to the nearest group of elven ships to try to establish contact. If they do something threatening, we shelve this diplomacy thing. That will give us justification for a war against the elves, something Airsoft Al recommended that I do but I didn't. I still find it funny so I'm writing it down here. This is not an actual part of the novel. In the White House, the elven invasion of the Magus had become a rather major problem. President Haye was discussing the current situation with his staff. Mr. President, they are invading the Magus. Don't care but sir. People are being massacred. Sir, they are Nazis. Ron the Black Cat https://youtube.be/nsgb98myviw over their Nightcore, recommended to me by Airsoft Al. Magus A1 tank picture from Wikipedia. Elven Fortress tank picture from Wikipedia chapter 33. The situation at sea. 0858 March 23, 2020 CE 0729 Start 23rd, 196 AE. In the ocean between the Soln League and Magus Imperium, the 6 submarines of the Magusian 9th Submarine Squadron neared the seas where there were reports of enemy ships. Their mission was to infiltrate and sink the enemy convoys. It seemed to be quite simple. When they got to the area where enemy warships patrolled, they would submerge and slip past them. Magusian submarines were more submersibles than true submarines. This meant that they operated mostly on the surface and only submerged to avoid detection or to sneak up on enemies. They had to surface to recharge their batteries. Commander Chaos Marilla was the commander of one of the 6 submarines of the 9th Submarine Squadron. He looked out towards the sea through his periscope. Turning it, he noticed something on the horizon. Enemy warships. Seems to be a group of destroyers. Running up to an enemy patrol already was not a good sign. It was quite lucky that they had already submerged. There shouldn't be any way for the enemies to detect them. Just in case, he ordered his submarine to dive deeper. In an elven destroyer, a sonarman stared intently at his equipment before looking up. Captain, our sonar is picking up a lot of pings. There could be a group of submarines nearby. The captain stared intently at the equipment. Can't be ours. We don't have any assigned here. Fire the depth charges. Sudden explosions rocked Marilla's submarine. The crew was confused. How were they detected? They weren't on the surface. These were the last thoughts of the crew. A massive explosion split the submarine in 20524 March 24, 2020 CE 0542 Star 24th. 196 AE Magus Combined Task Force. There were reports from patrolling Elven submarine and destroyer squadrons of a large Empire fleet approaching the route the Elven convoys took to get to the Empire. With this, the Elven Navy decided that this was their chance to wipe out the human navy. Wolf packs of submarines were gathered to harass and sink as many human ships in that fleet as possible. In addition, a fleet of 3 carriers, 5 battleships, 11 cruisers, and 21 destroyers was also gathered to face off against the human fleet. The plan to stop the Elven convoys by using submarines failed completely. The submarines were somehow easily detected and sunk by the Elven warships. Admiral Manius Vedius had been ordered to lead a large fleet in an effort to stop any Elven ship from getting to the mainland. It had been finally confirmed that the enemies they were facing off against were elves. Admiral Vedius was not at all confident of his victory. He understood that they were facing a super-advanced civilization. The only reason that the Magus Imperium had their current technology was because of the elves. The elves now might even have the same technological capabilities that the Americans had. He had read about what happened in the American Mock War. What happened to the Mock will probably now happen to them. But he still had a duty to do, and he wouldn't just run away because he was scared. More than half of the Magusian Navy was dispatched to destroy any Elven naval assets in the seas which the elves were using to transport their units. 14 pre-dreadnought battleships, 5 dreadnoughts, 20 cruisers, and 50 destroyers were gathered to try to stop the elves. A massive explosion rocked the Magus Imperium ship, Honor, a heavy cruiser, and a water plume rose from its port. More explosions occurred on other ships. Admiral, multiple ships are reported to be taking on water because of torpedo attacks. We are being attacked by submarines. Where are they? We are looking around the ocean but we can't see any, sir. Drop the depth charges. Massive plumes of water rose as Magusian ships dropped the explosives into the ocean. 0200 March 26, 2020 CE 0400 Start 26, 196 AE. In the ocean between the Elven continent and Magus Imperium, the depth charges seemed ineffective. The fleet was harassed by Elven submarines many times. By the third day, they had lost 15 destroyers and 8 cruisers. Because the dreadnoughts and pre-dreadnoughts were at the very center of the massive formation, they were more protected and none were sunk. 0904 March 26, 2020 CE 0732 Start 26, 196 AE. Elven Interception Fleet Admiral Edam Vaynor looked as one of his staff pushed a couple of red blocks on the map towards a couple of blue blocks. Earlier scoutings from Elven destroyers have allowed an estimation of the whereabouts of the human fleet. We should now be getting close to the human fleet. Our submarines should have whittled them down a bit. They will be in range of our aircraft in less than 15 minutes. Admiral Vaynor narrowed his eyes and drew a circle on the map with his fleet at the center. Recon, 1024 March 26, 2020 CE 0812 Start 26, 196 AE. Recon aircraft had finally found the human fleet. The fleet was well within the range of the Elven planes. Airmen ran towards their aircraft on the decks of the aircraft carriers. Torpedo bombers, dive bombers, and fighters were all loaded up and ready. One by one, the aircraft took off from the decks of the aircraft carriers and into the sky. 36 torpedo bombers and 36 dive bombers escorted by 36 fighters. 108 total aircraft. 1100 March 26, 2020 CE 0830 Start 26, 196 AE. Magus Combined Task Force enemy aircraft. A sailor shouted at the top of his lungs on the MIS Kylus, the dreadnought that Admiral Vedius was on. Vedius was surprised. It didn't make sense at all. How was there enemy aircraft in the middle of the ocean? Then he remembered that the Americans also had the same capability. The 3-inch anti-aircraft guns on the dreadnought opened up towards the swarm of approaching planes. The destroyers and cruisers on the outer part of the group and have anti-aircraft guns had already started opening fire. The first formations of aircraft that approached were biplanes. They started to seemingly skim the water. One of the Elven aircraft was hit as it got close. A flame appeared on its tail and it crashed into the water. A few seconds later, objects detached from the bottom of the first formation of aircraft and hit the water. Explosions ripped 2 of the destroyers apart. Admiral, they are dropping torpedoes. Shoot down as many of them as possible. Almost all of the Elven aircraft were able to drop their torpedoes. Only a few were shot down. Multiple destroyers and cruisers had been hit and were sinking. No evasive maneuvers were performed by the ships since they weren't prepared for air attacks in the middle of the sea. More formations of biplanes came and wreaked havoc. A different type of formation approached. They were monoplanes. This time, instead of dropping low onto the water, it continued at its high altitude. The aircraft started a steep dive down towards them. What do we do? Evasive maneuvers, avoid them. These aircraft seemed to be aiming at the larger ships. Bombs dropped from them. The lumbering dreadnoughts and pre-dreadnoughts couldn't avoid them. An explosion rocked the top of a dreadnought and dark smoke plumed into the sky. More explosions rocked the same ship. Admiral. The MIS Tiberius is being abandoned. Why? They aren't sinking, the conning tower has been destroyed and the guns are completely disabled. The planes buzzed around the fleet like flies around garbage. The Magusian ships had too few or zero anti-aircraft guns. Even the dreadnoughts only had 2 anti-aircraft guns aboard each. The Elven aircraft wave stopped and the chaos subsided. Damage report. How many ships did we lose? The men in the brig of the MIS Kylus started receiving these reports. An officer quickly read out the compiled information to the admiral. 4 pre-dreadnoughts were sunk, a dreadnought was disabled, 3 cruisers were sunk, 6 destroyers were sunk, and a dreadnought was heavily damaged but can continue. Some other ships received light damages. Rescue the survivors. Admiral Vedius was visibly upset. Almost half of the fleet was sunk. And it wasn't even because of naval battles. It was from attacks from submarines or aircraft. They only had 10 pre-dreadnoughts, 4 dreadnoughts, 9 cruisers, and 29 destroyers left. The admiral looked out towards his sinking ships. They had only shot down 2 planes. We are turning around. Set a course back to port, but sir, what about the mission? This entire fleet will be sunk before we can even actually engage the enemy or their convoys. Send a report to HQ. Tell them we are taking too many losses and that we are returning. 1124 March 26, 2020 CE 0842 star 26. 196 AE anti-aircraft guns from the destroyers won. The outer part of the fleet started again. More aircraft, they were subjected to the same hell they had experienced before. 1124 March 26, 2020 CE 0842 star 26. 196 AE Elven interception fleet reports from our aircraft indicate that the human fleet has turned around. Admiral Venor watched as his staff pushed the blue blocks away and the red blocks forward on the map. He looked up after thinking for a little while. Pursue them, Admiral. We will be within firing distance in 15 minutes. Good. 1154 March 26, 2020 CE 0857 star 26. 196 AE Magus combined task force ships spotted on the horizon. After the second air attack, the Magus fleet had begun limping back to port. The second attack reduced their numbers to 7 pre-dreadnoughts, 4 dreadnoughts, 7 cruisers, and 24 destroyers. Many of their ships were damaged. They had down some more aircraft, but it didn't really matter. The 3 aircraft carriers were left a bit behind the rest of the Elven fleet, since they were only meant for air support. In a straight line, the battleships, cruisers, and destroyers ran parallel to the human fleet formations. 2 of the battleships were Venharus-class battleships. The other 3 were the older but still very new Alinor-class battleships, which were named after the former Great Magus. Admiral Vedius stood with eyes wide open as he looked at the Elven battleships he faced. They were much larger than any battleship in the Magus's arsenal. The 3 triple 11-inch guns of the Alinor classes, the 4 twin 15-inch guns of the Venharus classes, and the heavy cruisers opened up in a salvo. Admiral Vedius watched as the shells came flying towards his fleet. The 5 twin 12-inch guns of the Magus's newest dreadnoughts were not close enough to hit their targets, so his fleet was turning towards the Elven firing line in order to get closer. He heard the whistling of the shells as they got closer. His dreadnought was lucky since it was at the front of the other dreadnoughts and pre-dreadnoughts. The elf seemed to have targeted the middle of the fleet. The shells rocked his fleet. A turret blew off from one of the pre-dreadnoughts in a massive explosion. The conning tower of a dreadnought was seemingly leveled. Multiple other ships that were hit suffered horrifying damage. The Elven destroyers loosed their torpedoes as they got closer. No torpedo trails could be seen. The agility and torpedo range of the Elven destroyers prevented them from being easily attacked by the human cruisers and destroyers. Some of the torpedoes slammed into the human destroyers. The human fleet seemed to be doing a suicidal last dash towards the Elven fleet. The battleships and the cruisers opened up a second salvo towards the humans' fleet. Admiral Vedius's ship was miraculously still floating after his fleet was pummeled 2 times. Now the remainder of his ships faced off against the Elven fleet, which was now within his fleet's firing range. His pummeled fleet numbered only 3 pre-dreadnoughts, 2 dreadnoughts, 4 cruisers, and 16 destroyers. Most of them have suffered some damage. The bigger ships opened fire as the destroyers attempted to get closer in order to get the enemies into torpedo range. A shell struck the Garrick, one of the Alinor-class battleships, and did some damage. Most shells missed. An Elven cruiser was struck and suffered heavier damages. Another salvo came again from the Elven fleet. This time Admiral Vedius's ship wasn't as lucky. The MIS Kylus was struck multiple times and its entire deck seemed to be leveled. With this, the morale of the Magus fleet plummeted. Their ships had been torn apart and they had only inflicted very minor damage to the enemy. Some started to flee. Others decided to die for their country. Elven Interception Fleet Damage Report, minor damages to the Garrick and the Sanev. We also lost 2 destroyers. Should we pursue the fleeing enemy? We should be able to outmatch their speed. Admiral Vanor shook his head. Those that flee are cowards and cowards are beneficial to us. Let them spread the word of their defeat. The humans shall tremble before our might. Vanor closed his eyes. That was the signal that the operation was over. Chapter 34 Bait Operation. April 1, 2020 CE Sun 1st, 196 AE Primopolis Emperor Arstant was with his advisors again. We are receiving requests for assistance from the Sohn League. The Sohn League army is in tatters. In our situation, we can't do much. If the 1st and 4th army can push back these elves, then we can probably send reinforcements. The Kingdom of Albia is the front line now for them. The Subican Kingdom has bowed down and allowed the elves to occupy them as allies. So far the 3 kingdoms nearest to the Elven continent have been defeated. Have the United Beastmen Kingdom sent their soldiers yet? The soldiers that the United Beastmen Kingdom sent to assist couldn't beat these elves. There wasn't much hope for the Sohn League at this point. The United Beastmen Kingdom had the strongest soldiers in the Sohn League. The Subican Kingdom was the most powerful kingdom in the Sohn League. The Emperor sighed as he looked at the map. Why did this have to happen at this time? The collapse of the Mach was supposed to be the end of all the problems that the Magus faced. Now, these elves just had to come back to disturb the sweet peace that was finally accomplished after more than a century of on and off wars. Military advisor Chaos looked towards the Emperor who was becoming visibly upset. Don't worry, Your Majesty, the 1st and 4th Army will begin their offensive soon. The bridges may be lost but we can use them as choke points. 2001 March 21, 2020 CE Nashville, Tennessee. This morning, a new continent had just appeared off the coast of the Magus Imperium. Scientists had wondered if this event was similar to what had occurred to our country. A satellite map of the Elven continent showed up on the top right of the screen. However, based on recent information we gained from the White House, it appears to be a continent that had submerged itself around 150 years ago. They have announced that further information will be revealed in the near future as it becomes confirmed. Jack sighed. Most recent news was either minor domestic things or overall information on this world. Sometimes there were interesting major domestic incidents, but that couldn't replace the volume of news before the US was transported to this world. This world didn't have the interconnectivity of the last. The internet also looked quite bleak. Although it was still running and all fine, quite a lot of the content was gone. 1509 March 24, 2020 CE. They are also reported to be currently invading the Magus Imperium and the kingdoms on the Sohn continent. The White House has not released any information about what they plan to do about this. 0814 March 27, 2020 CE 0729 Start 57th, 196 AE off the coast of the Sohn continent. The USS Abraham Lincoln and its carrier strike group were sailing past the north coast of the Sohn continent towards the eastern tip of it. Washington had learned about the Elven invasion of the Sohn continent from the Magusian diplomats and decided that it was the best place to initiate contact. Other than the aircraft carrier, the carrier strike group consisted of 2 Ticonderoga-class guided missile cruisers, 6 Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyers, and a Virginia-class submarine. This large group was meant to be seen as intimidating. Basically it was gunboat diplomacy. If they could force these Nazis to give in, the problem would be solved. The Elven naval presence near the Sohn continent was light, seeing that the kingdoms weren't much of a threat to them. However, this didn't mean that there were no Elven units there. The carrier strike group was fast approaching a formation of what was believed to be an Elven naval formation. The 22nd Elven Destroyer Squadron, consisting of 10 Elven destroyers, patrolled a large chunk of the ocean near the Sohn continent. This was in order to stop any human ships from slipping in or out. The radar on the destroyers indicated a large formation of ships approaching them at a high speed. When the commander of the destroyer squadron, Captain Nelder Loveler, received this report, he was very surprised. Change into defensive formation. The kingdoms shouldn't have any ships that could threaten them, but he immediately ordered this just in case it was an actual threat. These ships definitely seemed to know where the Elven destroyers were. This could have possibly been another elven naval squadron, but there wasn't supposed to be another this far out. A few minutes later, massive ships came out of the horizon towards them. Unknown ships spotted starboard. Nelder took out his binoculars and focused on the ships. His eyes widened in shock as he said this to the others in the brig. Seems to be an aircraft carrier and 8 cruisers. Not only was there an aircraft carrier that was not elven, but it was also a ridiculous size. Ours, Captain. Just to be sure, Captain Ronell looked at the giant flags of the ships. There were stripes going top to down with an alternating red and white pattern. On the top, left corner of it was a blue rectangle with white stars covering it. Doesn't seem like it. Captain Ronell's mind was racing. As far as he knew, only they should have the technological capability to build and operate aircraft carriers. The human empire's navy was swept aside in a grand naval battle just a few days ago. And the humans didn't have a single aircraft carrier. If the empire, the supposedly most advanced civilization of humans, didn't have aircraft carriers, then what nation was this? Was this one of the other intelligent species? The beastmen? The dwarves? They shouldn't have the capability to build these either. According to history, the various beastmen kingdoms had been warring with the humans forever and were equally matched with the kingdoms. The dwarves were not really plausible since they lived on the insular continent, which was quite far away. They were also isolationists. There was also a bunch of other intelligent species, but their technological capabilities were a joke. While they were in a line formation, the unknown ships ran parallel to them in a spread-out formation. The massive aircraft carrier was in the middle. Apprehensively, Captain Ronell watched as something lifted off of the aircraft carrier. Get the anti-aircraft guns up. According to the rangefinders, the weird flying contraption with a propeller on top hovered outside the effective firing range of the destroyer's AA guns. It stayed there. After a few minutes, a voice seemingly came out of it. Thing on? Oh, oops, there was silence again. This is the United States Navy. Our fleet has been dispatched under orders of the government of the United States of America, a human government, to make diplomatic contact. Please send only a single small expedition boat forward for negotiations. We will send one of ours too. The announcer on the Seahawk equipped with a long-range acoustic device didn't quite understand why he was ordered to specifically say a human government, but he went along with it. The flying contraption was somehow projecting a voice. It was the human empire language. Captain Ronell understood the empire language. He was taught it in school because it was essential for an elf to understand their future slaves. What really got his attention was the phrase human government. Nelder looked at the massive human ships again. They stayed very far away but were still visible. He looked closely at all the cruisers. They may be the size of cruisers, but they only had 1 to 2 puny singular guns at most on each of them. They seemed like old destroyers made to look like modern cruisers. Who were the humans trying to fool with this underhanded and obvious trickery? Their aircraft carrier might look big, but it must also be a fake. They are humans. Prepare to attack. Are you sure, sir? We are only a destroyer squadron and they have cruisers. Do not fear. Those ships may be the size of cruisers, but they are only armed as well as an old destroyer. I can only see a small singular gun on most of them. They are staying far away in order to keep up this fake image. Get us in range of the human fleet and annihilate them. The Seahawk, hovering in the middle between the U.S. carrier strike group and the Elven destroyer squadron, waited for the elves to drop one of the small white boats that hung to the sides of the destroyers. Instead of dropping a boat, the Elven destroyers started to turn towards the U.S. ships. The Seahawk immediately started to move back. Rear Admiral, the Elven destroyers are turning towards us. It looks like they are trying to engage us. Label them as hostile. Permission to engage is granted. Rear Admiral Halbert Johnson nodded after he said that. Just as expected. Under the sea near the Elven destroyer squadron, we have permission to engage. 4 Mk-48 torpedoes almost simultaneously launched out of the Virginia-class submarine. They glided quietly through the sea towards the Elven destroyers. Captain Ronell stared at the human fleet. His destroyer squadron had nearly finished turning. Once his ship got into firing range, the twin 5.9-inch guns would open fire. He couldn't wait for the possible promotion he would get once he claimed that he sunk a human fleet that had an aircraft carrier and cruisers. He had been a commander of only a destroyer squadron for ages. This was his one-in-a-lifetime chance. Those were his last thoughts as his destroyer seemingly turned into a massive fireball. The commanders of the other destroyers were stunned as they saw the lead ship and 3 other ships being lifted up out of the ocean and consumed in massive fireballs. The lead ship, which had their captain on board, was the last ship in the formation. On one of the 6 remaining destroyers, the destroyer commander told a radarman and sonarman in a panic, "Enemies behind us, sir. Our radars aren't picking up anything. There's absolutely nothing behind us." "What? Then what sorcery was that?" At that moment, explosions seemingly occurred on all of the human cruisers. The commanders of the destroyers quickly turned their attention to that and wondered what was happening. Did the humans blow themselves up? As the smoke on the human ship started to clear, they saw a ball of light streak towards them, leaving behind a trail of clouds. "What is that?" The ball of light got closer and closer. The commanders were all in fear at what the ball of light was. If it was coming towards them and were from those wretched humans, it wasn't a good thing. Similar orders rang out on all the destroyers. Evasive maneuvers, the destroyers all started turning. On one of the destroyers, a sailor closely watched the ball of light. "Commander, it's following us." The balls of light were not going in a straight line, they were turning to wherever each destroyer had moved. Impossible. What magi? One of the balls of light slammed into a destroyer and seemingly vaporized it. Before long, the remaining elven destroyers had been turned into floating scraps on the sea. Seems like diplomacy failed. Tell Washington that they took the bait. The elves acted hostile immediately once we gave them our message. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 35 PMC. After the incident between the U.S. Carrier Strike Group and the Elven Destroyer Squadron, a state of war now existed between the United States and the Elven nation. Of course, the elves didn't know about this. The destroyer squadron that met the U.S. Carrier Strike Group had been sending reports back to headquarters. Their last message was saying that they were attacking a human fleet that had an aircraft carrier. When the Elven Navy Department found out that the reports from that Elven destroyer squadron ceased, they decided to cover it up. Currently, the leader greatly favored the Army, so blunders by the Navy were less tolerated. The Navy Department thought that an insignificant destroyer squadron going missing shouldn't matter that much anyway. They could just send another one. 1522 March 29, 2020 CE Washington, D.C. President Haye was in a meeting about conducting this war. Secretary of State Clifford was telling him the current problems. "We are trying to offer our help to the Magus, but they are still not accepting. They do know that they are technologically inferior, correct? They don't acknowledge it." The president's face distorted in discomfort and disappointment. He sighed. "That's understandable, I guess. Once, being one of the 2 superpowers in this world, they probably aren't willing to want help from a nation who they see as threatening that status. From their behavior, that most likely is the reason. In their own eyes, they probably want to relish the status as the lone superpower in this world after the defeat of the mock Imperium." The president shook his head. "Even though we were the ones who did it, how many units do we already have stationed in the mock Imperium? In addition to the Marine Expeditionary Force, we have more than 15 Army divisions deployed. We should have more than 20 soon, and we can't deploy any of them to the Magus Imperium until the Magus allow us to." "Just great. What about the Sohn League? Can we deploy units there to fight the elves?" "As of right now, our communication with the Sohn League depends on the Magus Imperium. The Magus Imperium denied our help, which means that they are also denying our help for the Sohn League. Why haven't we set up direct diplomacy with the individual Sohn kingdoms?" The Secretary of State breathed in and out lightly. It was her way of indicating that it was a rather long explanation. "Sure, there are individual kingdoms, but they are greatly tied together as the League. Their diplomacy outside of the Sohn continent is managed by the Sohn League. And since the Sohn League is greatly tied to the Magus Imperium, the Magus Imperium offered to do the Sohn League's diplomacy for other nations." The president was exasperated at her explanation. "Well, that's just not sensible, Mr. President. You have to understand, before us, there wasn't really much need for the Sohn League to contact anyone else. The Bem Kingdom and Mock Imperium were their enemies. The only nation that they had to keep relations with was the Magus Imperium. The independent kingdoms on the Sohn continent decided that in order to streamline the process, diplomacy outside of the Sohn continent would be under the management of the Sohn League. And since their survival depended on the Magus Imperium, The Solan League's diplomacy with any other nation would be managed by the Magus. Then we will have to wait until the Magusians come begging us for help. Seems like it. Secretary of Defense Roberts gave his recommendation on the matters of the war. We could stop the elves by cutting them off at sea. That will stop them from supplying their units in the Magus Imperium. The president thought about it for a bit before he said this. Let's just wait for the Magus to come begging us for help. I get the feeling that will be much more beneficial to our standing in this world. Can't let them get any more bragging rights from our accomplishments. 0450 April 2nd, 2020 CE 0525 Sun 2nd, 196 AE Central Verona River. Major General Era watched as engineers built a temporary wooden bridge in order to cross the Verona. To her right were the destroyed remains of the only bridge of the Central Verona River. She was not in a happy mood. Era had learned that the Eastern Army and Western Army had already secured all the bridges on the eastern and western portion of the Verona. How dumb were the humans? Could they have built more bridges here as they did in the east and west? The eastern and western armies might finish the war before they even get to do anything. Primopolis Emperor Arstant was very worried. The speed in which the elves traveled to the Verona River indicated that they could reach Primopolis in less than a month if nothing stopped them. Your Majesty, we will be beginning the counterattack very soon. Elven units are streaming in from the bridges on the east and west Verona. The area around the bridges will be perfect for choke points. The 1st and 4th Army will definitely push them back to the other side of the river. Central Verona River. The 51st Magusian Wyvern Squadron was flying high above the Verona River. They had orders to recon the area and report back with information on enemy positions. They cruised at a low speed and enjoyed the view of the river. The lack of air attacks further from the Verona indicated that the elves didn't have the range to go beyond it. One of the Wyvern pilots noticed something coming from the sun. The Wyverns were in very close formation, which allowed them to talk with each other. Hey, what is that up there, HM? As they got closer, the objects became clear. Enemy aircraft. Evasive maneuvers. It was too late. Streams of magic bullets from the closest AI-192 poured into the lead Wyvern. It spiraled towards the ground as both the pilot and Wyvern were shredded. Less than an hour later, a formation of AR-192s came in for a landing on the advanced landing grounds. The lead pilot walked down from his plane and jumped onto the ground. Another pilot, a friend of his, was there to meet them. Eltar, how is the patrol? Eltar laughed. Laryl, get this, the humans are actually using wyverns. They are. Yeah, my squadron ran into a human one. They didn't even see us. Shot them all out of the sky in one swoop. Talk about pathetic. Laryl nodded and his eyes sparkled as he changed the topic. Anyways, I have exciting news. Keep it a secret, okay? Yeah. Laryl looked around before whispering into Eltar's ear. I got assigned to an experimental unit with a new aircraft. I heard this new aircraft won't be like any before. It's going to be faster than any normal propeller plane. That sounds great. I kind of feel envious. Won't this mean that you won't be in this unit anymore? The experimental unit is separate, so probably not. Eltar was a bit sad at this information. He didn't want to see his best friend go. Oh well, we will see each other after this. Heck, I may even see you fly your experimental aircraft. Soon Continent, the diplomat from the Subican Kingdom, left. Filson Erna, the elven diplomat, looked at the paper in his hand. He laughed until there was no more air in his lungs. That dumb human actually accepted. He was given orders to keep at least one human country independent and as an ally. This one country was meant to be the place where the remaining humans will be stored for breeding in order to keep a supply of human slaves. The leader wanted to exterminate the humans but thought that keeping some as slaves would be nice. Filson decided to pick the largest country in the weakest but still developed part of the world. Luckily, the Subicans jumped on the offer since they saw the situation as hopeless. He looked at a stack of paper that gave him information about the human kingdoms. He was surprised that the beastmen were helping these humans. The beastmen were excellent warriors but still technologically inferior when compared to the elves. What also surprised him was the fact that these backwater humans even had some technology that matched the human empire. The amphibious invasion was even fired upon by coastal artillery. He wondered if he should ask that human diplomat how they got their hands on that technology and why they were allied with the Beastman Kingdoms. 0529 April 2nd, 2020 CE. Miami. In his office, Diplomat Underwood's phone rang. Translator Hoffman got there just in time. Captain Raoul, I'm surprised to see you here. Who's the other person? In addition to Ambassador Jacques, 2 other people were there. One of them was Captain Raoul, the Albion captain that initiated first contacts between the United States and the rest of the world. The person beside me is Diplomat Fox of the Sohn League. We were urgently sent here by the Council of the Sohn League. What does the Sohn League need? I thought you guys did your diplomacy through the Magus Imperium, Ambassador Jacques, the Magusian diplomat, interjected. My government and I do not approve of this, but because Captain Raoul is a close friend of mine, I will allow it. This may make some of the nobles in my country unhappy, so I hope that you can keep this a secret. Underman nodded. Of course, take a seat. The Sohn League diplomat started speaking after sitting down. As you already know, I'm Diplomat Fox of the Sohn League. I was sent here by the Council of the League to request for your country's help. The Sohn League is in a tough situation right now. We have received absolutely no help from the Magus Imperium, Jacques interjected again. As I said, we will come with aid after we start pushing these elves back. Captain Raoul turned to Jacques. But when will that be? The Sabacan kingdom is in the elves' pocket. My kingdom can't last any longer. The beastmen are doing their best, but we are just being slaughtered on the battlefield. Ambassador Jacques sighed and stopped talking. Raoul focused his attention back to the main conversation. So you are now asking for my nation's help? Yes, the council has heard that you had offered help to the Magus Imperium against the elves. They may have refused, but we desperately need it. We are glad to help. If we can gain permission from your league for us to deploy on your land, that would be a problem. Underwood raised his eyebrow. Why would that be? Raoul sighed and looked down. As you already know, the Magus Imperium doesn't really like the idea of asking others for help. The council wasn't sure what to do but sent me anyways. If we had asked you for help and you did so, our relationship with the Magus would worsen. They would definitely see this as some sort of betrayal. If we allowed you to deploy your troops on our land, Underwood looked at Jacques. The Magusian ambassador was just staring at a wall as if he was not listening to the conversation. Jacques' hands were tied in this situation. Then how are we meant to help if your league can't even accept it? That was why I came here. I was begging Jacques if he could help us, but he couldn't. He only set up a meeting with you. I didn't know what to do, but I came. Underwood closed his eyes and nursed the bridge of his nose. His tone dropped. I will see what I can do. I will call you back once the decision is made. Raoul stood and bowed. Thank you. After they left, Underwood picked up his phone and dialed. Washington, D.C. President Hayes was happy. The Sohn League is asking for our help? Great. Let's. One problem, they won't allow us to deploy on their lands. Huh? Why's that? The Secretary of State explained the situation. The happiness that lit up the president's face was gone after that. Ugh. Then what are we supposed to? Wait. I have an idea. A man was leaning back on his chair while playing with a Rubik's Cube. The phone on the desk rang and he plucked it up. This is Diamond Wolf's PMC. The man listened intently to the person on the other side of the phone before replying. I see. Send them over then. Miami Diplomat Fox, we are able to help without actually deploying our own troops. Fox looked at Underwood quizzically. How? Underwood smiled. Are you interested in hiring some mercenaries? Hiring your military as mercenaries? No. I meant actual mercenaries. In our country we have this thing called a private military company. They are well trained and well armed. They aren't under our control, so it shouldn't upset the Magus Imperium. I suppose we could hire them. Good then, we will gladly transport you to meet with them. I will get someone to guide you there. It will be a short plane ride. A few minutes later, an attendant came. As the attendant guided Captain Raoul and Diplomat Fox out, Underwood remembered something. One thing before you go. We are not responsible for whatever they do when they are hired. Good luck. Chapter 36. Over there. 0301 April 3rd, 2020 CE 0432 Sun 3rd, 196 AE Primopolis military advisor KSI Genis had been flagged down by one of his subordinates. Sir, we are receiving a lot of requests from generals that we accept the Americans' offer of assistance. KS waved him away. Nonsense, we can deal with it ourselves. We may have been pushed back to the Verona, but that was because we were unprepared. The surprise attack combined with our disarming after the defeat of the Mock Imperium were important factors in the success of the elves. Once we reorganize, we can push them out in an instance. 0926 April 3rd, 2020 CE 0743 Sun 3rd, 196 AE. A few miles from the Verona, in a building, a person slammed his fist on the rickety wooden table. Our wyverns are being shot out of the sky. I thought their planes didn't have the range to get here. The elves are probably using the airfields they seized from us. There's not enough airfields on the other side of the Verona for this magnitude of planes. Anyways, that's not important. What's important is that without our wyverns, we have got no reconnaissance of the enemy. General, our recon cavalry are keeping an eye on any possible elven advance. That's not what I want to know. What I want to know is the exact positions and the number of tanks the enemy has. Only aerial recon can do that. Now, the attack will be even more dangerous if we don't have a clear picture of what exactly we are facing. The Magus 1st and 4th Army were entrenched a couple of miles away from Verona. The front was split in half. The left half was under the 4th Army while the right half was under the 1st. The original plan was to have the armies occupy a position right on the other side of the Verona. The loss of the forward elements, which guarded the bridges, caused that to change. A1 tanks were also being brought to the front in large numbers to prepare for the assault. General Andre of the 1st Army was still upset about the fact that their wyverns were being shot down, but continued to plan the attack with his subordinates. Then an adjutant came rushing in. General, they are attacking our eastern flank faster than we had expected. They haven't stopped to consolidate their forces at the bridges. Our scouts have reported enemy tanks are moving towards their trenches. Verona defense line. News of the incoming attack had spread throughout the trenches. Private Noel Galway looked out of his trench. He had heard of the news and was waiting for it. 1000 April 3, 2020 CE 0800 Sun 3rd, 196 AE. Nothing came. The tension that dominated the air when the news came had evaporated over time. Many thought it was a false alarm. Less than 30 minutes ago, a different part of the Verona defense line soldiers in the trenches looked up towards the sky as they heard a loud and terrifying howl. The enemy attack was finally here. Multiple planes were diving straight towards them. They came closer and closer as if they wanted to crash into the trenches. Then suddenly the planes arched up and multiple objects detached from them. Black dots filled the sky and struck the ground. Dirt and dust were thrown up as massive explosions occurred all around the trenches. The sirens and explosions continued as more elven magi dive bombers pummeled the trench. Men that were knocked back by the explosions lay groaning on the ground. Those that instinctively dove to the ground were in better shape. They stood up in a daze after the howling and explosions came to an abrupt stop as the elven aircraft flew away. Medic, we got wounded here. The bombs from the Ra 189s devastated the area around the trenches. Some tanks were turned to scrap. People were yelling to get the heavily wounded out in stretchers. Soldiers stared at the sky in fear for more enemy planes. Before long, they could hear ominous clanking noises coming from over the trenches. Tanks. Enemy tanks. Soldiers looked out of the trenches to see countless gray tanks heading straight towards them. They watched as the streaking light of a tank shell flashed towards them. Soldiers ducked back into the trench. A massive explosion destroyed one of the A1 tanks sitting behind the trench line. The booms of elven tanks firing dominated the battlefield. Back to the present, a few miles from the Verona, the adjutant of General Andre rushed into the headquarters again. General, we received Magram reports from our frontline observers. They have broken through multiple points on the trend line. What? They didn't attack the entire line. They concentrated their tanks and broke through at certain points. Have they occupied those areas? Are our men in retreat? The enemy tanks didn't stop. They are continuing to push and our men were overrun. Fill the gaps immediately. We will encircle them and put them behind our lines, sir. Enemy infantry and motorized units have prevented us from retaking the gaps. General Andre looked at his map and wondered out loud. What are they planning? The enemy had broken through many points on the trench line and sent their forces deep. But they didn't attack the entire line. Most of the trench line was still intact. The general observed the map on his table. Red lines on the map indicated where the enemies broke through. Sir, look at the distance between the points where they have broken through. General Andre's eyes widened as this was brought to his attention. The breakthrough points on the map were far apart, but they were at certain intervals. They are trying to encircle us. Call a general retreat. Verona defense line. A whistle sounded. Retreat. Retreat. Private Gavin looked around confused. Nothing had happened, so why were they retreating? He followed the other soldiers as they rushed out of the trench. The A1 tanks started to turn around 20 minutes later. Private Gavin followed his platoon as they marched with the rest of the division quickly down the road. An A1 motored beside them. Multiple A1s exploded at the front of the line. Enemy assault. Just as that scream reverberated throughout the area, An explosion on the long line of infantry caused them to dive to the ground. Gray tanks appeared from the left. The A1s turned and started driving towards them. The gray tanks stood there motionless. Another volley came from them. Gavin scrambled to get to cover as his fellow platoon members did too. Gavin was lying flat on the side of the road. The clanking noise and the monstrous size of the gray tank scared him. There wasn't much an infantryman could do against a tank that was miles away. Gavin viewed the tank battle. The A1 tank crews were valiant, but victory did not seem possible. They couldn't even get their guns in range to fire upon the enemy. The A1s charged as the gray tanks fired upon them. One shot caused a fiery explosion as it hit one of the tanks. Gavin lay there merciful in fear at the scene. Someone nudged him. Quickly, "We are leaving." Gavin got up and saw that everyone else was leaving too. They had managed to get out of sight of the battle. The A1s were left behind to cover the retreat of the infantry. Gavin was surprised that the enemy was already here. Did they somehow overtake Gavin and his unit? Then suddenly an explosion ran out in the middle of the infantry formation. Enemy tanks! Everyone started running. Unlike when they were fighting the A1s, the enemy tanks started coming towards them. These ones were much smaller than the tanks earlier. But they were fast. And they were armed with a machine gun instead of a cannon. The organized retreat fell into chaos. A few miles from the Verona General. "We haven't received any messages from our scouts. Do we know anything about the front line?" The last message was that we are on complete retreat. More scouts have just been sent out to check the situation. One of Andrew's subordinates voiced his opinions. "General, we are too close to the front line now. I suggest we relocate to a safer location." The rest of his staff agreed. General Andrew closed his eyes and rubbed them in a tired fashion. "Tell everyone to get ready to leave. Keep me updated on what the scouts find. Once everything is packed, we shall go, General." "General," his adjutant ran into the building seemingly out of breath. "We have to go." General Andrew looked perplexed. "Calm down. What's happening?" "Enemy tanks are closer than we thought. It will be only a matter of time before they are here. Our main force has already been completely encircled." "General, we need to leave." Andrew looked at the map before looking up. "Quickly then, we don't have time to waste. We are leaving right this instant. If it isn't important, leave it behind or burn it." Andrew and his staff walked out of the building and got into their cars. Then he heard shouts. "They are here." Enemy tanks. General Andrew looked back at the scene unfolding behind him. Gray tanks were moving into the area where he had set up his headquarters. He turned back and shouted at his driver. "Driver, go!" Machine gun fire could be heard behind them. A group of cars and some trucks sped out of the camp. 1124 April 3, 2020 CE 0842 Sun 3rd, 196 AE Primopolis. Your Majesty, the 1st and 4th Army faced a simultaneous attack an hour ago. Large portions of both armies have been surrounded by the elves. The eastern and western flanks of the front have been completely open. We are scrambling to set up a new defensive position. Emperor Arstant sat down and closed his eyes. "Where is Chaos?" "He is currently busy. A lot of generals are threatening to resign after what happened. They were the ones that had requested we accept the Americans' offer of help. Get me to him right now." Chaos was dealing with all the angry generals that had barged into his office. "We have absolutely nothing to fear, gentlemen." They all stared at him with hostile eyes. "Nothing to fear? Of course, we have something to fear. Two armies were completely encircled and pushed back. How do you expect us to even stop them? I ask you this, gentlemen. Are we a nation that is not capable of defending itself? Are we, the Magus Imperium, just going to let another nation defend us? Are we going to put our nation in more debt to another nation's actions? We? A nation that has held the title of superpower for more than a century. We are the Magus Imperium and we need no other country to defend us. If the country is gone, that superpower status and debt won't matter." The door to his office opened once more. Chaos sighed. "Not another one." Surprisingly, Emperor Arstan strolled in. All the generals bowed at his presence. "You may all rise." "What is going on here?" One of the generals spoke up. "Your Majesty, we cannot continue this any longer. We need help from the Americans." The Emperor looked at everyone in the room. "And you all agree on this?" All the generals nodded at once. The Emperor sighed. "We will request help from the Americans." The generals all brightened up as he said that. Chaos looked at the Emperor in surprise. "But your Majesty." "No buts, Chaos. The eastern and western flank has already fallen. Our defenses are spread thin. We will only face destruction if it continues like this. 1352 April 3, 2020 CE Miami diplomat Underwood and translator Hoffman were once again in a meeting with the Magusian ambassador. This time, they have finally requested help from the United States. We are willing to let some of your units through to fight the elves. We will only allow a certain amount of aircraft. They will be deployed to areas designated by our generals and supervised by our officers. Underwood had a face like he was through with this. It's all of them or none. We want to be able to deploy our units as we like. Completely under our command and with freedom of movement. If you don't agree, then get out of here. Ambassador Jacques looked to the ground and sighed before looking up. His Majesty was hoping they would agree to that, but it seemed like they had no choice. Fine. 0633 April 4, 2020 CE 0616 Sun 4th, 196 AE near the Mac-Magus border near a barn, a farmer tended to his field. He stopped his tractor when he heard something that sounded like an object endlessly whipping the sky. He looked up. His eyes nearly popped out. Hundreds of objects with what seemed to be propellers on top appeared in his view. Then he heard rumbling on the road that was next to his farm. Apaches, Chinooks, and Blackhawks flew overhead. M1A2 Abrams, Bradleys, and Strickers rumbled down the road. A massive procession heading straight towards the front. Chapter 37 The Black Death Helicopter. 1135 April 4, 2020 CE 0847 Sun 4th, 196 AE 50 miles from the jungles of the Magus Imperium. Chinooks and Blackhawks landed by an airfield. The grass buffeted in the wind made by the helicopters. Chinooks dropped off their equipment. Multiple people jumped out from the Blackhawks. One of them looked around before turning to the others. Engineers, get to work. We have to get this free on board up ASAP. The people who were shouted at quickly scurried off everywhere. The commanding man walked towards the Magusian officials that were standing on the airfield. After consultations with the Magus, multiple airfields near the front line were gladly given to the Americans for whatever they needed it for. There wasn't much need for the airfields anyways. Hundreds of wyverns had been shot out of the sky, so there was plenty of space. The planes of the Magus Imperium near the Verona. Lieutenant General Ayra sighed as she looked out of the commander hatch of her night. They had already broken through the human central front, but she wasn't allowed to be part of any of the forward elements. With her superiors here, she couldn't just rush to the front lines like she did during the beginning of the war. She thirsted for action. The sweet feeling of crushing her enemies. If only her division was still an autonomous unit. She calmed down and shook her head after a while of daydreaming. She will probably get her share of the battle soon. Nothing could stop the Elven army, and since they were waging war against the entire human race, it was only a matter of time before she could get into her stallion again and rush off to battle. 0422 April 5, 2020 CE 0511 Sun 5th, 196 AE. The jungles of the Magus Imperium, the remnants of the 1st and 4th Army, were making a panicked retreat across the plains towards the jungles. The secondary defense lines were just beyond them. If they could get there, they should be safe. However, it wasn't going to be easy. The Elven forward elements were hot on their trail. Any units that lagged behind were massacred by tanks. Gavin stumbled on one of the roads through the jungles. His unit, if it could be even called a unit anymore, had been running for more than an entire day. Whatever was left of the cohesion and organization of the 4th Army didn't exist anymore after the Elven tanks' attack. There were no orders anymore. Only survival was on their minds. They were just trying to reach the secondary defense lines. Just trying to reach safety. That safety was beyond the jungle, since the higher-ups wanted to be able to get supply there with little problem. It was more of a place to store supply before they got transported to the front. The higher-ups never actually thought that they would be pushed back this far. He heard clanking noises behind him as he staggered forward. Dread filled him. It could only mean one thing. The elves and their monstrous tanks were here. How? His unit was running constantly. They didn't stop. At this point, he collapsed onto the ground. He just couldn't do it anymore. Around him, his unit was in a panicked rush to run. He closed his eyes. This was it. Mother. Father. The clanking noise grew closer. Your son will be going ahead of you. Then he heard something different. It wasn't that loud, but it was still audible. Something like an object constantly whipping through the air. At the same time, he heard something that sounded like music he had never heard of before. Was this the angels coming to get him before death? They're red, white and blue, and when the band plays Hail to the Chifu, they point the cannon at you. Lord, it ain't me, it ain't me. Sounds of massive explosions occurred around him. The ground shook. He opened his eyes in surprise and got his head off the ground to stare at the carnage occurring on the road behind him. 0356 April 5, 2020 CE 0428 Sun 5th, 196 AE. One of the air bases given to the U.S. helicopters roared to life in one of the many airfields that were given to the United States. Their rotors started to spin. Attack helicopters, A-64D Apache Longbows and A-64E Apache Guardians, were already in the air. They were all tilted forward and moving quickly. Below, soldiers got on A-60 Blackhawks and CH-47 Chinooks. Some of the Chinooks that were already in the air hooked onto Humvees below them. Inside one of the Chinooks, a second lieutenant yelled at his platoon, who were all sitting with ready faces. "We will be landing on the defense line that the Maggies have set up behind the jungle. Based on what we have been told, these elven sons of bitches are currently moving onto that position. The birds will keep an eye on things. Overlord will warn us if anything comes our way." 15 minutes later, secondary defense line soldiers were leaning against the back of the trench with rifles on their shoulders. Some stood firmly and held on to the back of their machine guns. The machine guns looked intensely at the jungle for any enemies. Then all of them swished their heads to look toward the sky behind them, as weird noises had caught their attention. They watched in utter surprise as multiple flying contraptions with big propellers on top quickly passed overhead. They were like Pegasus flying full speed ahead. Were these the Americans who were said to be coming as help? What were those things? Behind them, some of these weird flying objects seemed to be getting closer to the ground. They landed and people wearing bulky clothing rushed out. They were dressed in a mess of darkish green and a few other colors. They were also all wearing sunglasses. In a dugout room in the reserve trench, a man and one of the weird clothed men saluted at each other. Lieutenant Colonel William Parker of the 82nd Airborne Division, Major General Lance Bernard of the 41st Division, 6th Army. They put their salutes down. "Glad to see that you understand Imperial. Your help here is very welcome, American. We currently have many problems. Because of the surprise and speed of the enemy attack, we haven't fully mobilized yet. We are stretched thin. Only the 6th Army guards this entire secondary defense line." William nodded. "My battalion will be taking up positions of defense with your division. Our aircraft are currently scouting for enemies. More units are coming in order to begin an offensive once we beat back the assault." Lance rubbed his chin with a concerned face. "I do question your capability though. I have heard that you usually defeated the mock Imperium, but a mere battalion-sized unit is not going to hold these elves back. They have beaten back 2 armies without even stopping. And this is an important sector. We need at least another division here. Rest assured, I fully believe in my unit's capabilities. You will understand when you see." Bigger flying contraptions with 2 propellers came carrying what seemed to be grass-colored cars. The flying contraptions didn't land and only dropped them onto the ground before leaving. The cars looked as weird as the men who came from those aircraft. 0420 April 5, 2020 CE 0510 Sun 5th, 196 AE2 Apaches of the 1-17th had been moving to their designated position for scouting when they spotted something on the road. It was surrounded by the green dense jungle, so its gray color clearly stood out. In the cockpit of one of the Apaches, a pilot talked into his radio. They seemed to be all like tanks, moving in a straight line through one of the roads in the jungle. "We will be setting up for an engagement." There was a silence before a scratchy radio voice replied. PID confirmed. "Engage. Engage. Be advised, friendly Maggies, on the road. Don't engage those currently on foot. Over, copy that, we will be engaging, AGR, 20AAPKWSII, Advanced Precision Kill Weapons System, Hydra 70s fired from the rocket pods mounted to the sides of the 2 Apaches that were hovering in the sky about 3 miles away from the elven tanks. The rockets came out one after another, each seeking their targets. On the eastern front, the elven forward elements, a light Magipanzer company of the 15th Magipanzer Division, could see some of the figures of the retreating human infantry. Increasing their speed and excitement, the stallions got closer to the spread-out human formation. The human infantry were clearly panicking at this point. They were running around left to right and one of them even collapsed. It was time to rip them to shreds like they did with the hundreds of other humans that they had come across. However, before they could fire, music and the sound of something whipping in the air distracted them. Looking out from their hatches, the elven tank commanders turned to the sky to where they thought it came from. They couldn't see anything out of the ordinary. Most of their view was blocked by the jungle after all. After a moment of confusion at the sounds, the front stallion exploded in a fireball and veered off onto the side of the road. The crews of the Magipanzer company were in total surprise. The front stallion was burning as if it had exploded. The turret was gone and smoke was billowing out. The rest of the company quickly regained their senses. Something wasn't right. Magipanzers didn't spontaneously combust out of nowhere. They had definitely heard what was shooting at them but couldn't see it at all. The captain signaled with a wave to retreat. They all started to back up their Magipanzers as fast as possible. Metal flew into the sky as another explosion occurred. Some of the tank commanders jumped off from their commander hatches and ran. Hatches on all parts of the stallions opened up and the elven crews scrambled out in a panic to escape into the jungle. Whoever was attacking them couldn't possibly hit them if they hid in the dense jungles. Some Magipanzers exploded just as the crew were climbing out of it. A few unlucky ones who were last to leave their Magipanzer shared a similar fate. Only the ones in the back had their entire crews survive. Even outside their tanks, they weren't safe. As they ran for the jungles, the ground exploded. Bullet casings spewed out from the gun mounted underneath the Apaches. The pilots felt the vibrations coming from it. The 30mm M230 chain guns on the Apaches opened up on those that got out of their tanks. The ground exploded all around the elves, and the rat-a-tat-a-ta of the chain guns could be heard inside the cockpits. The only thing on their minds was to get to the forest as quickly as possible. That was their only chance of salvation from this rain of death. An elf dropped onto the ground shaking in fear as his fellow crew members were torn to bits in front of him. He was only a few inches from death. A few inches from suffering the same fate as his friends that were running in front of him. Liquid came out of his pants. On all fours, he started crawling towards the mud towards the jungle. He could still hear the hard music reverberating through the forest. Some folks inherit star-spangled eyes. Ooh, they send you down to war. The chain guns went silent after a few seconds before beginning once again. Switching to thermals, the Apache pilots had spotted the warm bodies of the elves that had already run into the jungles. A few minutes later black smoke billowed into the sky. Burning metal husks lined the road. The flaming wrecks of 17 stallions. Some of the dead crew members laid on the road around their tanks. Even more dead were in the forests. After a few more minutes, Gavin stood up in a daze. He had shaken off most of his shock, but it was still evident on his face. It seemed as if the angels had protected him and used their divine powers to strike down their foes. Where else could those fiery explosions and music have come from? Gavin looked up at the sky to see if he could find them. Sadly, the music had already stopped and the angels were nowhere to be found. On the Western Front, a similar series of events played out with the 101st Airborne. Chapter 38 Turning Point 0440 April 5, 2020 CE 0520 Sun 5, 196 AE. Way behind the elven front line in a tent, an elf looked at his Magiwatch. The 33rd Magipanzers have reported losing contact with their forward elements. They should have neared the human trenches by now. They haven't reported their position at all. An older-looking elf, Colonel General Ellard Vero, the commander of the Eastern Army, sighed. Is it possible that they have tried to engage the human defenses? Possibly. Ugh, it won't be a surprise seeing how hot-headed the entire 33rd were about this mission. Losing a few recon units isn't important. I was just hoping we get a clearer picture of the enemy numbers. The 33rd had requested we let them slow down first and allow them to send another recon unit. CG Vero shook his head. I thought you just said that they were hot-headed. Why are they asking to slow down? The loss of the recon units has unnerved them a bit. It does feel a bit worrying. I understand their sentiment, but the leader has put us on a tight schedule. We can't waste a single second. Time is of the essence here. Every minute lost is one more minute that the enemy gets to reinforce itself or retreat to a safer location. Of course, they are technologically inferior, but they have numbers on their side. We barely have an entire army group here and it's in charge of the entire front line. If we lose momentum at this point, we may face problems in the future. The humans may have taken out the recon units, but they can't possibly stop an entire Magipanzer Corps without suffering heavy casualties. Mere Blitzpanzer divisions were able to overwhelm their initial defenses within a few days. Compared to a Blitzpanzer division, a Magipanzer Corps is like a tsunami. Understood, General. CG Vero placed his hands on the table. He gazed over the map that had multiple wooden, colored pieces on it. Even if they are able to stop the 33rd Panzer, we still have the 61st and 26th Infantry Corps as part of the first wave. The second wave is also arriving on the shores. They will be ready to bolster the offensive soon. He rubbed his beard. I heard the leader has assigned us some experimental Panzer units in the second wave. I'm looking forward to seeing them. Maguzhin's secondary defense line, reserve trench on a very different map, LTC Parker's 8 put XS on multiple roads in the jungle. The recon birds have destroyed what is believed to be enemy forward elements on these roads. Overlord is identifying all of them as light tank companies. Recon drones from the Air Force have also spotted a large formation of enemy tanks coming towards us. The forward elements seem to have come from them. Overlord has sent Apaches to engage them. However, it is questionable whether or not they will be able to destroy all of them. The number is too much for just the 82nd Apaches to deal with. LTC Parker looked concernedly at the XS on the map. When is the estimated arrival of the rest of our ground forces? About 1 to 2 hours from now. He rubbed his chin. How about the Air Force? We are not sure when the engineers will finish reconfiguring the Maguzhin air bases, so that is not on the table right now. After talking to his aide, LTC Parker closed his eyes a bit before turning to MG Bernard. We are expecting large numbers of Elven tanks. Will you be able to deal with it? Our tanks are on their way and we currently do have the capability to deal with them. That's reassuring to hear. However, I suggest we pull back the line. If the Elven tanks burst out of these jungles, we will be taken off guard and destroyed. 0500 April 5th, 2020 CE 0530 Sun 5th, 196 AE. In the air 48 A-64D Apache Longbows and A-64E Apache Guardians of the 1-17th Heavy Attack Reconnaissance Squadron and 1-82 ND Attack Reconnaissance Battalion tore through the skies. Passing over the jungles, they were soon flying over the grassy plains. Their shadows flew alongside them on the green ground. 0530 April 5th, 2020 CE 0545 Sun 5th, 196 AE. Plains between the jungle and Verona River on this clear and sunny day. More than 300 Panzers, the 26th Panzer Regiment of the 5th Panzer Division, part of the 33rd Panzer Corps, rumbled through the lush and green plains. Behind them, a part of the 5th Panzer Division, motorized infantry riding trucks, artillery being towed by trucks, and various other vehicles followed. Grass was flattened under the tracks of these tanks. Massive dust clouds were lifted up behind them. Corporal Armdeger, one of the many tank commanders of the II Panzer Battalion, looked out of his commander's hatch and sighed. He looked with envy at some of the Panzers around him. He envied the other commanders who were able to get knights. His Panzer, a guard, was the medium Panzer that was widely used before the knights was introduced. Now, the knights had replaced almost all of the guards. Of course, it was just his luck to be assigned as a commander to a guard. The knights seemed so much bigger and sleeker than his dinky little guard. Armdeger turned his attention to the plains. If there weren't so many vehicles, this scene would look very nice. He wished he could just stop his Panzer, get out his sketchbook, and draw. A few miles away in the air, directly in front. Holy, look at the size of that dust cloud. You are clear to engage. Fire at will, Roger. Ready for a turkey shoot, boys. Back on the ground. Lieutenant Colonel Ronell Haye, commander of the I Panzer Battalion of the 26th Panzer Regiment, stared through his binoculars at the aircraft in front of him. He got out his radio. Colonel, we have a problem. A voice came through the 5th Panzer Division commander's radio. It was the commander of the tank regiment at the vanguard, Colonel Roland Tracus of the 26th Panzer Regiment. We have never seen anything like them before. They are flying low to the ground at a slow speed and have propellers on the top instead of in front of the aircraft. If they aren't ours, assume they are our enemies. Bring up your anti-aircraft guns and take them out. To be safe, have your tanks pull back. Understood, sir. Dust rose up from the front tracks of the Panzers that dotted the plains as they all started backing up in unison. Armdeger heeded the command for all tanks to back up. It probably had to do with the mysterious flying objects coming towards them. For some reason, at a distance away, the objects had just stopped all of a sudden and stayed still in the sky. It was amazing to see an aircraft stop in midair. Normal aircraft could never accomplish such feats. The floating aircraft didn't stay motionless for too long before lights started to flash out of their sides. What the hell is that? Far at the front, a stallion exploded in a sudden burst. CPLDger swooped back into his Magipanzer and shut the hatch. The sounds of explosion resonated in the guard tank by the goddess. Back up as fast as possible, Apache comms. I see them. We'll be taking them out. On the ground, the crew of the 20mm flak gun started to quickly ready their gun. One of the crewmen started spinning the wheel to get it up, but it wasn't long before a rocket hit them and their flak gun. As he watched explosions at the front of his formation, Colonel Tracus clutched his radio. Get them out of the sky right now, Colonel. 2 flak guns have already been taken out. My bat? The sound of an explosion cut LTC Valis off. My battalion is being completely destroyed. You aren't even able to do something as simple as hiding the flak guns in this big mess of your battalion's Magipanzers. That's exactly what we are doing, but they always seem to know where they are. Carl Tracus switched the channel. The aircraft are attacking us. They are shooting rockets. My regiment is being destroyed. Calm down. Where are your anti-aircraft guns? They are out of range, sir. When we try to get them closer, they just get destroyed in an instant. Do we have any with longer ranges? Full retreat. Don't panic. Anti-aircraft guns will be ready behind you. No matter how hard the anti-aircraft battery that was sent to help the Magipanzer battalion tried to sneak up on the Apaches, they were instantly seen and blown up. The Magipanzers of the Magipanzer battalion were mercilessly blown up one by one. In front of LTC Valhis's command tank, one of his battalion's heavy fortress tanks went up in flames the instant a rocket hit it. Its once mighty 88mm gun drooped lifelessly from its displaced turret. Impossible. That's a fortress. Their rockets are taking out our fortresses in one shot. We can't. Another explosion cut him off. Half a minute passed. Silence. Lieutenant Colonel? Lieutenant Colonel Valhis? Apache comms back on the ground. The flying object stopped firing their rockets and started turning to their sides. A few minutes after the sound of explosions subsided, CPLDger popped open his hatch and peeked out. He looked around like a gopher looking out of its hole. Seems to be over. Towards the front, black smoke billowed into the sky. Destroyed tanks littered the plains. Carl Tracus looked at the scene in front of him with surprise. We have suffered heavy losses. Even the fortresses were taken out. No exact numbers, but at least 100 Magipanzers are either destroyed or disabled. The I battalion has been destroyed. Their commander is Kia, 100. Are you sure about those numbers, Colonel? Did I not say it? My entire vanguard, a battalion, has been destroyed. The voice over the radio was silent for a while. Pull back. Further orders will be given afterward. Lieutenant General Patrolfikis put his radio down for a few minutes and wondered how he was going to explain this to the general of the Magipanzers. I need to talk directly to General Van Mora. This is of utmost urgency. There was silence on the other side for a little bit before a voice came through. What is it, Lieutenant General? The 26th Magipanzer Regiment has suffered heavy losses. At most an entire Magipanzer battalion has been destroyed. What happened for such heavy losses to occur? Unidentified flying objects approached them and started firing rockets outside the range of their 20mm anti-aircraft guns. They were described as slow mechanical aircraft with a propeller on top instead of on its nose. Capable of taking out our fortresses. A helicopter, HM? Helicopter? Do you know anything about those aircraft? There was silence on the other side for a few seconds. No. I cannot confirm anything. I have allowed the 26th to retreat. Should my division completely pull back? No. The orders are clear. We are not allowed to stop. I will send the 3rd Magipanzer Division to help. However, slow your pace and continue forward. I will check with the Colonel General. Understood. Ron the Black Cat Guard Tank from Wikipedia Chapter 39 Elven Concern. 0610 April 5, 2020 CE 0605 Sun 5th, 196 AE. Way behind the Elven front line in his tent, Colonel General Vero of the Eastern Army was faced with a dilemma. Should he stop the 33rd Magipanzers? Or should he demand that they continue to push forward? The loss of an entire Magipanzer battalion was unexpected. In the Battle of Abellanim, the humans' capability to destroy knights was already surprising. Now the humans were even taking out fortresses. Hopefully, the leader's super weapons are able to handle this better. And wasn't the description a slow mechanical aircraft with a propeller on top instead of on its nose clearly a helicopter? That technology was under development in the Elven Advancement Department. With how advanced human technology was, they shouldn't have the ability to produce them yet. He needed to report this to the Intelligence Department. If he waited, he could reinforce his unit's position and allow them to take more losses without greatly affecting their combat effectiveness. The Air Force would be able to provide coverage by then too. On the other hand, he would lose the momentum gained before, and the humans could begin a counter-offensive before the reinforcements arrived. The humans were still a force to be careful around. They were weak, but it didn't mean they were foolish. It would take 2 days for the second wave to reach the Verona River and another day for the Air Force to be able to provide complete coverage. CG Vero shook his head. His units were too spread apart. He sighed. Even though he was only 125 years old, he was already feeling like an elderly from all this thinking. Near the Elven initial amphibious landings, Field Marshal Zeos Kintuma looked extremely concerned. CG Vero was right. Not only was his army too spread out, but the entire army group was. There was also a massive gap in the center of the army group that the humans could easily exploit. In addition, both the Eastern Army and Western Army have faced similar setbacks because of the human helicopters. Since the order to advance non-stop past the jungle was given directly by the leader, he had to bring this up to him. A few minutes later, Afvalin, Elven Nation, and why are they requesting to stop? Terran Venhoris, the leader, closed his eyes and rubbed the bridge of his nose. His most trusted aide read out the report in a tone indicating a ton of bad news. The humans are equipped with weapons capable of taking out fortresses. The entire I battalion of the 26th Majipanzer Regiment was wiped out. There is a high chance that the humans are equipped with advanced weaponry. The description of the weapon capable of taking out fortresses oddly matches the helicopters that we are designing. These are big problems, and how is a helicopter capable of taking out tanks? Our helicopter designs show that heavy armaments are impossible to be fitted on them. The human helicopters were equipped with rockets, Terran sighed. I guess that's a divergence in the humans' technological development. They somehow invented the helicopter before us. However, just because these humans destroyed a single tank battalion using somewhat advanced weapons doesn't mean we should put the whole invasion into a standstill. Field Marshal Kintumal is expressing concern about how his army group is spread so thin. Terran leaned back on his chair and his head fell onto his clasped hands. After a few minutes, he looked back up. We will not stop. Push forward as fast as possible. It is vital that we at least secure the jungle. If we allow the humans to fortify the jungles, then we will have to engage them there. They will have the advantage at that point. Our ancestors may have had the skill to fight in the forests, but now only our special units have that capability. And none of them are in the second wave. Trust me. Jungle battles will be more hell than the city battle we faced in Abelinim. We must take this chance when the humans are battered, disorganized, and demoralized. 0642 April 5, 2020 CE 0616 Sun 5, 196 AE planes between the jungle and Verona River. The advancement of the 33rd towards the Magusian secondary defense line greatly slowed at this point. Anti-air Thogans were kept as close to the front as possible. They didn't have any air cover because they had advanced too fast. It was also surprising that the humans had any aircraft left. What the Air Force had reported facing were just wyverns that did not have long-range capabilities. They could be dealt with easily by 20mm anti-aircraft Thogans. Even then, hundreds of wyverns had been reported shot down, so the humans should barely have an air force left in this area. That logic was turned upside down when they were attacked with mechanical aircraft that easily wiped out the 20mm anti-aircraft Thogans. Colonel Tracus turned on his radio and switched the channel to his counterpart in the 37th Majipanzer Regiment. Keep a lookout for any survivors from the recon units. The 26th and 37th Majipanzer Regiments of the 5th Majipanzer Division from the 33rd Majipanzer Corps approached the jungle. Right outside of the jungle, infantry jumped out the back of their trucks and started moving up the road, towards the Majipanzers. In the air over the jungles. Saber 01. Do you copy? We hear you loud and clear, Overlord. Hundreds of elven tanks have shown up on the outskirts of the jungle. Take out as many as you can. Exercise caution. We are seeing multiple AA guns spread out in their formations. Will do. This time support from only the Apaches wasn't going to be enough. Magusian secondary defense line, we will have to expect casualties now. There's just too many for the Apaches to take them all out. They have divisions of tanks advancing towards us. Never thought I would ever face an entire division filled with tanks. Modern warfare has been focused more and more on smaller-sized units. This will be something different. How long is it until our ground reinforcements get here again? Less than an hour. This will be a problem. Lieutenant Colonel Parker's battalion had a few Humvees equipped with DGM-71 tow missiles and infantry squads equipped with M3E1 Carl Gustavs and M136 at 4S. That definitely wasn't enough to face an entire division of tanks. Apache comms. You weren't lying. There's hundreds of them. Keep your distance, Wolfpack 04. They got some big anti-air guns down there, on the ground. Just as the lines of Majipanzers started to enter the jungle, a distinct whipping sound was heard. Get the 88s up. Crew members jumped out of the back of their trucks and rushed to man the 88mm anti-aircraft Thoggins. Apache comms. Fire at will. Remember to not fly too close. Focus on the tanks. We only have a battalion on the other side covering this area. Prozimo 1232 was here. The Elven anti-aircraft Thogginers were struggling to spot enemy aircraft through the thick forest canopy. The only indication of enemy forces was the constant noise made by whatever flying contraption was nearby. Suddenly, multiple shots were heard from the suspected location of the enemy. With no visual confirmation of an attack, much less an idea where the attack was targeted, the Elven units had no chance of escaping it. Multiple missiles impacted the line of Majipanzers, throwing the battalion that was entering the jungle into disarray. The infantrymen that were beside the Majipanzers dived from the roads and into the jungle. Some of the 88mm anti-aircraft Thoggins started firing in the general direction of the enemy, others fired in completely random ones. With losses mounting up and no enemy in sight, an order to retreat was made for the battalion. Majipanzers started backing up amid enemy fire, though not everyone could keep calm under such disastrous circumstances. The entire situation turned into a disorganized retreat soon afterward, with the remainder of the battalion struggling to get out of the jungle. A line of flaming stallions and knights covered the road. Press forward. We gotta do as much damage as possible and hope they think twice about entering the jungle. The reinforcements might not get here in time. Prozimo 1232 was here. 0700 April 5, 2020 CE 0630 Sun 5th, 196 AE Afvalin, Elven Nation. Can the army stop burning down every single downtown they see? We won't get any useful intelligence at this point. The head of the Elven Intelligence Department, Anfalin Inanis, had rushed in a few minutes ago and demanded a meeting with the head of the Elven Army Department. The army is just doing its job. We are cleansing the inferiors away and we are doing it just fine. No need for your department to poke their head into things they need not be concerned about. In fact, you should use your brains for something better. The Advancement Department is doing a fine job. Intelligence is a very important part of warfare. Would you please at least keep the buildings intact and have some survivors? I will consider it. Now get out. I have important business today. He waved him away. In the Elven military, the Intelligence Department wasn't really respected by any of the other military departments. The other military departments felt that the money spent on the Intelligence Department would be better off spent in their departments. They could gather intelligence about the battlefield all on their own by using recon units. Anfalin was worried. From what his intelligence agents could gather was left from the destroyed human towns, a lot has changed. It was highly likely that the human empire no longer existed. It was now divided into the Mach Imperium and Magus Imperium. They should be currently fighting the Magus. But that wasn't what truly concerned him. He looked at the headline of a human newspaper. It was one of the few intact things his agents found in the wrecked human towns. His translators were able to translate the entire newspaper text to Elvish. United States of America defeats Mach Imperium within days of invasion. This United States of America. It was worrying. The newspaper article described them as having advanced weaponry beyond a person's imagination. They could probably be linked to the helicopters that destroyed an entire battalion of Majipanzers. Chapter 40 Jungle's Drift. 0702 April 5, 2020 CE 0631 Sun 5th, 196 AE. Outside of the jungle. Damn it. Colonel Tracus stood with hands on his hips as he looked at the wreckage of the night. His regiment had caught up to the 37th, which had been stalled by an attack. Nearly 100 Magitrucks, Majipanzers, anti-aircraft Thoggins from the I Battalion of the 37th Majipanzer Regiment were destroyed. The attackers, the special human aircraft, also got away. He was pretty sure that the 5th Majipanzer Division has so far suffered the most casualties out of all other divisions in this war. Even though the special human aircraft seemed slow and cumbersome, his anti-aircraft Thoggins haven't been able to shoot any of them down. This time, the 88s were completely blinded by the jungle. Should we retreat and regroup before starting another push? The commander of the 37th Panzer Regiment looked at Karl Trakas whilst saying that. Karl Trakas stood there staring at the destroyed Panzer. He looked into the sky and thought for a bit. Before long, he came to a conclusion. Push forward. There's a reason why the human aircraft are constantly retreating. They need to reload. We have to take advantage of this and overrun their air bases. Or at least get to the other side of the jungle and set up defenses so that they can't attack us anymore. My II battalion will take the lead this time. We don't need the infantry on foot anymore. Maguzhin's secondary defense line. The Apaches only gave them a short pause. They seem to have reorganized and are continuing. They definitely aren't flinching. Lieutenant Colonel Parker nodded at that statement. He already knew that it was too hopeful to think that they will get the men ready for an engagement. It wasn't going to be an easy fight against such a large number of tanks. Hundreds of miles to the west, charred Panzers littered the plains yet again. The 25th Panzer Corps, part of the Western Army, came to a standstill. Because of the heavy losses, the commanders of the Panzer divisions were unwilling to advance further. Against orders, they dug in. 0723 April 5, 2020 CE 0641 Sun 5th, 196 AE Jungles. Karl Trakas heard a voice through his radio. It was the commander of his II battalion. Colonel Trakas once again stood in front of a destroyed Panzer. This time, it was a stallion. These are from the recon units. His aide laid his hand on the blackened armor of the stallion before coming to a conclusion. Seems like they got attacked by those human aircraft. I'm seeing the exact same damage. Only having those weapons is not enough to stop us. All we have to do is to destroy their air bases to prevent any more attacks. Even more reason to get there as fast as possible. Then, sir, a few minutes later a soldier looked out from a bush using a pair of binoculars. He watched as the tanks whizzed by. Because of the thick canopy, the Air Force's high-flying drones were having trouble keeping track of the elven tanks as they drove through the jungle. Infantry was sent into the forest to keep an eye on them. In an effort to also slow them down, the recon forces came well prepared. A rocket from an IT-4 slammed into the side of a speeding knight. Its turret flung into the sky at the impact. Another knight behind it crashed into its mangled metal corpse. As the recon force quickly went back deeper into the jungle, their commander looked back. That should give them a shock. We don't know. We aren't seeing or hearing anything. It seemed like some anti-tank gun hit it at the side. Karl Trakas bit his lip. A big huff came out of his nose. You are positive you don't see anything? Positive. We sent infantry to investigate our surrounding area and we have found nothing. Continue forward. The Apaches didn't scare them. I don't expect you guys to either. Just continue harassing them. 0815 April 5, 2020 CE 0707 Sun 5th, 196 AE Maguzhin's secondary defense line Humvees sat in several dug-up positions with sandbags around them. Fire! A tow missile slid out of the tube that sat on top of one of the entrenched Humvees. It flew towards a small tank that was barely out of the jungle. A fiery explosion engulfed the stallion's turret as the tow missile blew up in the air on top of it. The turret popped off during the explosion. The stallion behind the destroyed one turned to the left side of the road and started to traverse its turret toward the Humvee. A tow missile from another Humvee disabled it. When the II battalion had finally gotten out of the jungle after facing multiple attacks, they were immediately met with another attack. We are currently engaging them. Colonel Trakas wanted to throw something on the ground. He was tired of it. The Stallion Company had been ordered to retreat after their 2 losses. The humans seemed to have placed a lot of anti-tank thoggins so the Stallions wouldn't be effective. They needed something with much more armor. A few minutes later a fortress smashed right through the 2 destroyed Stallions that had blocked the road. It traversed its cumbersome turret towards one of the Humvees. The gunner got his finger near the trigger as the shot lined up. Just as it was about to fire, orange flames appeared on top of the fortress, and then it exploded. Colonel Trakas huffed again as he listened to the II battalion commander. Being destroyed by air is understandable because of the weak top armor, but they are capable of penetrating the front armor. This is ridiculous. I thought these were heavy Panzers. Can't you rush them? Why are you sending Panzers one by one like an imbecile? The road isn't wide enough and our Panzers can't traverse the jungle. Sending them one by one is the only option. Because of the time it took to reload the tow missiles on the Humvees, 3 had been positioned so that they could give a continuous fire if the enemy tried to rush out of the road. Luckily, only 3 tanks have shown up so far. Even though the elves had such a large number of tanks, They didn't seem to be using it to their advantage. During the entire time, Major General Bernard watched the American weapons with great interest. MG Bernard and Lieutenant Colonel Parker had repositioned the HQ to a small mound that gave them a view of the battlefield. What amazing firepower you have! What were those weapons you used to destroy their Magitanks, tow missiles? It's an anti-tank weapon, an anti-tank rifle. LTC Parker wasn't really a maker of the weapons, he just used them. So explaining the actual workings of it was too much of a hassle for him. He could, but it wasn't in his job description. Yeah, sure, something like that. Strangest anti-tank rifle I have ever seen. After a while the destroyed pile of tanks started moving forward. They are using the destroyed tanks as a shield. These are top attack missiles. The destroyed tanks are only covering its front. Just keep firing. The tank was destroyed in no time without even being able to shoot back. Unexpectedly to the crew inside, the destroyed Magipanzers it used didn't protect it. A few minutes later on a branch of a tree, Simon Halera looked through his scope as he chewed on an army-issued ration cracker. Through the leaves, he lined up his scope with one of the humans manning the strange anti-tank Thogan. He much preferred his usual iron sights over the scope, but using that in the middle of a jungle would have been problematic. His gun gave off a crack as he squeezed the trigger. An infantryman that was manning the tow launcher slumped over. Shit. Sniper. They got Jones. At that moment, multiple bullets pinged off the Humvees. Enemy infantry in the jungle. Light 'em up, light 'em up. A full fusillade of machine gun and rifle fire descended upon the forest. In addition, the Magusian soldiers that were sitting in the newly dug trenches behind the Humvees opened up as well. In the jungles, the elves crouched on the ground. Hundreds of bullets flew overhead. Those who had been standing when the humans started firing had been either turned into red mist or were on the ground full of bullet holes. A commander shouted over the gunfire. These inferiors' firepower is immense. Keep your head down and return fire. For the Vaterland, MG Bernard stared through his binoculars at the firefight in wonder. Especially at the American positions. Completely ignoring the current situation, he turned to LTC Parker to inquire about it. Are all of your soldiers armed with machine guns? No, just rifles, but they can shoot non-stop? LTC Parker didn't really like how much questions this guy was asking. Well, basically think of a machine gun but the size of a rifle. Amazing. Is your country willing to sell this to us? I guarantee that we are willing to buy your guns at any price. I don't have a say in this. You will have to ask my government. From what I know, it's not likely. However, it is possible that we can give you some of our older versions. Radio chatter among the infantry nearly became a jumbled mess. They destroyed one of the tow Humvees, tank front. There still is goddamn snipers, who let the fucking tank through. Keep firing, you idiots. Man down. Man down. The .50 calories on the Humvees didn't let up as they continuously peppered the jungle in front of them. The infantry with their M4 rifles took shots wherever they saw an elf. The fire from the other side wasn't as intense, but an elven sniper was definitely picking them off one by one. Fuck, in the chaos of the firefight, a knight was able to maneuver itself out of the jungle. The gun traversed directly to tow Humvee. It fired. The knight's shell smashed into the Humvee and it blew up in a blaze of orange. It wasn't long before the knight was taken out by a tow missile. Then a fortress rumbled out of the forest. Stallions were right behind it. LTC Parker sighed. He looked as the elven heavy tanks and light tanks came out of the jungles. If the elves kept on getting tanks through, I don't think we can hold this for any longer. Then his radio made some noise. Anyone call for a guardian angel? Chapter 41 Time to strike. 0837 April 5th, 2020 CE 0718 Sun 5th, 196 AE Magusian Secondary Defense Line. A loud, happy, and crisp voice interrupted the panicked chatter of the infantry. Jets could be heard coming closer and closer. Two F-35s seemingly skimmed the canopy of the jungle. As they flew over the jungle where the elves were, multiple Mk-77 incendiary bombs were dropped from them. Explosions could be heard as literal lines of orange flames raced straight across the tree line where the elves had been firing from. In a flash, flames appeared everywhere around the elves in the jungle. Panic and confusion set in as many of them caught on fire. Some stood up and started patting themselves, trying in vain to extinguish the fire on their skins. Others writhed on the ground or started to run. Looking at the scene, Lieutenant Colonel Parker inhaled and exhaled before turning to Major General Bernard, who was staring in utter amazement at what just happened. Do you smell that, HM? MG Bernard was confused at what he was saying. Napalm, not palm. I love the smell of napalm in the afternoon. Then a funny grin appeared on LTC Parker's face. MG Bernard shook his head. He didn't understand what this napalm was, but he was still amazed at what had just happened. His excitement washed away his confusion. What were those? Were those flame dragons? Flame dragons were rare creatures that normally lived on the Sown continent. They were few in numbers, untamable, and preferred to live in caves near lava. It was said that flame dragons were able to burn down entire swathes of forests in a rampage. Whatever came by just then were just like the flame dragons, but their shapes were different from the basic form of one. No, they are jet fighters, jet-E fighters, planes. Like the ones used by the Machians, but better. MG Bernard's eyes sparkled. Such speed. Such power. The shooting stopped as the jungle crackled in flames. The Magusian soldiers stared in awe at the burning forest before cheering. These Americans were really as powerful as they had heard. What country had the ability to call down flames from the sky? With the Americans' help, they may actually have a chance of winning. Most of the deaths were caused by an unknown amount of snipers. Copy that. Hopefully, the bombs wipe them out. Keep a lookout for any more threats. Elven tanks can burst out at any moment from those flames. Further in the jungle, back up, Corporal Deeger screamed at his crew in a panic. The guard lurched backward as flames roared around it. Simon's rifle rested on his lap as he threw the last bits of his cracker into his mouth as he watched the burning jungle. He wasn't positioned that close to the tree line, so he was completely fine. The same definitely couldn't be said for the elven infantry closer to the tree line. Their dying screams could be heard all the way to where Simon was. Well, this is bad. He started climbing down the tree with his rifle on his back. The enemy used some type of aircraft to drop incendiary bombs on the forest. Most of the infantry that was fighting seems to have been wiped out. Pull your remaining men back. Reorganize and regroup. Colonel Tracus slammed his fist on the turret of his command tank. What is happening? When did those humans get the capability to fight back? Something's not right. 1117 April 5, 2020 CE Washington, D.C. This is Goodwater. Chief of Staff John Wills shook his head in a tired way. Mr. President, this isn't time to comment about water. President Ronell Haye put down his glass of water. Yes, Carlson, how's the situation going against the elves? Secretary of Defense Roberts coughed a bit before beginning. Elements of the 101st and 82nd Airborne have successfully put a stop to the elven advance. We have suffered minor casualties but nothing too significant. Ronell nodded. That's good to hear. Now how are we planning to push them out? Elements of the 1st Armored Division, 3rd Infantry Division, 1st Cavalry Division, and 2nd Marine Division will begin an offensive once they arrive. The Air Force is currently positioning itself to begin a sweep of air and ground targets. The Navy will also begin operations to cut off the elves from their homeland. How's the situation on the Sown continent then? The private military company, Diamond Wolves, should have just arrived at the United Beastmen Kingdom. They will be providing support for the Sown League there, so it will give us some time. From our drone and satellite surveillance, the elven force there shouldn't be significant. 1023 April 5, 2020 CE 0512 Sun 5th, 196 AE Cat Kingdom, United Beastmen Kingdom. Sown Continent Subcommander Jeb Miller stepped off of the ramp of the ship. He gave a small chuckle as he watched the people who worked in the port. Furries would definitely love it here. Won't they, Commander? Of course. Surprised no one has traveled here yet. Government and technological restrictions. Can't go landing 747s in a medieval country. People with triangular ears and various kinds of tails stared at the ships and the humans on it. Commander Ahab Wolford had his hand stretched out to the UBK diplomat, an old tabby cat with drooping whiskers who was wearing a fancy gray suit. Nice to meet you. I'm Commander Ahab Wolford, and Wolford looked to the left and right at some of his men behind him before looking back at the diplomat, our Diamond Wolves PMC. Hired by the Sown League to provide assistance, Diamond Wolves PMC had hired a translator who began speaking in Latin to the diplomat. After listening to the translator, the diplomat stared intensely through his vertical slit pupils at Commander Wolford before reaching out to shake his hand. I'm Cello Conclaus, a diplomat sent here to meet you by the Cat Kingdom. His Majesty, the King of the Cat Kingdom, Tierkis Proudtails, and the rest of the polycracy of the United Beastmen Kingdom welcomes you. Naya, A few minutes later, Diamond Wolf's contractors got in the Humvees that were rolled out from the various cargo ships. Ahab and Jeb were in their Humvee following the carriage of the cat diplomat. Jeb looked at Ahab, who was driving. "Why are we getting sent here first instead of the Kingdom of Albia? I thought the front line was there." "Quite lucky for us, it seems like the elves have stopped for a bit and are reorganizing. We are helping and accompanying soldiers from the UBK. Seems like they were the most effective military force that the Sones have. These cats don't seem like much though. We will have to see once we meet the unit we are training." After a car ride later, Jeb stared in shock at what he was seeing. "I take it back, the Diamond Wolves Humvees have been led to a field near the outskirts of the port city. What seemed to be Tigerman, Lionman, Leopardman, and various other big cat people were fighting each other with swords. Some of these big cats were larger when compared to a human. As the Diamond Wolves and the cat diplomat approached them, the training seemed to have stopped. The diplomat approached the soldiers and seemed to be explaining some stuff. Jeb turned to the translator. "What are they saying?" "The diplomat seems to be greeting them and introducing us." What seemed to be a big lionman approached them with a diplomat. He had the color of flames and was wearing red metal armor. He looked down at Ahab and Jeb. "I'm Vilo Flamatail, commander of the 5th Division. So you are the humans who were hired by the Grand Council of the League." It wasn't a lionman but a lioness. The voice was distinctly feminine. Ahab stretched his hand out as he spoke. "I'm Ahab Wolfred, commander of Diamond Wolves PMC. The person beside me is Jeb Miller, sub-commander. We have been hired to give assistance and fight alongside you." Vilo's big paw shook Ahab's hand. It seemed as if she was almost crushing his hand. Ahab raised an eyebrow and smirked. "You have quite a grip there, Commander Flamatail," Vilo smiled. "You seem just like any other Sown human. Are you sure you are wolves like what you call yourselves?" "We are. We're wolves of war. War is our prey and we hunt for it. Run." A reply could be heard from a building that was a few yards from the training field. Yes Madam Flamatail, get me my sword, right away." A few clanging noises could be heard before a black cat catboy wearing a brown tunic came running out. He was quite slim and small, but a voice earlier indicated he was male. He got onto the training grounds and started running towards them while carrying a large sheathed sword. As he ran, a wooden target stand fell less than a foot in front of him. He tripped on it and the sword he was carrying flew into the air. It unsheathed before coming back down. It landed and stuck into the ground seemingly a few inches from his head. Ron stood up, seemingly unfazed about the sword nearly entering his brain, and used all of his strength to yank it out of the ground. He put it back into the sheath that fell a few inches away and continued running like nothing had happened. It wasn't long before a yelp came from him as he dropped the sword and cowered on the ground while his hands covered his head. "Ow, my head!" A rock from who knows where had hit him in the head. Ahab and Jeb stared in utter confusion at the catboy's ordeal of mishaps. Vilo chuckled a bit. "Don't mind him. It's pretty natural. Ron probably has the worst luck in all of the cat kingdom. Here you go Madam Flamatail." Ron presented the sword to her. "Thank you." Vilo turned to Ahab and Jeb. "This is Ron Black Meowa, my squire. Ron, this is Commander Wolfred and Sub-Commander Miller of Diamond Wolves PMC. They have been hired by the Grand Council to assist us." Ron slightly bowed his head. "It's an honor to meet you, sirs." "Nice to meet you too." After the greetings, Vilo smiled. "Now shall we have a small competition?" Ahab smirked. "Competition you say? I won't be challenging you to a duel. I have heard that you humans are from another world and have quite some special weapons. I'm quite interested in your capabilities. Follow me." Vilo and Ron led the Diamond Wolves to what seemed to be a large field. Two large targets donned with big knight armor were set up on one side. "Your target is that one." Vilo pointed to the right one before pointing left. "And that one is mine. Choose any weapon in your arsenal. I'm picking my most favorite. This sword." She held it out and it glinted in the sun. Ahab smiled. "I will gladly take the challenge. Then let us see what's so special about you humans compared to the Sown ones." A few minutes later on the field, Vilo stood on her side and held her sword with focus on her target. "I shall go first." She charged across the field before striking the armor. The first strike placed a big dent to its side. The second strike bashed its helmet in and the third knocked it over. She came back with a smile. "Now Commander Wolfred, your turn." Ahad picked up his gun and showed it to Vilo. It looked weird and foreign to the cats that were watching. "This is an AK-47. Carries a 30-round magazine of 7.62mm bullets with a cyclical rate of fire of 600 rounds per minute. Villo looked at the weapon with great interest. He aimed at the target for a few seconds before starting to shoot. The continuous sound of gunshots filled the air. The bullets punched multiple holes in the armor. Some went out on the other side. In a few seconds, the armor and its stand were ripped apart and fell to the ground in tatters. Ahab stopped. He looked at Villo's sword and smiled slightly. He nodded towards the sword. That is a weapon of ancient warfare. Made to fight the enemies of 500 years ago in my world. Ahab held his gun out and in the sky. This is a weapon of modern warfare. The AK-47. The most dangerous weapon of mass destruction. Made to kill the enemy mercilessly, effectively, and at long range. Developed, perfected, and replaced the sword as the main weapon of the world. Villo looked a bit surprised before laughing. You weren't lying at all, she nodded. I like you guys. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 42 Elven Realization 1133 April 5, 2020 CE 0546 Sun 5, 196 AE Afvalin, Elven Nation and Elven Aid quickly rushed to Terran Veneris's office. My leader. Urgent report from the High Command Office. The 25th Magipanzer Corps of the Western Army have stalled a few miles from the jungle. The 33rd Magipanzer's Corps of the Eastern Army has been put to a stop in the jungle. What are the casualty reports? In the 33rd Magipanzer Corps, the 1st Battalion of the 37th Magipanzer Regiment and the 1st Battalion of the 26th Magipanzer Regiment can be considered completely destroyed. In addition, the 7th Infantry Regiment has suffered some losses. In the 25th Magipanzer Corps, the 2nd Battalion of the 10th Magipanzer Regiment can also be considered completely destroyed. The current casualty estimate is a total of 5,000 elves with at least 300 Magipanzers destroyed. Terran stood up. Get a car ready. I'm going to the High Command Office. The High Command Office was this extraordinarily large room in a building that was situated a few miles from Terran's residency. There, multiple elves in gray military uniform ran around with papers. Extraordinarily large maps depicting various areas were situated around the room and many elves were discussing with each other. Terran walked in and a soldier by the door saluted him. Where is Field Marshal Gale? Right here, my leader. Field Marshal Igor Gale stood a few feet away from the door and had seemingly just been discussing matters with someone. It was as if he knew that Terran would come. Can you explain the report that I just got? Igor slowly nodded. My leader. It's completely true. We are currently re-evaluating the situation. It's a problem for the army. What did Field Marshal Trassler say about this? Field Marshal Trassler said that this wasn't a problem and we should just keep going. Suddenly a menacing air came out of Terran. Get me Field Marshal Trassler. A few seconds later, Igor returned with Field Marshal Nim Trassler, the head of the army department. What is it, my leader? Terran angrily pointed his finger at Nim. What is happening out there? What do you mean? I just got a report saying that we have just incurred another 5,000 casualties and that the Western and Eastern Front has stalled. There seemed to be some fear in Nim's eyes. He quickly explained. My leader. You have to understand. Defeats happen. This was to be expected. Terran couldn't believe what he was hearing. He roared. The entire High Command Office seemed to fall silent. Defeats happen? A single Blitzpanzer division pushed back these humans for hundreds of miles on an entire front, by itself, yet you say these same humans were able to defeat an entire Magipanzer Corps? A single Blitzpanzer division. It's one of the most likely fucking armed division in the entire fucking army. It was designed based on speed. Not the fucking hard-hitting Magipanzer Corps. They were designed to break through the enemy lines. It was only a few days ago that mere Blitzpanzer divisions were pushing these humans back, and now you are telling me that the humans somehow, in this short amount of time, were able to regroup, mobilize, and counter our Magipanzer Corps. You better start seeing this as a problem and start thinking of solutions. Nim wanted to point out the various flaws in that statement, such as the fact that it wasn't an entire Magipanzer Corps that was attacking the humans but a single Magipanzer division. However, that didn't make much difference, and he was quaking too much in fear to do so. Terran was extremely angry because the invasion had already stalled. This wasn't what he had planned out at all. The humans shouldn't have been able to put up this much resistance against the elves' advanced technology. Sure, the humans might win some battles, but nothing as major as causing an entire front to come to halt. After a few seconds of calming down, Terran narrowed his eyes before turning towards Igord. Nim silently deflated in relief. And just like that, sound started to come back in the High Command office as everyone got back to work. What wave are we on? The third wave is currently landing. What are the current numbers of our invasion force? We should have more than 1 million ground troops, 6,000 magic panzers, and 1,000 aircraft in the human empire by the time the third wave finishes landing. Have the first wave stop and link up with the rest of its force. Wait for the Air Force and the second wave of ground forces to catch up. Oh, also, speed up the landings. Something doesn't feel right. After learning more about the exact situation from the High Command office, Terran got back to his office and called up his aide. Get me the head of the intelligence department and the head of the advancement department. Less than 30 minutes later, 2 elves walked in. Anfilin Inanis, head of intelligence, and Runer Winxaziz, head of advancement. They saluted. My leader, sit. Noticing the unhappy air around Terran, they sat down as fast as possible. You two have heard of what was recently going on in the war, correct? Runer responded immediately. As up to date as yesterday, my leader, new information has come in today. We have suffered 5,000 casualties and the western and eastern front has come to halt. That's terrible, my leader. Anfilin stayed silent and listened. I have called you two in today because I have received information from the general staff that the humans are possessing helicopters. Humans possessing helicopters? I'm confident in our department's prediction. The humans should not have helicopters based on their predicted technological advancement. Could it be another aircraft or a special dragon? No. The description clearly matches a helicopter. Anfilin finally spoke up. I think I know why the humans possess advanced aircraft. That caught Terran's attention. Elaborate. Anfilin explained about the human newspaper he came into possession about a few days ago. That it said the human empire had split into 2 imperiums called the Magus and Mach. And that it claimed there was this country called the United States of America which had advanced weaponry. And why did you not tell me this earlier? Sorry, my leader, but it was only one newspaper article. We could not confirm it with any other source. Giving false information would be much worse than giving none. However, recent events clearly show that this article may hold some truth. I thought you had agents attached to the army units? Why were you only able to secure such a small amount of intelligence? Anfilin let out an exasperated sigh. Well, the army keeps on burning everything down. We can get no intelligence because everything turned into charcoal. Terran looked out of his office after dismissing them. This United States of America was going to be a problem if they truly existed. He needed to have a private meeting with Anfilin. 1150 April 5, 2020 CE 0555 Sun 5th, 196 AE Maguzin Secondary Defense Line. A line of M1A2 Abrams started to approach their position from the road. The Maguzin stared at the American tanks in wonder. Lieutenant Colonel Parker watched as an M1A2 Abrams rolled up next to his makeshift headquarters. The commander hatch popped open and a person looked out. Lieutenant Colonel William Parker, yes, Lieutenant Colonel Manfred Rogers. Commander of the 3rd Battalion, 37th Armor Regiment, part of the 1st Armored Division that has come to help. You're late. What took you so long? The fucking Machians have better roads. Maggie roads are complete shit. They might as well have put mud down and called it a road, and their damn wooden bridges can't hold up shit. I see you got into a fight. He looked at the burnt-out tree line. The Air Force pushed them back. Lost a few men. LTC Rogers nodded. Rest of the brigade combat team is coming. There will be a push to clear the elves out of these jungles, I have heard. The Air Force should be getting ready to pound them right now. Just then, jets were heard overhead. They looked up. Speak of the devil, a few miles from the jungle through the radio, Lieutenant General Ara shouted in surprise at the order she was given. We are to stop and prepare defenses. What happened? Seems like the Western and Eastern Army have been beaten back. What? How? I'm not sure of the exact details, but orders are clear. Stop advancing. We will reorganize and set up defenses. We will wait until the second wave catches up. They had barely got any actions and were quite a few miles away from the jungle. And it was all because they were delayed in Anbellium. In the jungle, the 37th and 26th Magipanzer regiments were on complete retreat. Their Magipanzers lined the roads as they fled out of the forest. Colonel Ronell Haye got on his radio to tell his battalion commanders the new orders. We will wait for the second wave of units to arrive before we begin our offensive. 1245 April 5, 2020 CE 0622 Sun 5th, 196 AE. Outside of the forest, the 2nd Battalion of the 26th Majepanzer Regiment was a few miles ahead of Colonel Haye's 37th Majepanzer Regiment. Their Majepanzers filled the plains outside of the jungle. Suddenly a noise could be heard behind them. The ground exploded and dust was thrown up in the air. In a straight line, multiple Majepanzers were disabled. BRRRRRRRT Chapter 43 Part 1 Armored Advance. 1245 April 5, 2020 CE 0622 Sun 5th, 196 AE. Outside of the forest, dirt flew up as bullets hit the ground around and on the Majepanzers. 30mm bullets punctured holes into the stallions that were in the line of fire. BRRRRRT The battalion was surprised by the sudden rain of death. Majepanzers stopped in their tracks. Various bombs and missiles scored direct hits on the tops of some of the Majepanzers. This is Lieutenant Colonel Ronell Haye. We have just been attacked by human planes. A different voice on the Maj radio disrupted Colonel Eric's reply. As the A-10 Warthog started coming around again, the Majepanzer formations scattered in an attempt to avoid its deadly line of fire. More Majepanzers were destroyed by the hail of guided munitions. This is Colonel Eric. My 2nd Battalion is being attacked by human planes outside of the jungle. How intense! They are reporting multiple tanks destroyed and the attack isn't letting up. They seem to be using ground attack aircraft. Should we halt or retreat? I suggest we try to find a way to get out of the jungle. Being stuck here doesn't seem like a good idea. The only way for our Majepanzers to get out of this jungle is by these roads. Other than leaving our perfectly intact Majepanzers here, I don't see an alternative to avoiding human air attacks. If we try to get out of the jungle, I will get my 2nd Battalion to retreat back into the deeper parts of the jungle. We will figure something out after that. 1255 April 5, 2020 CE 0627 Sun 5th, 196 AE. Maguzin Secondary Defense Line Major General Bernard marveled at one of the American M1A2 Abrams. Right now, more vehicles from the 1st Armored Brigade Combat Team, 1st Armored Division were pouring in such a big gun. Such smooth armor. Lieutenant Colonel Parker, how is your country able to produce so much of these marvels? Bernard was so focused on the tank that he didn't notice Lieutenant Colonel Parker's sigh. I'm not an engineer, so I'm not exactly sure. Our technology surpasses yours by more than 100 years, so that's something, I guess. 100 years. Can you please tell me more about these marvelous Majetanks? As I said, I'm not an engineer. And they are not called Majetanks. They are 100% mechanical tanks like the ones that the Machians have. Lieutenant Colonel Rogers laughed as he approached them. He had been watching the conversation unfold. Even though he didn't exactly understand what was being said, he got the gist of it. Don't know much about tanks, do you? Now, just don't like answering all of his questions. He asks too much. I will gladly tell him if you translate. Are we setting off soon? Not yet. The infantry isn't here. Parker turned to Bernard. It's your lucky day, Major General Bernard. My friend here, Lieutenant Colonel Rogers, who is a commander of a tank battalion, is quite knowledgeable about the M1A2 Abrams. I will translate what he says. Rogers coughed. Okay, so this is an M1A2C Abrams tank. The most modern variation of the Abrams tank. The first Abrams tank, the M1 Abrams, was introduced about 40 years ago in my world by our country. It's known as one of the best proven tanks. I won't go too much into detail, but here are some basics. It has a special type of armor that in some areas is equivalent to 1,000 millimeters of steel against kinetic energy. Its gun is a 120 millimeters cannon that can penetrate more than 500 millimeters of steel. Its top speed on the road is about 42 miles per hour if I remember correctly. 1,000 mm of steel. Is your government willing to sell us information on how to make it ourselves? This was something that Parker could answer. No, it's even top secret in my old world. I'm also pretty sure you lack the capability to produce it. Bernard didn't give up. How about selling us one of these? Your government will have to ask our government about that. Bernard looked a bit sad while still sliding his hand on the Abrams armor. A young Maguzin soldier came running up to them. He saluted and presented a folded piece of paper to Bernard. Major General Bernard. Message from HQ? He opened it up and read the contents. Seems like we are to advance with you. Parker nodded and turned towards Rogers. Any word on when the offensive will begin? An estimated 20 to 30 minutes from now, I guess. The infantry isn't that far. We will be advancing while the Air Force conducts its strikes. 0100 April 5th, 2020 CE 0630 Sun 5th, 196 AEM 1A2 Abrams started moving onto the road and into the jungle. Most of the trees there had been burnt to the ground. LTC Rogers spoke into his radio to his armor company commanders. You have permission to fire upon any suspected elf forces. The Air Force just told us that the elves are still in the jungle. None of their forces have come out on the other side. The elves also have snipers with them, so don't get out unless it's necessary for survival. Lieutenant Colonel, what do we do with the elf tanks blocking the road? A bunch of destroyed elven magipanzers was clumped up on the road leading out of the jungle. Don't destroy them though. Some recovery vehicles are coming to pick them up for research. Chapter 44 Part 2 Armored Advance 0100 April 5th, 2020 CE 0630 Sun 5th, 196 AE. In the jungles, Colonel Tracus was unhappily talking to Colonel Aruicus on the radio. Because of the precarious situation that they were in, they decided not to meet outside. We will be decimated by the time we even arrive at the designated position. Is your 2nd Battalion still intact? They are. Some losses. Nothing too significant since they retreated. We are stuck here with enemies on either side. Their air support is terrifying. Any ideas of what we could do? Well, you mentioned earlier that we could abandon our magipanzers and try to escape without their planes noticing. You know we will be demoted and called cowards for that. We will be losing more than 500 magipanzers. Any bright ideas then? Should we try to attack the other side again? Their air support over there will wipe us out for sure. Another radio message interrupted their conversation. Where? Who is this? This is Lieutenant Colonel Palhas of the 3rd Battalion. Our medium magipanzer company is engaging human magipanzers on our road. They have come up behind them. A few minutes earlier, the B Company of the 2nd Battalion, 37th Armor Regiment moved down the road of the jungle in a single file line. The lush green jungle surrounded them on all sides. Sunlight barely came through the canopy. The 14 Abrams of the company came to a stop. We have, come across a fork in the road. One's leading left while the other's leading right. B Company will take the right. C Company will take the left. A few minutes after taking the right road, B Company rounded a curved road and came to an abrupt stop again. Elf tank in front. Engaging. Right around the curve was an entire elf tank company in a single file line. The front Abrams had just driven right up the back of one of the elf tanks. A round from the front Abrams blasted the back of it. A large explosion caught the attention of the rest of the medium magipanzer company of the 3rd Battalion. Soon they realized that a knight in the back of their formation had just been destroyed. Magipanzers at the front of the formation turn around. Magipanzers that have a line of fire, get your turrets around and fire at will. The knights and guards started traversing their turrets and their tanks to face the Abrams. The knights at the back of the formation slowly turned their turrets. The 2 Abrams behind the front one went off onto the left and right side of the road to engage the elves. With a rate of fire of more than 15 rounds a minute and the fact that it took a knight about 30 seconds to traverse its turret 180 degrees, the 3 Abrams were able to take out all of the elf tanks in the back. Soon, they pushed aside the destroyed elf tanks and moved forward against the surviving ones that were in the middle of turning their tanks around. Finally turned around, a shot from a knight tank ricocheted off of the right cheek of one of the Abrams. An Abrams returned fire and knocked it out in one shot to its front armor. The other elf tanks joined in on the firing, but all the rounds glanced off. What's with their armor? The armored piercing mana is just glancing off. Just a mon at a high explosive. A high explosive round struck and exploded on the cheek of another Abram. The night crew that fired the shell cheered after it struck. The large explosion seemed to convince them that they had destroyed it. Then through the clearing smoke, it continued firing as if nothing had happened. The high explosive rounds exploded all around the other Abrams, but still, it had no effect. Our magipanzers are completely ineffective against theirs. We can't penetrate their ammo. The voice on the other side of LTC Pattis's Magi radio cut off. We have just engaged and destroyed around 20 elf tanks. No casualties suffered. Our tanks seemed to be impervious to their rounds. Destroyed knights and guards were strewn across the road in the jungle. It was basically like shooting fish in a barrel with a shotgun. 0112 April 5th, 2020 CE 0936 Sun 5th, 196 AE, one of the 11 advanced landing grounds. 2 pilots were on break in one of the hastily constructed temporary buildings. I heard the Army got orders to stop their advance. No concern to us. We are the Air Force. As long as the Army isn't pushed back, we will be fine. Well, I heard it was because of some special human aircraft. That definitely will concern us. What if they come to attack our air bases? Nothing to worry about. We will detect them with our MUDs, the mana usage detectors? I thought the humans didn't use mana to power their aircraft. Oh, I meant the MWEs, the mana wave emitters. You know what those are, right? Never heard of them. Well, they are kind of a new invention. They send out mana waves in many directions and at large distances. When a mana wave hits an object in the sky, it bounces back towards us, which allows us to detect it. How do you know so much? I asked one of the people who used them. He was kinda weird but gave me a very long explanation. A Magusian airbase given to the US 6 F-35 is took to the skies. Chapter 45 Destruction, BRRRRTTTT. 0904 April 6, 2020 CE 0732 Sun 6, 196 AE Advanced Landing Ground 4. The advance of the Army had overtaken the range of the Air Force again. It was very problematic for them to keep up. Advanced Landing Ground 4 was the closest airfield to the current front line. It was the base of Fighter Group 4, which consisted of more than 100 AI-192s. Advanced landing grounds were quickly constructed in temporary airfields that were used to support advancing ground forces that got out of range. After clearing out a suitable area, a special material was placed down to serve as a runway. It took 2 to 3 days to construct one that could only support fighter aircraft. It took longer for them to be able to make them suitable for bombers. The place was quiet. There hadn't been much activity in recent days. The human air force in the area had already been obliterated during the start of the invasion. The Air Force had easily cleared the skies and the Army had captured all the airfields in the area. A fighter section which consisted of 4 AR-192s prepared to conduct a routine patrol. Propellers started and they drove onto the runway. One by one, they went down the runway and got off the ground. Ground crews ran around. Some were at their aircraft doing maintenance and checks. It was all normal until a fiery, orange explosion rocked the middle of the runway. A strange noise could be heard as something flew over. Advanced Landing Ground 4's headquarters was a hastily constructed building at the end of the airfield. There were many rooms in it, each with a different purpose. Bursting into one of these rooms, an adjutant shouted an urgent report. Lieutenant Colonel. The runway's been cratered. There are human aircraft in the sky. As if on cue, the sound of the airfield's anti-aircraft Thogens firing started. Lieutenant Colonel Theoden Binnen, commander of Fighter Group 4, quickly got out of his office. He walked through the hallway and flung open the door to the detection room. He shouted to the men inside. What the hell? How did they get past the detection equipment? The operators in the detection room, who have been intensely staring at the screens as if searching for something, replied without looking up. Our MWEs are not detecting anything significant. Only minor blips. Switch to the MUDs then. Nothing at all. There are clearly human aircraft over us. We are getting bombed. A small moment of silence passed. There might be some problems with the equipment. Damn your faulty equipment. Binnen quickly walked out with his adjutant following. Get the combat air patrols back to engage the enemy aircraft. Find out if the runway is still usable. If it is, get all AI-192s off the ground. Many smaller explosions rocked the base as the enemy targeted the aircraft that were sitting on the ground. Black puffs filled the sky as the 88 anti-aircraft Thogens tried to hit whatever aircraft was trying to assault them. They had expected an attack to include many dive bombers or bombers. So far, the sky seemed unexpectedly empty. Cluster bombs dropped by multiple F-35s fell on the lined-up AI-192s on the ground. Lines of explosions caused by the bomblets rocked the base. The ground seemingly shook from the power of it. Aircrew and ground crew were thrown to the ground as their aircraft were seemingly squashed by explosions. Chaos descended on the base as the elves sought shelter from the bombs. Their original order of trying to get the planes off the ground was completely forgotten when they saw that approaching their aircraft most likely meant death. Another F-35 flew towards the airfield. Opening its bomb bay, it released a single bomb far away from its target. The GBU-31 JDAM flew towards the headquarters of the airfield. The 2,000 pounds warhead hit and a massive explosion obliterated a large part of the building. The combat air patrol that lifted off earlier flew back towards the airbase at maximum speed. They had just been alerted to what happened and weren't far away. The 6 F-35s turned around after destroying a large portion of the enemy airbase. They got into formation once again. From one of the F-35's open bomb bay, 2 AIM-120 AMRAAM detached from the bottom and blasted forward. From another F-35, 2 more came out. Fox 3. Fox 3, one of the 4 AR-192s in the combat air patrol seemingly crumpled as it exploded like a firework in the air. The 3 remaining broke formation in surprise. Another AR-192 seemingly imploded. The 2 remaining that tried to flee were blown out of the sky a few seconds later. A few minutes later, another combat air patrol that was further away finally got back to the airbase. Surprise filled their eyes as they surveyed the destruction. It seemed like a massive air attack. The runway had been cratered in multiple places. Burning planes could be seen everywhere on the ground. Black smoke rose from the airbase and choked the skies. The Magic Battery storage building and headquarters were largely destroyed. High Command Office Field Marshal Gale's face slowly darkened as his adjutant read the report. We have lost contact with Advanced Landing Grounds 4, Advanced Landing Ground 7, and captured Airbase 3. It's a human attack. Alert all other air bases. Increase combat air patrols. Make sure that not a fly can pass through. Jungle's fortresses from the heavy tank company of the 3rd Battalion tried to cover the retreat of the rest of their battalion. They even hoped that maybe their heavier armor and bigger gun could actually do something. We are doing literally nothing to them. Impossible. No matter how many mana shells they throw at them, the human tanks show no damage other than a couple of scratch marks or burns. On the other hand, the fortresses were being penetrated in single shots. Their magic panzers were being destroyed left to right. 0946 April 6, 2020 CE 0753 Sun 6th, 196 AE Jungle's Colonel Tracus looked conflicted as his magic panzer went down the road. They had no choice but to take the risk of running out in the open. They had a much better chance of surviving air attacks than being engaged by enemy magic panzers. Planes outside of the jungles, the 2nd Battalion of the 26th Magic Panzer Regiment burst out of the jungle again. This time all seemed quiet. No planes were harassing them. Then one of the magic panzers exploded. What do we do, sir? Keep driving and don't stop? This is stupid. This is the best chance we have. Hovering a few miles away and perpendicular to the elves were 2 Apache squadrons. An Apache pilot said merrily to everyone else in his squadron. His Apache raked one of the elf tanks which blew up right after. Then in his view, dirt was thrown up violently. BRRRRRRTTTT. The ground shook as 2 A-10s pounded the fleeing 2nd Battalion. Jungles about 15 minutes later in his magic panzer, Colonel Airy contacted Colonel Tracus. We have to get out as fast as possible. How is your 2nd Battalion? They have suffered heavy casualties, but it seems like the human air support ran out of ammo or something. That is probably our best chance of getting out of here. Simon Halera quietly sat on the branch of a tree. He felt much safer in the jungle than on the open ground. He watched as a human magic panzer destroyed a fortress with ease. Seems like they aren't as inferior as we thought. He mockingly used that word that his fellow soldiers had always liked to use when referring to the humans. He looked down on his rifle which was sitting on his lap. It won't do much against a magic panzer. He was waiting for the chance when a human commander popped out of their hatch. That hasn't happened so far, which was surprising. Usually, a magic panzer commander will need to survey their entire surroundings once in a while. Outside the jungle, which idiot thought this was a good idea? Ah, Corporal Deger screeched as his guard barreled down the plains and shook from the constant explosions around him. Charred holes and destroyed magic panzers littered the once lush, green plain. His magic panzer had to do weird maneuvers to go through available openings. In the skies the Apache squadron turned and moved forward. The explosions around Deger's magic panzer stopped. Jungle's HM, these look like Tiger tanks from World War II. Could their leader be a reincarnation of Hitler? Lieutenant Colonel Rogers chuckled at Lieutenant Colonel Parker's comment. Well, you never know. We got transported to this world with magic, so anything is possible at this point. I will be able to tell my Gramps that we killed Hitler again. Bradleys from the Mechanized Rifle Company of the 2nd Battalion, 37th Armor Regiment moved up the road behind them. On the road at the sides of the Bradley was the Magosian infantry from their 41st Division. We will be able to push them out of the jungle in no time. These elves also seem to be avoiding the jungle. I always thought that they were tree huggers or something. Guess they're different from our fictions. They did industrialize, so they might have caused them to change. How is the rest of the front? Last I heard from HQ, it's going smoothly. Apaches flew overhead as they headed back to their airbase. In the air further outside the jungles, an hour later an MQ-1C Grey Eagle flew overhead. It's networked electronic warfare, remotely operated, Nero, system activated. As it flew over the elf forces, it started jamming all nearby radio communications. Carl Tracus tiredly surveyed the passing grass plains around him. He and Carl Eric had somehow survived because of a lull in the humans' air attacks. Thank goddess that the human aircraft have run out of ammo again. How much of our force do we even have left? I'm not sure at this point. But we have certainly suffered massive casualties. We have to make haste and get to our defense line. I will inform the Lieutenant General. The MQ-1C Grey Eagle over them continued to jam all radio communications in the area. This is Colonel Tracus of the 26th Magipanzer Regiment. How is the retreat, Colonel? We suffered heavy casualties because of the human air force. At least 50–60% of our force has been destroyed. Their attacks have died down, but we fear they will come back. We are making haste towards the defense position. About that, Colonel, we have some bad news. ASI came over the Magi radio before Lieutenant General Ficus continued. All nearby airbases have been destroyed. Impossible. We are pulling the defense line further back in order to have them under air cover. The new position is 25 miles further. It's close to Advanced Landing Ground 7. A noise disturbed the Magi radio conversation. BRRRRRRTTTT Chapter 46 Defense and Situations. 1046 April 6, 2020 CE 0823 Sun 6, 196 AE planes not far from the jungles. A Magi radio message interrupted Colonel Tracus's conversation. It's one of their weird-looking planes again. We are currently in a very precarious situation. Are there any forces nearby that can provide support? Sorry, Colonel. Most of the 33rd have already reached the original line of defense. We are now on the move to the second defense line. The 2 infantry corps are already there setting up defenses. The Air Force can't reach you either. You are on your own. A muffled sigh came out of Tracus. Understood, sir. Colonel Tracus changed his monofrequency to Colonel Aruicus. We are easier targets if we travel in formation. The sun is setting. We just have to survive for at least another hour. The cover of the night could protect us from the humans' air attacks. 1052 April 6, 2020 CE 0826 Sun 6, 196 AE. In the jungles, he wasn't sure if the Magipanzer regiments that he got attached to were even alive. But he knew that his unit definitely wasn't. They had probably been burned to a crisp at the tree line or captured. Halera looked around. He was on a tree that was very close to where the jungle met the roads. He had wanted to take a shot whenever the chance was presented to him. It never happened even though multiple human Magipanzers had traveled through. He started climbing down. It was likely that human infantry were already in the jungle. He really wasn't that good when it came to close quarter combat. He did have a knife and pistol, but his skills were quite questionable with them. He sighed to himself. This is why I hate the jungle sometimes. He needed to get away from the road and deeper into the jungle. This was probably the only way he could prevent being captured. Deciding to sneak out of the jungle during the night, he started moving, so it took him deeper into the jungle and closer to the plains. 1112 April 6, 2020 CE 0836 Sun 6, 196 AE infantry from the 82nd Airborne moved through large swaths of the jungle. They had to make sure that no elves were hiding. If there was even a company-sized elf unit, it would spell some trouble for the future. They have already captured a few dozen elf infantry. However, they had been very disorganized. They seemed to be the survivors from the incendiary attack. Inside one of the M2A3 Bradleys on the road in the jungle, Private First Class Isaac Miles looked down at his rifle. He was a rifleman in the 1st Squad of 2nd Platoon in a company of the 2nd Battalion, 37th Armor Regiment. In the somewhat cramped passenger compartment where he and his squad were, there was only red light. Isaac looked towards his squad. When the fucking hell are we getting out of this damn jungle? Should be that long, Private. Well, we don't even know if we are gonna dismount once we get out, so don't get your hopes up. It's too fucking hot in here. Well, the fucking AC is broken again. We have so much fucking money in the budget, yet they can't get a simple fucking AC fixed. 1448 April 6, 2020 CE 1024 Sun 6, 196 AE planes not far from the jungle. The human air attacks have been constantly on and off. Thankfully, the sun had just set and the only thing illuminating the area was the moon. Based on strict orders, none of the magic panzers or magic trucks opened their headlights. Only the engines of the vehicles could be heard in the dead silence of the night. Suddenly a distinct chopping noise could be heard. The sound of engines died down and a chopping noise filled the air. The elven Magipanzer crew hoped that the human aircraft couldn't see them. Then streaks of light came from the sky. A Magipanzer exploded. The humans could somehow see them even during the night. In the sky through the Apache's green night vision screens, the elf tanks were clearly outlined in a darker shade. Right outside the jungle, Simon Holera slowly walked out of the jungle with his rifle in his hand. It seemed completely quiet. The dark of the night blanketed him. He started running 2307 April 6, 2020 CE 0244 Sun 7th, 196 AE Elven Defense Line. In one of the intact villages left by the Eastern Army, elves ran around. Some carried anti-personnel thoggans, APTGs, with one hand, and others held either anti-personnel subthoggans, APSTGs, or magic rifles. Anti-personnel subthoggans were the smallest type of thoggans. Thoggans represented anything that shot at a higher rate of fire. In a window overlooking the road to the entrance of the village, an APSTG was set up. The humans who lived in this village had already been all either killed and buried in a pit a few days ago, or were being transported to the Elven continent. Move it. Get that APTG on that window. In a house, a first lieutenant shouted at his men. Anti-tank magic cannons were also being set up on various roads and sandbags were placed down everywhere. Outside of the village on the plains, 88mm anti-aircraft thoggans were being uncoupled from their trucks. A massive defense line was being formed. Elves quickly dug trenches and foxholes on the plains. Any bumps or small hills on the plains were being used as a strategic position. The first wave of the Eastern Army was doing its best to prepare its defenses and hold out until the second wave arrived. Major General Arabella yawned. She opened her eyes and looked at the ceiling of the human house she was in. She got off the bed and smoothed her crumpled uniform. It had been so boring for the past few days. It was all just setting up defenses and positioning the magic panzers. She understood that some was definitely off. If this was proceeding normally, they would have already been past the jungles. Now it was just reports of defeats and retreats. Based on her theory, even if the humans were technologically on par with them, their surprise attack won't have stalled this early. She walked out of the house. The sun was just rising. Afflin, Elven Nation light rain pattered the window to his office. It was very cloudy and gloomy outside. The 27th and 36th Magipanzer regiments of the 33rd Magipanzer Corps have suffered massive casualties. At least 60% of their forces have been destroyed. According to their reports, the human Magipanzers seem invincible and are capable of taking out ours in one hit. They have suffered continued harassment by the human Air Force even during the night. Is that all for that front? We have established a solid line of defense at the area where our destroyed airfields were. The second wave is fast approaching that line. From your orders, the offensive will start again once the second wave reaches the units from the first wave. How about the front against the kingdoms? We have been stretched a bit thin there, but because of how technological inferior they are, it hasn't become an issue yet. Good. Dismissed. Terran turned his head to his aide who was beside him. I need the head of intelligence. Call him to my office. Less than 30 minutes later, Antholin and Aniris entered the office. He took off his coat and hung it on the rack at the side. He saluted. My leader, you called? Yes, sit down. We need to have an important conversation. After Antholin took a seat, Terran continued talking. Have you been able to collect any new information on the United States of America? We have learned some new things from the newspaper articles and the humans we interrogated. Do you have a map? Terran Venharis rustled out a map that was in a drawer in his table. He flattened it on the desk. Thank you. From the information we gathered, the United States of America is located on the Formidon continent. He pointed at it on the map. You are saying that those backwater humans were able to develop such advanced technology? Terran was referring to the original natives of the Formidon continent. No. According to the Human News article, the United States of America suddenly appeared. We aren't sure how, but some of the captured humans say that they come from another world. We can't confirm if it is actually true, but that is the general consensus. Are we sure these United States of America people are actually human? From the interrogations, they are. I guess we need to deal with these otherworldly humans. We can assume that they definitely have superior technology, but to what level, we can't confirm that. Okay, thank you, dismissed. Please report to me if you discover any more news. After Anfilin left, Terran sighed and spoke to himself. The problem now is how to deal with them. Our forces are currently getting battered by their ground and air units. Should we launch a surprise attack using our navy? Maybe we can go past the insular continent and make a beach landing on the other side. Terran stared at the map splayed out on his table. It was a very old map. It showed the bottom of the Formididon continent as rounded. In the season, U.S. carrier group consisting of 3 carriers, 18 destroyers, 3 cruisers, 3 submarines approached the tip of the Sown continent. The aircraft carriers were the USS Abraham Lincoln, USS Gerald R. Ford, and USS Harry S. Truman. Rear Admiral J. Burns of the Abraham Lincoln scanned the ocean with his binoculars. The skies were gray and the ocean was a bit rocky. We are closing in on the area where the main Elf Navy is stationed at. We will clear these ships out and then begin an assault on their landings. 5 carriers were under maintenance. This meant that 50% of active U.S. aircraft carriers were being deployed for this. The other 3 active carriers were spread out. One was supporting combat operations on the western side of the Magus Imperium, which was quite close to them. The second one was situated between the Bem Kingdom and Mark Imperium for security reasons. The last one was on the west coast of the United States. Chapter 47 Naval Onslaught. Landing zones in the Magus Imperium. There was a lot of commotion on the beach. Elves ran around carrying things that ranged from weapons to building materials. A landing craft opened up its doors to let its contents directly out onto the sands of the beach. A large clanking and rumbling noise could be heard as the beast inside slowly came out. Sand shifted from the weight of the beast. 2 elf engineers who were on break stared at it. Wow, what is that? I think that's the newest heavy magic panzer. The Fortress II or Grand Fortress or something. Other elves stopped what they were doing and looked at the Fortress II with admiration. The inferiors are definitely toast. 0201 April 7, 2020 CE 0433 Sun 7th, 196 AE. In the middle of the ocean between the Sown and Imperatoria continent, the National Navy hadn't seen much action lately. Originally, the National Navy Command had plans to enact a blockade around the entirety of the Imperatoria continent and destroy all human ships that came close. However, that plan was struck down by the leader as preposterous. The only glory they got was when the war started and they cleared out all human ships in the vicinity. Then the leader relegated them to more of a protection and patrol role. Even their glorious battleships have become mere patrol boats. One such battleship, the NN Wintris, a Venhurus-class battleship, was with its patrol group. A sailor on the ship looked out at the sea. Ugh, why do we even have to be here? It's just sailing and sailing. I haven't seen our guns fire in ages. The sailor who was mopping the deck stopped and replied. I like the peace. Doesn't sailing feel so comfortable? I just love this scenery. The birds, the fish, the water. Just like from a painting. That's why I became a sailor. I became one because I wanted glory. Glory? Join the National Army then. You aren't going to get any in the Navy. A gruff voice came from behind them. Okay, enough chit-chatting. Get back to work. A not so impressed petty officer was looking at them. Yes, sir. A large boom was heard. What the? Within a few seconds, alarms started ringing. The ship's speaker sounded. Prepare for combat. Prepare for combat. All elves to positions. The alarm sounded again before the message was given again. Prepare for combat. Prepare for combat. All elves to positions. They dropped their mops and ran across the deck. A bright orange ball consumed the side of the cruiser. By the goddess, anti-aircraft guns started firing towards where the mysterious aircraft were coming from. Rear Admiral Evaslai Eric of the patrol group stared at what was happening. Are those suicide aircraft? I think they are too small to fit a human in. Don't let up with the firing and contact HQ, Aflin, Elven Nation High Command Office, National Navy Section Sir. Battleship Group 3 is facing an unknown enemy. They are suffering losses. Should we keep this a secret like we did with that destroyer squadron? The General of the Navy, who is also the head of the Naval Department, sighed. We can't. This isn't a small destroyer squadron but a battleship group. And besides, the Army has experienced multiple setbacks already. The leader won't be that disapproving of us. Hopefully. Leader's Mansion Terran looked at the report. Anfilin, the head of the Intelligence Department, was with him. They seem to be Hixenbazons. Does the United States of America use Hixenbazons? What are embassies? This is top secret, but I suppose it's fine to tell you. Just make sure you don't tell anyone else. You will be tried for treason if you did. You know, you should really work with the advancement department more often. Embassies are basically a bomb that is rocket-powered and can be directed at a location miles and miles away. Of course, they aren't that accurate, so I'm questioning whether or not they are embassies. Embassies can't hit moving objects. Of course, magic rockets from aircraft can, but they will still need to be at a close range. Less than an hour earlier, in the sea near the tip of the eastern end of the Somme continent, FA-18 Super Hornets broke off after firing their AGM-84 Harpoon missiles. Less than 15 minutes later, a person stared at a screen. It seems like most of that group has been destroyed. However, there still are operational ships. They are getting into a range. We can fire the new modified anti-armor harpoons to finish them off. Back to the present at sea where Battleship Group 3 was located. Elves ran around the deck of the NN Wintris. "Are you alright, Admiral?" Evis coughed heavily before replying. "I'm fine. How is the ship?" "We have received damage to multiple compartments. There are some fires raging. We are still trying to get in contact with everyone. This doesn't seem good. We are currently turning back to port. We also have reinforcements coming to support us." At sea, closer to the Elven continent, after reviewing the order, Rear Admiral Hagen Vangela started planning with his aide. "We have new orders. Seems like Battleship Group 3 was attacked. We are going on a search and destroy. Any exact information about the enemy? They seem to be using some type of long-range weapon. According to the orders, we have to be extremely cautious about that." "Understood, sir. Should we start dispatching aircraft?" Hagen laughed. "We aren't even close to where the attack happened. Don't be so eager. Something's going down. We are being placed under the command of the Silent Admiral, 0803 April 7, 2020 CE 0736 Sun 7th, 196 AE Afvalin, Elven Nation. The capital city has had dreary weather for the past few days. A black magicker went down the grey brick street. The sky was a similar grey as the ground. Magic lamps brightened the gloominess. Many elves walked the streets with umbrellas. Those who were able to manipulate water mana held their hands out. As if they had a protective barrier, the raindrops slid off of a seemingly invisible umbrella. The magicker entered what seemed to be a mansion. An elf in a black trench coat, black pants, and black hat came out of the magicker after it stopped. He opened up his black umbrella and walked into the building. Ignoring those that were staring at him, he walked into a room and put his hat on the coat rack. "My leader, nice day, isn't it, Zeno? Did I not tell you to alert my aides as to when you were coming?" Zeno sat on the couch in the middle of the office. "I have the new aircraft ready," Terran sighed. He stood up and went to grab his coat. After a car drive to a far-out and secret location, Terran stood beside Zeno. "Are you sure this is a good day to be testing it?" "Of course it is. Rain has never failed my work. It even feels nice to stand outside in it." An aircraft with a weird tube under each wing rolled onto the runway. A loud whirring sound seemed to come from the tubes. Terran stood outside with Zeno and Aurora, the top engineer in the advancement department. Terran really didn't like standing in the rain, but at Zeno's suggestion, he did. The aircraft started going down the runway. Near Industropoulos, Mark Imperium, many hundreds of miles to the north, a different engineer was looking around a different vehicle. The armor thickness is actually very similar to World War II German panzers. Off by a few centimeters, but nothing major. A deep voice responded to that. "So our weapons will work on them? They don't have any secret super armor or something, of course. They are just World War II tanks. However, the composition of the armor seems strange though. Some of the metal isn't really metal. It's weird. What's even more interesting is the engine and its ammunition. They seem to be the same material as some of the metal." "What about them? You know how the Magosians use this thing called magic?" "Yeah, I have been looking at the Magosian engines. Quite inefficient. We never took deep interest in them because of how terrible they were. Their engines use both fossil fuels and magic. However, they are basically just normal engines with magic as an add-on in case of emergencies. It's just like carrying a bit of extra fuel. The Magosian magic is extremely weak when compared to what our machines can do, but I'm getting off of my point. These elf engines seem to be much more developed. The engines are wholly dependent on magic. In addition, their ammunition seems to be all magic. There seems to be some sort of magic battery that powers both the engine and provides ammunition. And there's this magic material combined with the rest of the metal in their armor. So you're telling me we can easily blow them up?" The engineer had a look of resignation on his face. He had already explained it in a less educated way, yet the general still didn't understand. General, you know what? Yes, okay, that's all I needed to know. 1926 April 8, 2020 CE 0943 Sun 8, 196 AE Cat Kingdom, United Beastman Kingdom, Sown Continent. Are you even old enough to drink? Subcommander Jeb Miller had a little red on his face as he asked that. Unlike 3 days ago, Jeb was now able to speak a good amount of Latin. He had been trying to learn it for the past few weeks. Now, with a little help from the locals, he had finally gotten a hang of it. Of course, I'm 16, and what do you even mean by old enough? There are drinking age limits in my country. That's strange. We don't have any here. You guys are lucky. Ron laughed. His face was flushed red. A moment of silence passed between them. Jeb had taken up quite a liking of him during their training. Ron was truly unlucky. He had witnessed incidents of ceiling tiles falling onto him, the floor giving out underneath him, random animals chasing after him, and a bunch of other things. But he seemed quite innocent and kind. Hey, Ron, I have been wondering for quite a while. Yeah, why are you in the army? I mean, not to be mean or anything, everyone in your county's army seems to be the big cat types. Ron looked down at his wooden jug of beer. Well, seeing the uncertainty on Ron's face, Jeb realized that there might have been circumstances. You don't have to answer, now, it's fine. I guess the main reason would be that Madame Flamatail is my mother. Jeb looked at Ron in confusion. HM? You don't look like her at all. Well, Madame Flamatail adopted and raised me. When I was a mere kitten. Ron stopped and stared at his beer before continuing. I was found on the streets by her. She was already in the army at that time but still decided to raise me. I don't know who my parents were or what happened to them. I think they abandoned me because I was too unlucky or something. Well, I'm in the army now because mother is in it too. She raised me even when I had no relation to her and was weaker than her. I want to help her in any way possible. If it means that I have to take up a sword and go into combat, then be it. Ron looked at his beer with a light smile. He started chugging it. Then, the chair he was sitting on gave out beneath him. Ron the Black Cat by Bundesarchiv, build 101 I721, 0397, 34 Wagner CC by Say 3.0, CC by Say 3.0 to, https://commons.wikimedia.org/w/index.php curate equals 71627612 by Hohum, own work, CC by 3.0, https://commons.wikimedia.org/w/index.php curate equals 7305322 Fortress II Grand Fortress by Bundesarchiv, build 146, 1975, 117, 26 Lysiak CC by Say 3.0, CC by Say 3.0 to, https://commons.wikimedia.org/w/index.php curate equals 5482824 Hexenbazins Chapter 48 Elven Naval Gamble 0220 April 8, 2020 CE 0410 Sun 8, 196 AE Somewhere between Sown Continent and Imperatoria Continent it was a new day. The sea was getting rocky and the skies were gray with clouds. A cold breeze blew throughout the ocean. It was obvious that a storm was coming. Multiple groups of ships were converging on each other and formed a massive fleet. Admiral Edirm Vinor sat down on the chair in the specialized command room of his flagship, the aircraft carrier NN Conqueror. Edrim was known as an elf of few words, thus he gained the title of the Silent Admiral. He only spoke when he had to. He was quite a big elf and the chair he was sitting on barely fit him. He looked around at his officers. They silently stared back. He nodded. Begin, Admiral. We have been assigned a new mission. Naval Command has lost contact with Battleship Group 3. Their last message was that they had been attacked and were turning around. Because of this, it is believed that a large human fleet is nearby. Special instruction has also come directly from the leader. The officer abruptly stopped to let that set in. Edirm nodded to signal for the officer to continue. Proceed with extreme caution. This is most likely a new enemy. A nation called the United States of America. They are categorized as being more powerful than the Empire. The recent defeats experienced by the Army were caused by them. We believe that they may have weapons that are capable of hitting from extreme ranges. Take this into account. That is the full message from our leader. In addition, we have also been warned by High Command that if we lose this battle, the supply lines linking our country with the army fighting in the Empire would be severed. So it is of utmost importance that we prevent this from happening. We have been given a large fleet of 4 battleship groups, 4 fleet carrier groups, 3 light carrier groups, 6 destroyer squadrons, and 5 submarine squadrons. Edrim looked at the map with the blocks placed on it. He sat there staring for a few seconds in silence. He frowned at the supposedly large fleet. A toppled wooden red block with a 3BG labeled on it was set a few feet from a group of wooden red blocks that were not toppled and had various numbers and letters on them. There were also multiple red blocks spread out nearby with SS labeled on each of them. "Give me more blocks." The officers brought out more blocks. Edrim started writing on them with a pencil. They were labeled 1.1D, 1.2D, 2.1D, 2.2D and so on, and were placed next to the blocks that had the same first number but had BGs on them. Using a stick, he spread the D blocks out and moved them forward. Then blocks labeled Ds followed behind. 2 of the D blocks, 6.1D and 6.2D, were pushed to the south. SS blocks were also pushed forward in seemingly random directions. He bunched together all the BG, FCG, and LCG blocks and very slowly pushed them forward behind the Ds and D blocks. Detached the destroyers for scouting. Then he fell silent and let his subordinates carry out the commands. A command was transmitted to all the flagships of each group. All destroyers from each battleship group will form their own independent units. Each new independent destroyer unit will keep the numbers of their battleship group but will either have a .1 or .2 added. Specific orders will then be given to each unit. Less than 30 minutes later, a large and organized formation was formed when the aircraft carriers, cruisers, and destroyers of the aircraft carrier groups converged on the battleships and cruisers of the battleship groups. Destroyers from the battleship groups and destroyer squadrons steamed out in various directions. 0446 April 8, 2020 CE 0523 Sun 8, 196 AE Afvalin, Elven Nation. Are we lacking in capability? You are not. Then for such a dangerous enemy, why are you only sending less than half of the fleet? Because I have plans for the other half. What plans? I had wanted to discuss this with you in the future, but I suppose now is a good time. Yes, my leader, General, I have big plans. Prepare the remaining fleet for a long journey. What are you exactly planning, my leader? We will hide our new enemy where it hurts most. With his phone on his right ear, Terran stared at the map of the Formidon continent. Somewhere between Soane continent and Imperatoria continent, Vice Admiral Angela Walters was called to attention by one of the radar operators. "Admiral, we have multiple contacts on our radar from various locations. Let me take a look." The radar operator explained the situation. 3 groups of surface contacts. Spread far out. Seems to be at least a total of 9 surface ships, probably a patrol. Well, get the Super Hornets loaded up and in the air. We are going duck hunting. Come on, no time to waste. Destroyer Group 4.1, consisting of 3 destroyers, moved at a brisk pace. Using binoculars, an officer scanned the horizon of the rocky seas. All seems clear. The weather is quite stormy though. A few minutes later, the front of the lead destroyer was seemingly consumed in a ball of fire. It immediately started sinking after the bright flash of light. Enemy attack. Evasive maneuvers. Elven main fleet, we have lost contact with Destroyer Group 4.1. Edrim's officers have been keeping track of the positions of their units on the map. They made sure that the blocks were as accurate as possible in location. The block labeled 4.1D was toppled with a stick. A small cross marked the estimated location of where it was destroyed. That's the furthest away destroyer group. Edrim listened to his officer before speaking. Tell the destroyer groups and destroyer squadrons to reverse and spread further out. Make sure that 6.1D and 6.2D don't stop moving south. Then another report came in. We just lost contact with Destroyer Group 2.1. US fleet seems like the surface ships are fleeing. There's one remaining group. Take them all out. They are probably looking for the ships we had sunk. A few minutes later we have come up to another group of surface ships. Destroy them. Elven main fleet Destroyer Group 1.1 has been destroyed. Admiral Edrim Vaynor looked at the standing blocks on the map. Destroyer Group 6 status. Nothing has happened to them yet. He started sliding 6.1D and 6.2D back up. Tell them to turn around. Go north. Edrum's officers looked around at each other. They were completely perplexed about what he was doing but didn't question it. 30 minutes later, U.S. fleet, 2 groups of surface ships. This time they are coming from the south. You know the drill. Elven main fleet destroyer groups 6.1 and 6.2 were destroyed. Their blocks were toppled and it was marked. Edrum stared at the map before getting out his pencil. He leaned over on the table and drew a circle connecting the point from destroyed destroyer groups 6.1 and 6.2 to the point where destroyer group 1.1 was destroyed. He drew 2 lines that crossed at the center of the circle. Blue blocks. His officers handed him the blue blocks. He placed them down onto the center of the circle. Their detection equipment seems to be quite long-ranged. How close do we need to approach before we can launch our aircraft? 0534 April 8, 2020 CE 0547 Sun 8, 196 AE. A few miles off the coast of the Magus Imperium, a Tomahawk missile flew upwards from an Arleigh-Burke destroyer before curving left. Light rain pattered the canopy of an FA-18 Super Hornet sitting on the catapult of the USS Ronald Reagan. A ground crew personnel wearing bright yellow clothing crouched and pointed his 2 fingers forward. The FA-18 seemingly rocketed down the catapult and flew upwards towards the gray sky. A few seconds later, another FA-18 rocketed down the other catapult. They had been out here for a couple of days doing strike missions on targets in the western portion of the Magus Imperium. They have so far decimated multiple elf ground units. Elven defense line, is this all the survivors? Yes sir, we were harassed day and night by human aircraft. We barely held together. Colonel Tracus and Colonel Eric Keldner heads down in clear defeat. Lieutenant General Fekas sighed. It's fine. It's not only your units. All units beyond this line have faced numerous air attacks. We are taking heavy casualties. The Western Army is faring even worse. There have been reports of numerous attacks by an undetectable force. Even their defense line is barely holding. We are categorizing it as some sort of advanced human magic that we haven't developed yet. Information about the condition of the Western Army is also beginning to be restricted. Planes M1A2 Abrams rolled down the plains. Following them were M2A3 Bradleys. In one of the Bradleys, Private Isaac Miles yawned and stretched. Because of the amount of destruction the Air Force and Apaches had brought down on the ELF units, the planes were clogged with destroyed vehicles. It made travel difficult and slow. The good news was that they were able to get out and rest because of it. Isaac was glad that they could even get out of this tin can. Originally it was planned that they would travel non-stop with only short breaks. He didn't know how he was gonna survive that. There had also been reports of snipers, but it didn't really concern him since it was behind the lines. Counter-snipers and drones had been deployed, but were taking their sweet time to find whoever was taking pot shots at the supply units. Couple of casualties had already occurred, but nothing too major to stop the offensive. U.S. Air Force Base many miles behind the jungles. In an office, a few high-ranking Air Force officials were discussing their plans. The elves have taken up a defensive position on this line. We have pictures of anti-aircraft guns, artillery embankments, and trenches all along it. They have also set up defenses in all cities near this line. We have been given permission to destroy all elf defenses except for the ones in the cities. Why not the cities? We don't want to bomb any civilians. Are you sure if there are any? From our reports, the elves are extremely anti-human. Wouldn't it be very likely that they all have been executed? We can't discount the possibility of civilians. Our ground forces will clear the cities out. Also, keep in mind that there are multiple elf armies approaching. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 49, Midway to the Elven Nation. 0629 April 8, 2020 CE 0614 Sun 8, 196 AE. Elven Fleet, NN Conqueror. The weather is not favorable, but the rain is light and the wind is gentle. The enemy will not expect us, for we are the winds of our great nation. The inferiors shall face hell from above. There will be no retreat. By our almighty goddess and our leader, we shall secure victory. A massive cheer rose in the room. They saluted multiple times in unison at the picture of the leader and the elven flag below it. After doing so, small glasses of beer were passed out to everyone. They raised their small glasses and gulped it down. From a door, the pilots ran onto the deck of the aircraft carrier. Torpedoes and bombs were quickly loaded on. The propellers of their planes spun to life as the ground crew prepared them. A flag was waved and the blocks on the wheels of the aircraft were removed. The flag was then waved down and the first plane went down the runway. Masses of planes in V formation filled the sky. 30 minutes earlier, U.S. Fleet, USS Gerald R. Ford Vice Admiral Angela Walters stared at the screen that was shown to her. Holy Jesus. What the fuck is this? The radar screen was filled with green dots bunched on one side. An uncountable amount of ships. An officer nodded his head as if in understanding. Seems like the elves already know where we are. They may have sent their entire fleet after us. Angela looked surprised. I thought we were jamming their comms. It isn't working then. Multiple FA-18s were being launched from the three aircraft carriers, USS Gerald R. Ford, USS Harry S. Truman, and USS Theodore Roosevelt. The launching didn't stop for a rather long time. Elven fleet, sir. Multiple destroyer squadrons have been destroyed. Calmly observing the situation unfold, he looked towards the official that made that comment. No change, but sir, keep going forward. Admiral Edram Vaynor knew that the only way for him to succeed was by sacrificing a lot of his fleet. The leader has told him that heavy losses were acceptable as long as he sunk the human fleet. About 2 hours earlier, Admiral Vaynor had been called to the Magram room by one of the operators. He was told that the front page had top secret stamped onto it, which meant it was only for his eyes. Admiral, this is extremely sensitive information that so far only a few government officials and chief generals know. You are the first lower-ranked personnel to learn about this. Disclosure of this information to anybody else is considered treason against the nation. After reading this document, you are required to burn it. Although I have given you information about the United States of America in my instructions, I have not given you the entirety of what we know. I understand that this information will prove vital to your victory. From the Intelligence Department's compiled reports, I will list out some of what we know. Weapons with guidance systems that are capable of hitting moving targets. Extremely long-range detection capabilities, aircraft that can be flown at extremely fast speeds, and at long ranges are more capable of withstanding a Fortress's 88. Use this information well. Edram put his lighter next to the paper. It slowly crumpled into black. Present U.S. fleet up, Admiral. We have another situation. The Hawkeye is detecting multiple signatures. What's with this many dots again? Hundreds of aircraft, I believe, have the F-18s reloaded, refueled, and in the air as fast as possible. Also, prepare to launch the missiles once they get close. I don't think our F-18s will be able to stop them all. A few minutes later, we have another problem. Our acoustics are detecting multiple underwater contacts. Damn it, it's a coordinated attack. Should we send out the Seahawks? Too risky with those enemy aircraft approaching. Use the ass rocks when the submarines get close enough. Focus on the enemy aircraft for now. Elven fleet. The aircraft carriers of the Elven fleet were abuzz with elves. Aircraft were being endlessly launched in 5 to 10 minute intervals. Even planes from under the deck meant for reserves were being launched. Admiral, are you sure that we should commit everything to one attack? This is the only chance we have. More than 500 aircraft were in the sky. 144 AR-192N, naval modified, fighters, 192 Ra-189N, naval modified, dive bombers, and 186 Ra-1 torpedo bombers. On both sides of the fuselages on each one was a roundel. It was a red circle with a smaller yellow circle in the middle and a black cross on it. E-2 Hawkeye above the carrier strike group. This is worrying. The problem is, how are we even going to coordinate this? There is a literal shit ton of targets. A few minutes later, in the sky a few miles away from the U.S. fleet, Fox 3. Fox 3. Fox 3. 132 Super Hornets released their load of AIM-120 Abrams towards the horde of elf aircraft. This was one of the biggest deployments that the aircraft carriers have ever done. It was going to be a major headache landing them. Streaks filled the skies as the missiles traveled to their targets. Less than 200 miles away, a seemingly endless amount of explosions started occurring. Aircraft crumpled or were blown to bits. Metal fell from the skies. No retreat. Fighters shielded bombers. U.S. fleet. At least more than half of the elves aircraft are still in the air. Launched the SM-6S. The VLS on the Arleigh Burkes and Ticonderogas opened up. A giant puff of white smoke came out as missiles took to the sky. We have launched nearly 70% of our SM-6S. TCH. We will have to stop launching them. Leave a few for emergency situations. Ready the SM-2S and ESSMs. Fire when they get in range. A few minutes later, enemy submarines are getting within range now. Admiral, should we switch to the S-Rocks? Switch half of the fleet to deal with the approaching subs. The rest will continue focusing on the aerial threat. S-Rocks launched upward into the air. They flew straight forward over the ocean before each one seemingly split apart. Torpedoes dropped into the ocean. Underwater about 15 miles away, we are approaching the target, sir. We have detected multiple torpedoes heading our direction. Evade them. The submarine squadron split up in order to avoid the torpedo heading straight at them. Sir, it's following. What's following? The torpedo. Evade again. It's still following. What do you An explosion rocked the side of the submarine and split it in two. 10 minutes later, Admiral, we are running low on our SM-2S and ESSMs. Damn it. How much do we have left? Around 30 for each. Stop firing. We will reserve them. How is our S-Rock inventory? The ELF submarine seems spread out. They shouldn't pose that much of a threat. 20 minutes later. Attack. With only 25 aircraft left after being hit with hundreds of explosions seemingly conjured out of nowhere, they have finally found what seemed to be a part of the human fleet. We probably won't be able to attack the main fleet, but let's do some destruction here. Attack. 11 Ra-1 torpedo bombers swooped in for an attack in various directions. They started getting closer to the water. A wall 20 mm slammed into the torpedo bombers. They were ripped to shreds and some of them caught on fire after being hit. The Phalanx Seals on the Arleigh-Burkes, Ticonderogas, Nimitzes, and Gerald R. Ford had already all swung around to target the torpedo bombers. A single torpedo bomber caught on fire as it was hit with a 20 mm. Its torpedo dangled below it before being dropped into the ocean. Miraculously, before blowing up, it was able to release the torpedo towards an Arleigh-Burke. It silently sped through the waters. However, the pilot had grossly underestimated the speed of the Arleigh-Burke. It passed behind without hitting anything. The Phalanx Seals instantly readjusted to target the 10 Ra-189N dive bombers that had just started their dive. They were ripped out of the air in the same fashion as the torpedo bombers. The pilots and the 4 remaining fighters who were flying overhead looked on in horror as their brethren were swatted out of the sky in mere seconds. Retreat, Elven Fleet Admiral, the mission failed. We have lost 518 total aircraft. Only 4 AR-192Ns are currently returning. They have reported absolutely no damage to the human fleet. Retreat. Apprehension was obvious in Edirm's eyes. Will we even survive? U.S. Fleet Angela conversed with her officers. Admiral, do we continue? It seems like they are retreating. We can blow them out of the water. How many anti-air missiles do we have left? We should still have at least 10 SM-6S, 20 SM-2S, and around 40 ESSMs. The F-18s are extremely low on Abrams. We do still have the shorter range Sidewinders though. And a butt ton of Phalanx Seals 20 MMS. We should retreat. This could be a trap, and we do not have the capability to deal with another massed air attack. We will experience an unacceptable number of casualties if we continue. I agree, Admiral. If the elves launch another 500 planes, we won't be able to deal with them. The elf who is commanding that fleet knows what they're doing. They use their numerical advantage. That's probably the only advantage they even have, and their commander used it perfectly. We have to be cautious. The others nodded at that. Then set a route to home base immediately, Washington, D.C. President Hayes was given the latest report on the Navy's effort to cut off the elves. They blunted our naval attack. Any ships lost? None. The carrier strike group ran extremely low on anti-air missiles. The Vice Admiral Walters made a snap decision to retreat since she didn't want to risk losing 3 aircraft carriers. Basically, mission failed. We didn't cut off the elves, we did do substantial damage to their naval air wing. We can consider this a major failure. The carrier strike group was more armed against surface threats than aerial ones. We didn't expect that they could bring their carriers so close. We will return with a larger fleet and cut them off. Avalon, Elven Nation. A few days later, Edirm showed up in Terran's office. Terran looked up to see who came and smiled. Admiral. Congratulations. Although you did not destroy the human fleet, I commend you for stopping their advance. You have saved the army from perish. Thank you. Now what are you here for? Do you want a reward? I will gladly give you anything if it's within reason. Edirm handed Terran an envelope. Terran took it and took a glance at what was scribbled on the front. Notice of resignation. Admiral. What is the meaning of this? Admiral shook his head. Admiral, you didn't fail. You did an excellent job. Your mission was to stop the humans from cutting us off. Sure, we lost a few destroyers and more than 500 aircraft, but they are minor compared to losing millions of soldiers and thousands of magic panzers. Admiral shook his head again and started to leave. Admiral, wait, Terran was ignored. He sighed and sat down after Adrian walked out. Looking at the envelope, he opened it and read the contents. I live with the guilt of more than 1,000 lives. I may have partially accomplished my mission, but at what costs? The enemy has not even been scratched. My leader, I understand that these are treasonous words, but I will express them nonetheless. I beg for mercy for the words that I write in this letter. I do not see victory for us. Defeat is clear. The path forward is bleak. We have lost the moment we started. I implore you, even if you scorn me for suggesting this, to negotiate with the humans. Especially the United States of America. Former Admiral Admiral Vaynor Terran slammed his desk. He threw the paper at the wall. He then threw a random paperweight that was sitting on his desk. How dare he? Gooer. Terran stopped and took small deep breaths. Edrin was one of the most revered admirals in the Navy. If he killed him off, the Navy might mutiny. I still need him too. Chapter 50 Operation Vengeance Hammer. 0028 April 8, 2020 CE 0314 Sun 8. 196 AE U.S. Airbase miles behind the jungle. First Lieutenant Scott Miller got out of the dressing room with the rest of his squadron. One of the men in his squadron, First Lieutenant Hayden Chambers, made an offhand remark as they walked through the hallway. Kinda lucky we got the airbase next to town. Wanna go out to eat tomorrow or something? I heard they had taverns there. Always wanted to try food from the past. Scott chuckled and commented on that. I prefer not to get food poisoning. People in the past ate that. I think people nowadays can still eat it. First Lieutenant George Cooper, another one of the men in the squadron, shook his head and agreed with Scott. Nah man, ain't no one eating that shit. I heard they don't even have something like the FDA. You gonna get sick as fuck. Scott nodded his head. Besides, how are you going to tell them what you want to order? You can't even speak Latin. Yes, I can. Hayden coughed before speaking his so-called Latin. Question mark. Kaehe and tu mena? See, a few seconds of silence was immediately followed with bellowing laughter. That Spanish dumbass. Hayden looked around unhappily. Well, Latin Americans speak Spanish. The laughing was even louder than last time. Ah, Hayden, you never fail to make us laugh. What? They stepped out onto the runway of the airfield. Scott scanned around. It looked much better than when he first came here. Originally the runway was just bumpy, uneven dirt. Now it was smoothed out and sandy-colored. The old Magusian buildings have been renovated and makeshift ones have been added. Scott and his squadron walked towards their aircraft that were lined up on the dirt. Ready to blow some of them pointy ears to smithereens. Pointy ears? Seriously, yeah, what else we gonna call them? Tree huggers. Scott watched as an F-15E Strike Eagle taxied down the runway. It felt extremely out of place with the early 20th century village in the background. A few minutes later Scott's F-15E started moving down the runway. He took off along with the rest of his squadron. 20 minutes later it wasn't that long before they got to their designated target. They were performing the first strike of Operation Vengeance Hammer. Targets are within range. Firing, AGM-65 Mavericks were dropped from the hard points on his F-15. On the ground a few miles away, Lieutenant Colonel. We got reports of enemy aircraft being detected by our matters. Keep an eye in the sky and open fire immediately if any enemy aircraft draws near. He started to scan the skies for any human aircraft. Suddenly an explosion that rocked the ground cut off his scan. Get to cover. Artillery fire. The lineup AA emplacements were blown up in succession. They're targeting the AAR cannons. Call headquarters and tell them that we suspect enemy artillery nearby. Something overhead zoomed by loudly. Suddenly more explosions occurred. In the sky, bombs away. Yeehaw, GBUs dropped onto the AA guns below. Back on the ground a single elf was sitting down next to what seemed like a gray block. He held a phone that was connected to the gray block. The ground rumbled from the nearby explosions. This is the Heavy Machine Gun Company of the 23rd Infantry Division. I repeat, we are under attack by human aircraft. Requesting immediate air cover, the Heavy Machine Gun Company, their company, despite its name, had no machine guns but were equipped with anti-aircraft guns. In the air. Good hits. Good hits, boys. Seems like we got a majority of their AA guns in this sector. RTB now. 20 minutes later. Good job. Scott stepped down the ladders of his F-15 and jumped onto the dusty runway. The ground crew ran to refuel and rearm their aircraft. Seems like we are going for another sortie soon. We will be getting air cover from the F-16s this time. The elves got their planes up. A few hours later, they have suffered no losses and have bombed a large portion of the enemy defenses. Using MROMs, the F-16Cs were also able to quickly take out any Elven aircraft in the vicinity. 0440 April 8, 2020 CE 0520 Sun 8, 196 AE. The plane's jets could be heard zooming by overhead. Isaac Miles looked tired on his seat in the Bradley. Are we there yet? Isaac's team leader, Sergeant Andrew Bennett, sighed. For the last time, Private, no. We literally just took a break. We will know when we get the signal. For all their seeming ferociousness, these elves seem to know how to run better than how to fight. An hour earlier, they had come up to a deserted human village. Blood was splattered everywhere and buildings were razed to the ground. The elves seemed to have showed no mercy. While thinking about that, the distinct sound of the M1A2 Abrams firing its main gun could be heard. The squad leader, Staff Sergeant David Walker, commented on the noise. Seems like we have come up to the first group of Elven defenses. Human Magipanzers are cresting the hill. The elves adjusted their anti-tank cannon, an AP-75, and TIE Panzer 75mm, towards the closest human Magipanzer that was racing down the hill towards them. Fire! Their first shot missed and whizzed past the speeding Magipanzers. The speed of the human Magipanzers made aiming extremely difficult. A shot from the moving human Magipanzer destroyed the AP-75 and the sandbags acting as cover. Captain Josh Rose's Abrams flattened the remaining barbed wire and sandbags covering the road. With their anti-tank gun destroyed, the elves blocking the road had dispersed and ran from a hail of machine gun fire. Nearby town Lieutenant General Arabella's subordinate knocked on the door of the house that she was occupying. Come in, the road blockade has been breached. The humans are coming, get the men up. We will engage them in the plains. Ara got into her night with her crew. She then got onto her Magi radio. All Magipanzers to your positions. We will fight for every inch of territory. She had already received reports that the defenses outside of the city have been under heavy air attack and were mostly destroyed, so she understood the value of defending this town. The towns occupied by the elves were their last bastions of defense. A good number of her Magipanzers in her division have already been destroyed outside of the town. It had been noted, although a bit late, that the humans seemed to avoid bombing the towns. She had gathered almost all of her Magipanzers in the town, so it had become a bit crowded. A few minutes later, I'm seeing a lot of elf tanks ahead. Fire! The shot instantly took out one of the larger elf tanks. It punctured a hole in its front armor. The other Abrams followed up with shots. The elf tanks sat there while the Abrams continued to fire whilst moving. The elf tanks had to stop to shoot in order for their shots to be accurate. Their Magipanzers had no stabilizers, so if it wanted to hit something, firing on the move was not recommended. Shots from the Knights and Stallions hit a few of the Abrams but had little effect. The Abrams returned fire in accurate and rapid shots. An explosion rocked the bottom of Josh's Abrams. Seems that we are on a minefield. A few minutes later, the Abrams quickly overran another position that consisted of anti-tank guns and elves hiding behind sandbags. The elven defenses that were hastily prepared outside of the town crumbled in front of the Abrams' advance. Their anti-tank gun emplacements, trenches, mines, and tanks were swept aside. Less than 20 minutes later, a single Knight sat on one of the roads into town. It fired towards the approaching Abrams. The shot hit directly on the heavily armored cheeks and ricocheted off. The Knight blew up after being shot and the approaching Abrams pushed it aside. The Bradleys and the rest of Abrams entered the town. Go! 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 The back door of the Bradley opened. Isaac jumped out with the rest of his squad. The Abrams had cleared a way for them into the town. Now it was up to them to clear the town itself. The Abrams will follow them as support. Just as they were checking the area outside of the Bradley, machine gun fire came from the windows of one of the houses on the side of the road. Private Fred Butler, the grenadier of his squad, quickly fired a grenade from the grenade launcher attached under his gun into the window. It made a distinct pump sound. The room exploded and black smoke came out of the window. Isaac and his squad went into the house where the machine gun fire originated from. When they opened the door, they were greeted with a large open space room that was the entire first floor. Clear. Move upstairs. They slowly walked up in a line. On the top floor of the house was a hallway with multiple doors. This house seemed to be a tavern. They quickly cleared the rooms one by one until they came to the last one at the right. The first soldier who entered immediately fired his gun. A single elf was crouching in there. The elf quickly went down before he even got to shoot his gun. 0644 April 8, 2020 CE 0622 Sun 8, 196 AE. The planes far behind Simon Holera approached a group of humans with his hands raised. He was on his last legs. He ran out of food and couldn't scavenge anything from the nearby towns since they were all burned down during his army's advance. The entire area seemed to be crawling with humans. They were definitely hunting him. He had made his way further and further south, but there were no signs of the elven army. He wasn't sure what to do. The only options were either die of hunger or surrender to the humans. As he approached, the humans seemed to raise what seemed to be their guns at him. "I surrender, drop your gun," one of the humans shouted at him and pointed their gun towards his rifle that was slung on him. Simon immediately unclipped his sling and the rifle dropped onto the ground. The humans approached him and tied his hands. "Seems like this is the sniper we were looking for." 0907 April 8, 2020 CE 0745 Sun 8, 196 AE. In the ocean, Seaman James Murray out across the ocean. "Well, this was a waste of a trip." He blew the smoke from his cigarette out into the sky. His friend, Seaman Zach Stevens, replies to that. "Shot down a lot of planes though. We will be coming back soon enough." When will that be? Another week or so. This time hopefully the brass loads up with more AMRAAMs. James threw the cigarette onto the ground and stepped on it. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.